quite rapidly. What is in demand today may not be in demand tomorrow, or what is in very low demand today will very quickly moves into high demand. So just before we, before we talk about what this, what the talent story is like, I just thought I'll share some data points to put the problem or the environment in context. So this is a report. This is a combination of some reports that we've done at NASSCOM, where we're talking about the over 5 million workforce of the IT industry. We're seeing a massive growth on the digital skills requirements, which are growing at an average growth rate of about 18 to 20% a year. The core IT skills are also growing because core IT skills are not going away, whether it's the Pythons and the Javas and the C++s. That is continues to be important. That is also growing at a rate of about 7 to 8%. 450 net new jobs were added last year. That's a huge number, and we're expecting the same number to continue in this year as well. As far as digital skilling goes, 1 out of 3 employees in the IT sector is digitally skilled. And most of this upskilling has happened with existing employees of companies, and companies have done it in-house. But yet, we find there is a huge talent gap between what the jobs are and what the supply of appropriate talent is. It's a gap of 21%. There's small comfort in knowing that that gap is the smallest in India than it is in the rest of the world. But if you actually apply it to the total number of people who are employed in the IT industry in India, that number becomes massive. It just means that 1 in 5 opportunities that is coming to us cannot be met because we do not have the adequately skilled talent. So skilling, really important. We are an inclusive workforce. 50% of the workforce that is hired at entry of the IT sector are women. Of course, there is a leaky pipeline, and at steady state, it is about 36% of the workforce are women. Technology is going to be the fastest growing sector in terms of jobs. The Naukri, one of the leading job portals that publishes a job index, has called it out at about 20% when they published a report in April. So what are these skills that people are looking for? As I said, the core tech skills are not going away. Everybody needs to learn how to code. In fact, for the biggest advice that industry is giving to the academic ecosystem is that please make sure everybody learns how to code. Application development, software testing. And software testing is a huge requirement. Product engineering and low code, no code. Today, so many applications can be done without you actually knowing programming. But that logic, that algorithmic thinking, that problem solving mentality has to come in. Digital skills, no prizes for guessing what they are. Cloud, AI, ML, analytics, cybersecurity. This is table stakes. Massive requirements, but huge uptick in the requirement on skills around blockchain or metaverse. As our president Debjani said, actually the metaverse is an application. It's not really a technology. So is Web3. So blockchain, quantum right now, we're still not seeing such a big demand, but definitely awareness sessions have begun to happen. The big aha is on professional skills. Given the structure of teams now and how work is done and how the nature of work has moved to a place where many more people are front facing instead of just back end programming jobs. Things like design thinking, customer experience, communication, and every industry member we've talked to has said communication skills are crucial. The future job roles, there is a list down there, I won't get into that, but the yellow boxes are the emerging skills. So not very high in volume right now, but slated to grow very rapidly, whereas the ones in the white are the core skills that will be needed in the future. The other question was about what does this mean for the public sector, for the private sector, for startups? I have a very interesting illustration of how the public and private sector have come together in India to talk about building the talent pipeline for the future. This is the Future Skills Prime Initiative, which is a joint initiative with the Government of India and industry. The government is represented by the Ministry of IT, and industry is represented by NASSCOM. It's a learning platform which starts with just building awareness. We need everybody to become aware of what these technologies are. After all, we're using them in our daily lives, whether it's on your cell phone, whether it's on the TV, whether it's when you're ordering food, whether when you're ordering something on Amazon or watching something on Netflix. Artificial intelligence is all around us. Interconnected devices means we must have an awareness of cybersecurity. All our services now, India has the largest public digital platforms in the world. All our services are moving online. So we must be aware of what these technologies are and how to be sensible about using them. Also, the potential of what they can bring to the table. So there's a lot of informal learning content on the platform about what these technologies are. There are courses on fundamental skills, foundational skills. We have people doing deep skilling on applications to learn enough to be able to do something in that technology. So far we have about 800,000 people signed up on the platform, over 2 million digital badges, fluency badges earned, 370,000 enrollments, and completions, we are at about a 30% completion rate. And the beauty about this platform is that anyone who completes a certification on Future Skills Prime actually gets part of their money back from the government as an incentive. So you can see the logos at the bottom of the screen of who all have come together to participate in this program. We have the engineering regulator, AICTE, we have the National Skill Development Corporation. All of this comes under the Skill India umbrella, the Skill India mission. CDAC and NILET are parts of the Ministry of IT, who also contribute course content, and our partners are our project management partners in this program. And what's happening to the startup ecosystem? I think that's a joy to behold. What has caused this explosion? I mean, it's the trifecta of having computing power, the cost of computing power coming, the cost of data storage coming down, the power of computers increasing big time. I mean, what we have on our cell phones in our pockets is nothing less than a supercomputer. And this computing power is available to everybody. We also have knowledge which is available on anything and everything at the click of a button. This means that there is just so much that you can build. The ability to build fast and fail fast the stakes are not that high. Plus, there are so many problems in India that need solving that it's quite a wonderful place to create, to set up something new. And I think our industry has not disappointed in the nature of solutions that are being thought about in the kind of startups, the work that startups are doing. Whether it's in inclusion, whether it's in financial services, all of us have experienced some startup or the other. Farming, and the amount of technology solutions to farming, whether it's applications on advisory or it is drones, applications of drones. I think today the biggest applications of drones is in agriculture. Education completely transformed by technology, lots and lots of entrants into the education field, trying to address specific problems. Some of them are named here, and the pandemic actually has done us a favor by making online learning acceptable, respected, and something that people now are willing to adopt. Healthcare, another place which is going to completely transform. If you've been reading about the National Digital Health Mission, is going to create a kind of a stack, a health stack, on which startups will be able to build applications on services that they can offer on that health stack with all the open APIs. If we talk about AI, startups which are using AI, and 950 plus startups which our report on startups in India called out. And this slide just talks about what all they are doing, what applications, the interfaces, the platforms, the tools that they are using. Just some examples given on the right hand side. Glance is a really interesting one, which the number of users they have is just astounding. I don't even want to hazard a guess of how many millions of users Glance has, just because it offers lock screen content. Such a simple thing, but massive growth. I've talked to some partners who are using Glance as part of their application. We have Kaleidofin, which is propelling customers towards meeting their real life goals. So you set your goals and then they give you a tailored financial solution. IoT and connected solutions, lots and lots of things happening in the manufacturing sector there. They are also deeply using things like analytics and cloud technology, as well as AI, of course, to build these applications. Of course, IoT talks about hardware more than software, but the cloud AI, the connect sensors, all that is what comes into the software domain that we are working with. I mean, my most favorite one is this Dozy, which is a sleep tracking mattress, which has the sensors to see how whether you're comfortable and whether you're sleeping well, and what can be done to improve the quality of sleep. So really creative work happening in the startup space. Some ones in the something in the contactless and remote solutions. I do think this is going to explode in terms of, especially where healthcare is concerned, when we get into telemedicine and we get into telediagnostics. Massive work in AR and VR and 3D printing, 3D printed face shields. I think that's one of the examples that is mentioned here. 3D face masks we've heard of. 3D bones and body parts are also being created. AR, VR, I think, is something that is going to, again, is finding its applications in multiple places. But we have like Cosmat, which is doing AR-based training and assessment. It's going to take some time to take off because the cost of the hardware is high, but that cost will come down, and these opportunities are just going to explode. So that was some examples of how talent is leading to entrepreneurship in India. Massive gaps to fill, a lot of work to do to ensure that we are able to capitalize on this opportunity of creating $1 trillion digital economy by 2026. That's our North Star. That's what we are aspiring towards. And that's the big task in front of us. Hi.
Following the address of Ms. Kirti Seth, now we move on to the panel discussion. For this, I would like to invite Ms. Deepti Chandar, President Emma Association, onto the stage, Mr. Akshay Chaturvedi, founder and CEO of Leverage Edu, and the session will be moderated by our very own Dipali Upadhyay, Program Director, AIM.
Hi, good morning to everyone, and thank you so much, Deepti and Akshay, for joining us for this panel discussion. You're both young leaders, co-founders and founders of your organizations, creating an impact for the future of work and talent. How you're creating an impact is by creating readiness for it. Deepti Chandar is the president of Emma organization. She is an IT leader. She discovered her passion for computer science and technology at a very young age when she was in school. And that's exactly what she's wanting to drive amongst other girls. She's trying to increase diversity in STEM education, in technology education for women and girls. And that's a brilliant thing to do, I must say. She comes from a middle-class family, and she realized that this is such an important skill to have. And that connects to the future of work and talent, why it is such an important skill to have. Deepti, tell us about how your company is making that change and revolutionizing STEM education and technology skills amongst girls, not just in France and Europe, but across the globe. We've collaborated with Emma as Niti Aayog under Atal Innovation Mission to impart these skills amongst school students. And we've seen the tremendous success of that just in one summer. Tell us more about it, and what does Emma do?
Thank you so much for the introduction. I mean, you have recapped everything about my life, so that's amazing. So great to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So basically, with Emma, what we're really trying to do, as you explain, is giving access to technology at the earlier age and making sure that everyone can find the place they should have in technology. And there should not be a lake in technology. So basically, through Atal Innovation, we have worked on a project that we have launched called Code at Home, even in India. This is a global initiative which helps kids and teens discover coding online. And we are very happy that we have reached around 70,000 students online. And they have been trained to coding. And among that, 45% were girls, so which is very important figures for us. Because diversity should matter at the earlier age. And if we make sure that everyone find their place in technology, we're going to change the waves and the vibes which is currently need to be improved in technology. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Deepti. And yes, indeed, we saw that participation coming up in the schools in India. We even know stories where students without any access to technology, we know students were learning coding on pen and paper. That was inspiring to see that, people are still interested. There is an interest. They just need the right platform to do it. Deepti, tell us more about the work that you're doing globally in terms of the various countries that you've been able to create a footprint on. I know about India, but tell us more about the rest of the world.
Yeah, so basically we work, of course, in France because we were created in France. We cover all countries like USA, London, of course, Europe, basically. Europe is the biggest hub. We have 16 branches in Europe. And we're willing to, of course, expand in other countries where we do not have some branches. And the programs that we are working as well inspired by Emma. I wanted to talk also about that. It is important to give the technical skills at the earlier age, for sure. But it is also important to bring more role models to those populations who are willing to go in technology and might not have, I would say, the networking or the people around them who can help them. So those key inspiring people, we bring them all together through roundtables like we're doing together here, and we make sure that they have this network in order to have the right contacts to develop their startups and other projects. And we cover today, most of the countries we have covered is USA. Also we have covered Spain, Balkans. West Balkans is one of our biggest hub as well, because there's great talents everywhere. We have seen great talents in India and all around the world, and the expansion is going on. We will be in the coming years opening Germany as well, and Singapore and other countries coming up.
Excellent, and I'm glad that India is amongst the first few. I have my bias there. Okay, let's move on to Akshay. Akshay Chaturvedi is the CEO and co-founder of LeverageEdu.com. LeverageEdu works on democratizing access to higher education. It's a full stack for that. Akshay, tell us more about how your company is helping do that in India.
I think so. Thank you for having us here. So I think we are bringing about 10,000 plus people to workforce every single year right now. And these are people who are essentially coming from India and working in jobs across the entire world. So I think we are able to kind of really nitpick on the fact that trends are changing very quickly. There are new kinds of jobs that are needed. And the future of, while we can talk about future of labor, talent, skills, all of those things, I think that changes way quickly than what we can kind of really envisage or what we can kind of really sit and discuss. In fact, about 3 years back, we had seen on the platform that data science and more things like that were essentially more in the run. And now we are seeing courses like animation, gaming, design, people essentially opting for those. People have jobs like these. So we essentially, like you very much kind of described us, we help students from India and right now Nigeria as well get to universities across the world. And we believe that people should go out and be in countries where they essentially can find the right jobs for themselves. So for example, if I want to be in automotive, Germany is the place for me to be at. If I want to be in fashion, it doesn't make sense for me to be in Bombay. I should rather be in like somewhere here in Paris. If I want to be in manufacturing, perhaps it makes more sense for me to be back in Ahmedabad. If I want to be in culinary arts, maybe East Coast, maybe somewhere in Switzerland. So I think we've essentially seen that the future of talent, the future of essentially any kind of, I would say, skills is more global and local at the same time. And we would need people to essentially move freely across borders and be part of these local communities as they kind of go out and establish themselves in these countries.
Wonderful. So you mentioned, Akshay, that you're trying to make our workforce global workforce, and that's a fantastic thing to do because, like you rightly said, there are hubs where they could excel better, more opportunities. How are you doing that and bringing that back? So we know India is also a hub for, let's say, the technology sector, the ID sector, agriculture, so many other streams where people, farmer. How do you think we could do that? And have you or Leverage Edu made any strides in that direction? Is it a one-way flow out? Or and I'm all in favor of that. We are here at a global conference where we're trying to see how we work together with the rest of the world and make our workforce more global, which is fantastic. But how do we do it in terms of reverse?
No, so I have a great direct answer. So yes and no. No, we don't specifically focus on ensuring that we bring all of these guys back home to Swades. And yes, because, so for example, my friend Vijay is here. He was here all day yesterday. And a lot of focus, even as we essentially move around these different parts of the expo, is about the fact that we're in a bear market right now. Now, if you think about what can really pull India out of the bear market and ensure that as US is kind of, sorry to all the American friends if anybody's here, to ensure that India does not catch cold while US sneezes, it's very important that we do well on one metric, and that is foreign institutional inflows. And the only reason our institutional inflows can kind of improve minus any investment is people, Indians across the entire world sending money back home. So in fact, I would argue that in the last couple of years, as more and more Indians have kind of gone out abroad and they will send money back home, either in terms of domestic use, either to the parents or to essentially invest in domestic companies because Indian startup ecosystem, as you can see here, is growing so fast. So I think that is going to be a big reason why India might just kind of buck the trend and be able to ensure that, like I said, we don't catch a cold when US sneezes and we are able to kind of build a much more robust economy. So I would say that the fact that so many Indians go out abroad and contribute to our soft power, at the second time, we've seen all the top Fortune 500 CEOs and all of that. At the same time, that the fact that they essentially send so much money back home, that really adds a lot of value in terms of how our economy is able to bolster itself.
That's fair. My point was more coming from, we also face a shortage of talent. So, the future of work in talent.
Can I share one stat with you on that? There are 33 million people who graduate out of India, and our so-called private sector creates 0.8 million jobs. 0.8, less than a million jobs. So we have a massive, massive unemployment in India right now. And there are so many ways in which we need to solve it. And that is the reason a sarkari job is essentially way more coveted than a private job can ever be in this country, in our country, in India. And hence, I think while we have a talent gap for sure, we have way more talent in India that essentially can get into those jobs. And we need to do a better job right now as I think as entrepreneurs, as employers, as the government, we need to do a better job kind of creating many opportunities to absorb this kind of talent right now that is out there for our youth to kind of take our country forward.
Let me go to Deepti for that, because you're directly making a point in terms of the talent being there but not finding jobs. And I would argue that probably the talent is not employable and also not finding jobs. And that's the point that Deepti and her organization are trying to cover the gap with imparting 21st century skills and future skills. Can you share a bit more on that, on how we could, reduce that gap, not just in India, but I see that happening globally?
Yes, exactly. So I do agree with Akshay that there is a lot of people willing to be hired. Here in France is the same case. And so that's why I'm aligned with what he's saying. Basically, those skills need to be given to people. and also we really need to prepare them to be integrated in those companies who are hiring or startups, which is not the case today. So people are here, opportunities are here, talents are here, but they need this guidance to be well prepared to be hired. And I think that should, I mean, Akshay's role also and mine too, to doing that. In globally, we always say there is a lake of talent in technology, and there is a lake of talent in every country, but the lake is also coming because we're not giving opportunities to people to learn. Just because we want to hire level 5, level 6 salesperson or technical person, and we're thinking that a person who is trying to get in technology, having the skills, the same degree as the other one who might be on level 6, might not be a good fit. But if you do not give them the first chance, they will never come to the level 6. They will never be at the level 6. So which is, what would be important is also changing mindset in the companies, hiring people, and giving them opportunity to learn when they have been hired. You cannot hire a people who is so much specialized in quantum computing, which is not possible. Those skills are not on the market or very rare. You need to train them. And I think all the recruitment managers need to understand that. And this is really the message we're trying to share with Emma, is those skills need to be trained at the earlier age, but for sure, this should be also at any age level. And this should also come with the typically a changing of mindset. I work in a cloud sector. I also work for Google. And this is really something which is important for me, is that when we hire people, we give them the equal opportunity and we give them the time to learn. Because all what they need is that one chance, which I didn't had, and I know what I'm talking about, and I had to fight for that. You need to open those doors, which people doesn't give you the opportunity to do so. But everyone is not going to try to come from the window, from everywhere. It's completely, totally, I would say, based on the personality of the person, or the character and how the person is. People sometimes might be shy and they just feel like, okay, I should not go in technology, nobody will gonna accept me in technology, let's change the field. And which is sad, because they are losing talent, we are losing talent, and we really need, I would say, to give them equal access. That's what we're doing, but also equal opportunities to everyone. I would stop here, my monologue.
No, it's excellent you say that and make that point, that one thing is to provide them access, the other thing is mindset. And especially amongst girls and women in India, which you're working towards. Tell us more about how are you driving that change? Because you have the skills, you have the platform, you have the right proposition for them, but they're not coming to it. How are you solving that problem?
Yeah, see, the problem is more coming from the bias we're having in the society. But more, I would say, it's not only about women, it's also about people coming from diverse profile, like people who got accessibility issues, disabilities. We do not include them in technology. Why? This should not happen like this. We really work with Emma also on bringing more diverse people at every level of diversity, because this would be representative of the future platforms we are creating. And today they have been created by, I would say, same type of population coming from same type of universities and background, and this should stop right now, actually. How we doing so? We try to go and reach out to people who are not based basically in the big cities. This is where we're going to make the difference, because talents are everywhere and we forgot that. Having talents in Delhi, it's super cool, but there can be talents in other, I would say, rural areas. We do the same in France. Paris is a hub of a lot of great talents, but that should not be enough. You should make sure that creativity will also come from anywhere. And this is basically one of the key pillar at EMA, going broader than just having talent in front of you and seeing them on daily basis. Other side is you cannot bring technical skills and you cannot train a person just in one shot. This is like any other field. You need to do sessions every time, every month, every weeks. This is how you learn something. Basically talking about coding. We have work on Code at Home on that. You cannot just say, okay, let's do coding session for 2 hours and then you are a software engineer. That doesn't work like that. It should be a follow-up and step-by-step sessions where you see the progress and you see how you can bring more focus on the lakes that the student or the person willing to go in technology is having. This is a follow-up session which you should always have. And then you can train those people and of course bring them to the market for those companies who are not willing to hire. Talking about women, I just wanted to focus on that. We see that many women not willing to candidate to roles in technical fields. This is also because they don't know what is being a software engineer, what is a software engineer do. When we talk about doctor, we always know what a doctor is going to do. It's going to help us get better if we are sick. But what a software engineer do, we do not explain them. And we also don't say that a software engineers also save lives. I'm talking about the COVID, for example. We have all been through COVID here in France. There was a lockdown even in India. And as I said, I worked for cloud at Google. And trust me, I was behind those infrastructure, helping people and doctors who were saving lives, and technology save lives. We should also bring that to the population, that you will use technology to save life as well.
Excellent. I love that what you said. You know, we have to create awareness about the impact it can make, and it's that lack of knowing that is also hindering that interest or that hesitation towards technology. Well done, well said, Deepti. I'll come to you, Akshay, very quickly on, you are a tech platform and you're enabling this through technology. Deepti is working towards building those technology skills so that people like you, more people like you, can build such platforms and such solutions. And we know multiple problems exist and multiple solutions exist, including those that could be solved by technology. Tell us, with the rapid transformation that technology is making in the education sector, give us your thoughts on how do you see the edtech sector growing in India? How do you see, leverage edu and other such edtech companies in India? How do you see them as, strong partners for France, for Europe? And how could we grow more in such markets?
I'm probably not qualified to make a large statement on the entire edtech space.
Just
but
your opinion.
I'll make an attempt. In my humble opinion, I think we are right at the very beginning of what we call edtech. We have had the chance at Leverage to see what edtech really is in other countries like UK, in the US and everywhere else. And I think what we've kind of really achieved right now is like almost like baby steps. There is so much more that can kind of really happen in terms of using technology to really kind of change how students learn. In fact, we were talking about Roblox, right? And we're essentially looking at the cusp of how gaming and education are coming together. We're looking how Meta is changing so many things, with like Metaverse and education probably coming together. So I think we're really at the cusp of what edtech really could be. And it's fantastic that people from across the world find India a destination where a lot of these experiments can essentially happen. And a lot of those venture dollars have also kind of flowed into India, which is kind of really going to help this innovation. From a leverage perspective, I think we are really excited about the fact that we're able to, for example, Gautam, my friend is here, and Gautam was just sharing that 25% of all students who come to France, international students who come to France are from India. So we are essentially going to try and make sure that we are taking a big pie of the 25%. And also
why not increase the pie?
Why not increase the pie, of course. Pie is increasing by itself, thanks to how the larger global macros are kind of working out. But I think at the same time, you're also realizing that, I think very much like Deepti said, and I think I completely sync with what you also said before in response to my points, that a lot of these folks might not be employable. So there is a very interesting possibility around first figuring out what are the right programs for the future. Maybe different parts of the industry coming together to kind of build those new age courses, new age curriculum, new age programs, and then basically get students into these, and then ensure that they can essentially take the whole paradigm forward. So I think we are right at the beginning of how things can happen either for edtech or for leverage edu, and we foresee ourselves maybe running global universities in the future, maybe one of them in France.
Excellent. That's very, very positive. And I feel excited about the future this holds for us as India, as EdTech, and as organizations building skills for the globe. Thank you so much, Deepti, and thank you, Akshay, for joining us for this panel discussion. And thank you for the work that you're doing towards building the future of work and talent. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepali. Thank you. Thanks so much, Deepali.
Thank you for joining us.
Great motivation.
नेक्स्ट को रेडी है ना ठीक है स्टेज क्लियर करना होगा स्टेज पूरे चेयर्स हटा दो हाँ हाँ सॉरी Excuse me, can I just... Excuse me, can I just... Dipali, I think. Ask her. Start. Should I announce? Okay, so after the insightful panel discussion on the future of talent and work, we now move on to healthcare. India has delivered almost 2 billion COVID vaccine doses in the world's largest vaccination drive. CoWin application is the digital backbone for the vaccination drive in India. With scaling up of vaccination, the number of vaccination facilities and sessions had to be increased and managed effectively. when the technology was made open source for over 140 plus countries expressed interest. So this is truly an Indian stack success story. For this, I invite Dr. Ram Sevak Sharma, CEO of National Health Authority, to speak about the incredible scaling up journey of CoWin from its conception to its implementation in other countries, in India, and the plans for the future. Yes, sir, we are just sending. So after watching,
So good morning, friends. I'm going to talk about CoWin. I'm going to talk about CoWin this morning to you. And CoWin is the basic platform on which India's vaccination program has written. So how CoWin was developed, what are the architectural principles of CoWin, and how this can be repurposed now that the vaccination program is more or less over in this country. That's what I'm going to talk about in the next 20-25 minutes. Yes, next please. Who does the... Give me the... Yeah, okay. So which is the next one? This? Yeah. So basically, one is that India houses 1/6 of the global population, and therefore designing a vaccination system for 1/6 of the human population is not a trivial task. That's one part which one has to remember. Another is whatever system you design for the country like India is actually such an extremely diverse country. You have 22 official languages. Countries are struggling to even take care of 2 languages, and there are 26 of them. And there are multiple scripts. And so therefore, and there are various levels of digital literacy and even functional literacy. And therefore, to design a system which is inclusive is not again a trivial task. Then of course, when you started vaccination, then you had certain policies. Then as more and more vaccines joined the sort of bouquet, then those policies kept on evolving, because each vaccination, each vaccine had different doses, for example, different gaps in those doses, different price points, because there were also times when they were being charged for. So that's also a difficult part. Then of course you had 100,000 vaccination points at any point in time. Total number is 400,000, but then 100,000 were running at any point. And therefore, to take care of such large number of vaccination points is another issue. Then of course, one more issue was, when a person gets vaccinated, then he has to have a certificate, because ultimately he has to prove that he has been vaccinated. There were restaurants will not allow you unless you are vaccinated, and that was another challenge. And of course, interoperability is also an extremely important part. And that is actually a DNA of all the software systems which country has developed. Now, CoWin basically stands for COVID Vaccination Intelligence Network. One is it has to be inclusive and equitable. It should not mean that digitally empowered people, digitally literate people have the advantage. No, everybody should have the same advantage. It should be a single source of truth. Even the VVIP is looking at the same dashboard, same availability, and with the common man is looking. So it can't be that, I have some backdoor entry into some vaccination center and I get the vaccination done. That's not what we want. Secondly, it is not physical and digital. Basically, it's a physical plus digital. There are guys in India who are, absolutely tech savvy. They can do their registration, booking, etc. There are illiterate people who have not had any education and they basically have to get somebody's help. And therefore, what is required is that you can't have, systems which are only digital in nature. Digital exclusion must not take place. And of course, another part, vaccination schedules. So suppose I had vaccine A and the second dose of vaccine A will be after 28 days. If I had vaccine B, that second dose will be after 16 weeks. Therefore, we'd have to have a system which can, remind the person that you have to go for vaccination second dose, number one. Number two, it has to ensure that a person is vaccinated with vaccine A is not by mistake administered second dose of vaccine B. So that's another very important issue which has to be taken care of. Of course, dynamic architecture capable of evolving and feedback and analytics. So adverse effect after vaccination is another very, very important part where we evaluate as to which vaccine has what kind of adverse impacts. So therefore, recording of that is also extremely important. One more thing, portability, which means suppose I got vaccinated at place A and I'm a laborer working at a place B, which is 1,000 miles away from place A, I must not be denied, vaccination at that point. So it has to be completely portable. So I can, straight away go to any vaccination center in the country and get myself vaccinated. My data must be available at that point. So that's another very important attribute. Then, of course, citizen centricity, which is also very, very important. It should not be very complicated. Suppose if I started giving usernames and passwords for entering into a system, who will remember those username and password? So basically, we made mobile as the very basic, way of interacting with the system. So mobile and OTP. And you can register as many as 6 people on a single mobile, which makes it more inclusive. So now it becomes very, very easy. Register, sign on, and you can anytime get the vaccination history. Just enter your mobile number, OTP, and whatever number of people are registered, you get that. Of course, there are vaccinators who are vaccinating. And then, when you go to the vaccination centers, they must have your information already fed into the system. If they don't, you can also walk in and you can get your information entered. So therefore, while initially the digital journey for those who are digitally literate may start at the point of registration, those who are not will start at the point of vaccination. So essentially, everybody is included in that digital journey. And vaccinators also, will be able to know as to what vaccine they are administering, who are the people who have arrived, what is the system. So everybody is able to see that also. Then, of course, they can verify citizens. It should not happen that, A's vaccine is given to some B and therefore B, thereafter A comes and says you have already been vaccinated. So that should not happen. So there is a verification, and India has developed the digital identity called Aadhaar. Aadhaar actually offers an extremely fast way of authentication, proving as to whether you are you who claim to be. That kind of authentication based on OTP, mobile, biometrics, everything is available, and therefore it becomes very easy to verify that Mr. A is really Mr. A. That's how it happens. And of course, vaccination centers can publish their vaccine schedules. So they can say, look, in this week, I'm going to offer 50 vaccines every day, and this is the schedule, this is the opening time, the closing time. CoWin provides the facility for registering the vaccination schedules. This is the entire journey of how the whole vaccine flow happens. So one is manufacturer. Krishna is here. He manufactures the vaccines, and then it goes to the state vaccination stores. It goes to government vaccination stores. In refrigerated trucks, it goes to district vaccine store. Then of course it goes to primary health centers, which are actually the vaccination centers. And then of course it goes from the COVID vaccination centers, because COVID vaccination centers are both private and public. So they can be very small, and obviously India has got 650,000 villages, and it has to reach everywhere. And therefore there's a huge logistic effort involved. Then it goes to COVID vaccination center, then does the session planning, which I talked about, publishing the vaccination schedule. Then of course registration of beneficiaries, vaccination happens. Then the acknowledgement is given saying that yes, Mr. Immediately after vaccination you get an SMS on your mobile saying that you have been vaccinated, now you can download your vaccine certificate. And then of course we give the unique health ID to each person. As you know, digital health ID is there, digital ID is there. We are creating what we call Ayushman Bharat Health Account, which is Aadhaar number, and that is given. And thereafter QR code based certificate, and this certificate, by the way, is recognized in 130 countries of the world. It is basically absolutely, it verifies the source of truth from the place where it occurred. And of course AEFI reporting the adverse impact, and then dashboard and reports. This is the entire journey of vaccine, starting from its manufacturing till its consumption and till its delivery. Now, one important thing is, if we build a software and that software was just, being operated by individuals on their mobile phones or their web browsers, it could not have scaled up. So one of the important, things for scaling up the software was making it open API based software. So basically what we did, the openness was not an afterthought. This was initially, we had architectured the software in such a manner that there were open APIs which were published. Anybody who basically follows those APIs will be able to connect with the software and will be able to provide all citizen services, which means they can discover the vaccination centers, they can book their appointment, they can get themselves vaccinated, they can download their certificates. Entire journey of a citizen is possible. So if I have let's say Paytm is a payment app, UPI is being displayed here. Now in Paytm there is a module which basically is a vaccination module. So from Paytm itself you can get the entire, you can book the slots for vaccination and go there and do this. This is how it actually operates. So this is an open API. Third-party apps are connected with the system. There are 4 modules of the system. One is registration module, facility module, vaccination module, certificate module. And they are also loosely connected through APIs. So please remember, it's not a monolithic solution. It's just solution having components which are connected through APIs. This is basically, again, representing the same thing. Any front-end app with the citizen is able to interact with the back-end system in a very, and it's a single source. It doesn't mean that, you are on Paytm and you are looking at your vaccination thing. Suppose you go on to some other app, Max app, WhatsApp, you will see the same source, same truth. So essentially data is centrally kept, and thereafter it's visible to every application which is able to fetch data using open APIs. Now, can you imagine how many people have connected to this platform? 150 people. And they are all, some of them are Amazon, Pay, Apollo Hospitals, Arogya Setu, Bajaj, Finserv, all kinds of companies are actually connecting. 100 plus guys, Yatra. This is Make My Trip. All kinds of, people are connected to this application. Basically, we have published 3 kinds of APIs. One is the registration and scheduling APIs. Another is vaccination and facilitation API. And third is certificate APIs. So any application can do all these 3, any 2, any 1. So that's absolutely to the application. So that's the architecture which has been created. Now comes the actual, display of the stuff, how many vaccinations are happening, what has happened today, what is the morning, and you can drill it down to every state-wise, district-wise, facility-wise. It's all a real-time data which is coming. So therefore, you have this live vaccination centers, number of persons registered, split by age, distribution, gender, vaccine brands, and it's accessible to all. And this is also, you can just, type in dashboard.cowin.gov.in and you are able to see this real time just now how things are happening, how many, and it's like a ticker, and sometimes it runs very fast. I mean, imagine we did 25 million vaccinations in a day, and 25 million vaccinations in a day translates to, even on a uniform distribution, translates to about 1,000 vaccinations per second. And we were doing about 5,000 vaccinations per second peak. That's the scalability. And overall statistics, let me tell you, we have 1.09 billion citizens registered on the platform. Till date, we have 1.95 billion vaccine doses. We have 130 plus countries are in conversation with us. Almost the entire Africa, many Southeast Asia, they are all in conversation saying that we want to have it because our Prime Minister told us, look, this is a digital public good. And this is a digital public good not only for India, it's for the world. So make it open source. So today, CoWin is completely open source on GitHub. And now it is being, we are giving it as a digital public good free of cost to any country who wants it. We have also created systems which basically, you can get trained. We also offer the customization and other kinds of assistance. We have 200 million in 4 months. That's the number of vaccinations and people registered. We have 400 million in 6 months and 1 billion in 12 months. I don't think there is any software system in the world which has any platform in the world which has scaled to this number in such a short time. Microsoft, Windows, Facebook, take any example, they took multiple years to go to 1 billion mark. Now, what do we want to do with this? What is the future plan now that hopefully pandemic is over, or at least on the decline? Then, the next thing is, what will happen of CoWin? Will CoWin just fade into history, or can we repurpose CoWin for something else? And that's the thought. Now, think of this in that manner. What is this platform? This platform, on the one side, provides you the supply side situation. It provides you where, how many vaccines at what time, what brand available. It also provides you demand side part. Citizens are logging into system and saying that I want to get to vaccinated. Show me the vaccination centers near my place, and then I'll go and get vaccinated. They book the slots, they go and vaccinate it. So essentially, it's like a platform which makes the demand and supply match. Now, there are large number of examples of this in the whole world. Start from the, reservations in trains to anything. I mean, they are all, ultimately all these platforms, even Amazon, what does it do? It basically, sellers and buyers, and it allows the platform to be used for that. So what we are doing now is essentially a couple of, use cases in the health system itself. So one is, India is running world's largest universal immunization program because it has world's largest number of children in any country. We are 1.3 billion and you have a large number of children. So basically, and we are ensuring universal immunization for each child. Currently, we do not have a very, very robust system where we can track every child's immunization status. You know, it's up to the parents. We tell the parents there are, you know, awareness programs which says that, all right, your child has a polio dose, then your next dose will be available at that time. We can, similar to what we did in CoWin, whereby we reminded people that your second dose is due now. Similarly, if we have this on this platform, we will be able to remind parent of every child to tell them that this is the time, you know, next time your booster dose is due, your polio dose is due, your diphtheria, you know, injection is required. So that's what we are repurposing CoWin, Universal Immunization Program. Second, the blood donation platform. So in blood donation also, what we have, somebody has had an accident. Now his blood is, let's say, O positive or O negative, whatever blood type. Now that, you know, nobody knows as to whether there is any person nearby who can donate the blood, or nearby blood bank which has got this kind of blood. So essentially, again, we will put everybody on this platform, which can become an extremely, you know, dynamic blood donation platform. Anybody can see, like CoWin could see which are the vaccines available. Blood also you can see which are the donors available nearby or where the blood is available. Similarly, organ donation platform. I think that's an extremely important. Our Prime Minister himself is very, very keen on this. In fact, our Prime Minister, when he launched the program on 16th of January 2021, and I met him on 14th of January, and at that time itself, he says, Mr. Sharma, you must make this platform as a global platform. Can you believe it? International standard is a term which he used. And he used this platform can be used for organ donation purpose. I mean, organ donation is a pitiable situation, I must admit, in India, where there is a lot of non-transparency into the whole system. We can make the entire system absolutely transparent. Then, of course, we have embarked on the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. This digital health mission is an extremely transformative effort which will deliver digital health services using digital means in a, you know, ubiquitous, quality and affordable manner. That's the objective of digital mission, and we are plugging in this system into that. So essential idea is that, you know, we should not allow this platform, the learnings from this platform, we should use these learnings to deliver more and more health services. So what we have done, now we have formalized as to how other countries of the world can just take this platform and use it for their digital journey. So one is basically the reach point is Ministry of External Affairs, like in every country. Other countries interface is done by MEA. Then of course we can actually provide the detailed demo of the CoWin as to how CoWin works. We have organized that in the National Health Authority. And of course we sign the MOU, and thereafter the technical agency can be selected by those countries. Then we can sign the agreement with the technical agency. Then we hand over the source code to that agency, and finally they can use that software whichever way they want to. So essentially this is going on as a digital public good, and as I shared with you, there are already about half a dozen countries which are on the verge of signing the MOU. One country has already signed the MOU, Nicaragua, and we are going ahead helping them. So this is what CoWin is all about. I want to conclude by saying that India, we believe in one, inclusive softwares, developing inclusive platform. We believe in developing interoperable platform, because inclusivity and interoperability are absolutely connected words. So that's one. Thirdly, our platforms must be frugal. Imagine UPI, if you transfer money from A to B in this Western world, whether Western Union money transfer or anything, you pay dollars, friends, or euro or francs, whatever it is. Here I can transfer you 1 rupee, which is actually about a cent, to you with no cost, instantaneous, using your phone number, including your virtual payment address without knowing your bank account. That's what systems are. So essentially, it has to be frugal. Secondly, it has to be based on open standards. It should be robust. It should be population scale. Every software in the country will serve 1 billion people. And it has to be absolutely diverse. It has to cater to vernacular languages. CoWin is in 12 languages, 12 scripts, which actually cover 95% of those 22 languages in the country. So essentially, that is the DNA. And we don't think of the APIs and open source and open standards as an afterthought. It is built there. Similarly, people talk of privacy. Typically people say, oh, this is a health data. You have huge amount of private data available. Imagine I don't collect anything in CoWin except name, gender, and age. And that's all available in Aadhaar. Aadhaar also doesn't have any more data. I don't collect address because address is irrelevant. You can be anywhere in India and get vaccination dose one somewhere and vaccination dose somewhere else. So essentially, that's the way portability, minimal data collection, and what we call privacy by design. Oh, this is thanks Sharad. This is what is happening today. So imagine we have done 870,000 vaccinations, and it's increasing. These are registrations, fully vaccinated. This is all, and this is real time happening in the country today, just now at this moment. So that's how this is done. And you can just, and also precaution doses, vaccinations, 12 to 14 years vaccination, 199,000 today, just now. So this is how this whole thing operates, and then you can drill down, you can drill down state-wise, district-wise, whatever. So as I was saying, our philosophy is privacy by design. Aadhaar Digital Identity System of India was built in 2009 to 2009 onwards. We had registered 600 million by 2012. Then the Aadhaar was challenged on the privacy purposes in 2018. Then the Supreme Court of India declared privacy as a fundamental right. And Aadhaar came out with flying colors in 2018. The Supreme Court declared that Aadhaar does not violate privacy. Aadhaar does not profile citizens. Aadhaar does not create a surveillance structure in the country. Imagine, that has happened only because we take privacy very seriously. We collect minimal data. We inform a citizen whenever there is anything which happens with the data. For example, if somebody is vaccinated, we inform him immediately you have been vaccinated. Suppose somebody else, sort of did not, impersonated him, he will immediately come to know. So that's all I wanted to share with you, friends. This is available for the world as a digital public good, as a gift from India. Thank you very much.
We can do that if you're open to it. Dipali, karna hai question answer?
If there are any questions, sir is willing to take them. Anyone has any questions?
How are we going to? We have so much of data now with us. Are we planning to analyze some of the data, disease, comorbidity, when you have collected comorbidity, also collected in this information? How do you analyze this data for the future point of view? The number one. Number two, can we expand for clinical trials also in this program?
Actually, that's a very good question. What we are going to do is we are not going to use any individual data, right? But however, now we have this statistical data available with us as to how many people, and we also have the adverse effects data with us, vaccine-wise, age-wise. So that data is certainly going to be useful for public health. That's number one. Number two, now that we have a digital platform like that, I think once we have built this platform, which on the one side has citizens interfacing with it, on the other side there are the service providers interfacing with it, I think one can do all kinds of things, including the clinical trial, You can have volunteers for clinical trial coming out of it. You can also have the profile of these volunteers. So that kind of thing can be done. Currently, we are using it only for the government programs, but then we are absolutely open. Also, please, I must inform you that the entire approach of ours is not to build the entire building in a finished manner. We just build frameworks and leave the innovations on top of these frameworks to the private sector startups. That's the architecture. The architecture is not that I'll build everything and give to the world. Because I know we can build frameworks, certainly, with great architecture, but I think we will not like to we will not like to do the job or take away the job of the startups and the young boys and girls who are much more creative than the guys like us in the government.
Before we, sorry, yes.
We have one question from AXA. I'll just
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for your very interesting documents here. I would be very interested in going into details on what you are doing with Ayushman Bharat schemes. Okay. I've seen something about digital and Ayushman Bharat. Could you give us some details, please?
Yeah, I will, but I think I'll invite you to come tomorrow morning where we are having some discussion on the digital, on the health side in India. I think there is something scheduled tomorrow.
Okay.
Chintan is having that. But I must tell you, very briefly, what we have done in the last 1 decade, we have built certain digital public utilities. So for example, for any digital transactions to take place, you require 2 things. One is proving that you are you who claim to be, your identity. Identity in a digital manner, identity not in a physical manner, giving you some documents. In a digitally, if you can prove, so that's one part which we have in India. Similarly, for every transaction you will require payment, right? That's another part which we have the UPI. Similarly, for any document to be a valid document, you require digital signatures. We have that in India, which is digital signature on demand, which we call e-sign. Then you require, for example, consent. I want to share my digital data with you, my health data, with somebody else. I must give a digital consent. And there has to be a digital consent architecture. And what we are doing is we are actually capturing consent of each person. So when I go to a hospital and I'm sitting before a doctor, I can just, with a single click, I can just transfer I can show the documents to the doctor, or I can give a digital consent to it. So essentially all the elements which actually go into providing health care, they are already built in. And this is on top of it. So we are building what is called the health facility registry, which is basically all the facilities. We are building health professionals registry. We are building drug registry. We are building the health records of each individual. But believe me, we are not keeping these records with us. The records are wherever they are, and which is what we call the federated architecture of data, which means that your records are there. We are just providing a link so that you can visualize, or you can sort of get those records on your mobile or on the other screen on demand. So which means that the entire burden of privacy, preserving security of these documents lies with those guys who are keeping your data and not on the government of India. So that's how we have architected. I'll be very happy to share with you the entire presentation and other, we can carry it forward. And that's also going to be a very, very important digital public good, the digital public architecture, which is going to be useful for other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And adding on, we have a session tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., which will cover a lot of these things. It will be with Dr. R.S. Sharma and Dr. Krishna Ella. So Dr. Chintan Vaishnav will be moderating that session. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So we have an important session by Sameer Nigam, which is happening on stage 3, and it will start in next 5 minutes. So those of you interested in hearing the UPI story, please head to stage 3 right now. The session is going to start in the next couple of minutes, and it is going to be very insightful. सब लोग चले गए तो please, yeah, yeah. Please, please head to stage 3 for the session by Sameer Nigam. It's a short session, so you can be back in 20 minutes, and we will resume the Indian Pavilion speaker series. So please head to stage 3 right now for the main stage event on UPI by Mr. Sameer Nigam, founder of PhonePe. And all the women entrepreneurs, we have something exciting for you, so please be back in 20 minutes. You have something exciting from us, so 20 minutes is all you've got.
Of technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Bjorn. Je suis de Paris.
Comment? English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो सर।
हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ।
Quoi? Très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. Startups are going to be the backbone of New India.
All right, welcome back everyone. Let's move on to the next session. Next up, we have an exciting talk on neural manufacturing, discovering the factory of the future by Mr. Vaikundam SV, who is the Chief IoT Consultant from Tata Consultancy Services. Mr. Vaikundam, please.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Am I audible? It's clearly audible? Yeah, okay. Thank you. And what a power pack presentation by the CoWin team. Still clear? It's clear? Yeah. What a power packed presentation by sir on the CoWin. So proud of the impact that it created. And we represent Tata. We are equally proud of what we are doing for our own country in India. So in this session, I'm talking about how we are helping a lot of organizations for their factory of the future and what we call it as a neural manufacturing. Neural manufacturing, and what does it mean is what I'm going to explain, and how any organization can adopt this framework and make their factories to prepare for their future, right? So what is neural manufacturing, and what we believe, and working with a lot of customers across globally, we feel the future of the factory will resemble or take an inspiration from the human body. Basically, the human body has neural systems and a central brain, and the central brain connected to all parts of the body, which sends the different parts of the body sends the signals to the central system. And in the brain, we have a lot of intelligence, which gives an intelligent data back to our body to make an action and autonomous decisions, right? And the body can also self-heal, work collaboratively with others. The similar approach the factory will take in the future. That is what we are believing. And we are seeing that also a lot of organizations are going towards this journey. And some examples I will also cover. But yeah, so this is what we are seeing. In the future, all the factory assets across the value chain, whether it is a machines or whether it is a trucks or whether it is in the manufacturing or in the supply chain side, all the assets gets connected to a central platform, and that all the real-time data goes to that platform. When there is an artificial intelligence AI ML models on the cloud, which sends an intelligent data back to the machines to operate it more smartly, sustainably, and efficiently. So this still sounds theory. So how we are enabling together with a lot of our partners, startup ecosystems and partners like Microsoft, Amazon, and a lot of startup ecosystems also. We have created a journey to achieve this factory of the future or the neural manufacturing. It all starts with creating a roadmap, a visionary roadmap for the customers. And the roadmap is like a short-term, mid-term, and a long-term, identifying the right use cases which gives a value to the organization, creating an architecture, having a current technology, whatever on the landscape, keeping that as a reference architecture. We start implementing or connecting all the machines and the assets, physical assets in the shop floor, bring the data into the platform in a real time, get a real-time visibility about how the assets are performing, how the supply chain are performing, what is the OE, what is the safety, what is the productivity that is happening in the factory, right? So that is the first level, which is connect in context. Once you have the real-time data, then you get into the next level of predictive, where you create a lot of artificial intelligence models, which helps to, when the real-time data pass through those AI ML models, which gives the intelligent data back to them to operate those machines more efficiently. So it can predict when my machine is going to fail in next 10 days or 20 days or 30 days, right? So that is alone is not enough. Once you know when your machine is going to fail, the next thing is you need to know why it is failing and what you need to do today to ensure that the machine failure can be delayed, or you arrange an alternatives, a spare part, preparation for spare parts and other things in the meantime, right? So that is where we are calling it as an autonomous. And this can be also collaborative. A machine can collaborate with other AGVs or robotics to bring an autonomous action from those predictions, right? So this is a journey, and you may have a question, okay, the journey looks good, where have you done with your customers, right? So couple of examples. Before I go to example, these are all some of the accelerators we created together with our partner ecosystems like Microsoft or AWS or even a lot of startups we are working with. Different accelerators helps in different stages of the journey. Example, TickUp helps to collect the real-time data, and a lot of these accelerators helps to create the roadmap for the factory of the future. And we have InTwin, which helps to create artificial intelligence models, and CPOA, which is Cognitive Plant Advisor, which helps to enable the factory of the future or the autonomous decisions, right? So example one, since I focus more on the Europe and UK geography, this is one of the customer in CPG industry, which is they manufacture food, beverages, and consumer packaged goods, right? We help them to create a roadmap for 5 years. We gone to 3 of their factories, assessed what is the level of factory readiness that they have to prepare for those neural manufacturing or the factory of the future. We leverage a lot of our accelerators. In the end, we have identified close to 50 use cases. We created a roadmap for them for 5 years, and we created a technology architecture which can be implemented in the later phase of the journey, right? And once the roadmap has been created, and this is for the next customer, where we are working with an UK CPG manufacturer, where we have implemented these roadmap for 100 plus their factories. And one of the use cases, they have a huge waste problem. Their ice cream brands, right? They have ice cream brand, and the material wastage alone is costing them 300 million. And even just a single % of savings will give them a 3 million or multi-million kind of a savings. We have collected the data from the SAP systems on what type of brand needs to be produced, what type of ice cream needs to be produced, how much of ice cream needs to be produced. We collected data from the machines of the actual data of how much actual ice cream has been produced. Bringing these data and getting a first time visibility itself has given them a 2% of savings, which is on a multi-millions, right? And that application alone has been rolled out to close to 300 plants. And we are implementing close to 10 plus use cases across their 100 plus factories now. So this is on the second use case. The third one is predictive analytics. This is for a cement manufacturer based in Switzerland. And it is for a cement manufacturing when the limestone gets into, limestone as a raw material needs to be crushed, right? So this vertical mill, which helps to crush that limestone. And if something fails in this vertical mill, will entire damage across the supply chain, right? And the problem for them is if the mill fails, they need to arrange a spare part which takes 3 months for them to come. So with the help of our accelerators and with the help of our partners, we created an AI/ML solution which helps them to predict the failure 90 days in advance, and which has been now implemented to 6 of their factories. And each factory will have 2 to 3 vertical mills, right? So that's the second layer of, or the third layer of the neural manufacturing. The fourth one is we have done it for our own Tata Group company, part of the Titan Group company called TEAL. So we collected the data, we created a roadmap for them, we collected the data, OE, and we created a lot of predictive analytics. But for this customer in India, in Bangalore, what we have done is also we enabled a cobot which works closely with a human and which connects to the machine-to-machine communication automatically and carry out an activity. I have a small video which I will play now. So this is a robot or a cobot which was in the charging station, but the machine has told them that the job manufacturing is done. Can you come and replace with a new component? So it is opening the door. Basically what it does is it opens the door, cleans the finished product, removes the finished product, puts the new product back, and close the door and start the operations remotely. So that's some machine-to-machine communication we have enabled. for an autonomous actions, which is on the third layer or the fourth layer of the factory of the future. So it's cleaning back before putting the next component for the machining. So now the cobot is going back to its charging station. So this is like, it works closely with the human. Even if there is a human, it knows there is a human and it stops. So it's a collaborative robot, what we call. And the final one that I have is touching the sustainability portion of the factory. And it covers all the 3 layers or the 4 layers I was talking about. So this we have done it for our own Tata group company in India for a steel manufacturing customer. Decarbonization or degassing unit is one of the most energy consuming unit. When the steel are manufactured, they know based on the grade how much of carbon needs to be there in each and every steel, right? So it consumes energy, water, air, gas, multiple types of energies. So our Clever Energy solution, which collects data from the steel manufacturing process, from the machines, from the MES systems, and brings those data, and it has an energy model which is pre-built. When the real-time data goes, it says, am I consuming more energy, and how can I reduce it, right? It gives also prescriptions of how to reduce it. And those prescriptions will be reviewed by the fitter who is in the shop floor. And based on his feedback, it goes back to the OT systems and automatically corrects it so that the immediate action can be taken to reduce the energy consumption, right? Keeping the quality of the steel without compromising that. So they were able to save 5% on their sustainability initiatives and close to 1% year-on-year savings on their energy cost. And a lot of carbon emissions were saved as a part of this initiative. Now they are rolling out this across all the factories in the Jamshedpur on their Tata Steel factory. That's all from my side. If there are any questions, we have booth in front of the beautiful Jaguar Land Rover TCS car. So you can come and talk to us over there. Thank you. Yes, of course. It's just 100,000. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Guillaume. Je suis de Paris.
Comment? English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? Très bien.
So let's move on to our next session. In yet another record-breaking month of May, India's flagship digital payment platform, United UPI, which is Unified Payments Interface, processed over transactions of worth over rupees 10 trillion rupees, which translates into $128 billion, a record high since the time it was launched in 2016. India's UPI is an Indian stack marvel being studied as a test case for real-time payments as global peers fall far behind in terms of digital payments. To learn more about the UPI story, I now invite Mr. Sameer Nigam, the founder and CEO of PhonePe, onto the stage. The session will be a fireside chat, so I also invite Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani from iSpirit.
Hello.
Okay. So this was not supposed to be a moderated session. I have been asked to be moderator, but my job is incredibly easy because I do not need to introduce who this person
Hello.
is. If you know PhonePe, if you're from India, it is a phenomenon, right? It is, if you walk into any store today, it is in fact very hard to spend cash because of what Sameer has done, right? So, closer, am I? Oh, okay, okay. It is very hard to spend cash in India because of what Sameer and team have done. And I'm glad to have this chat. We have no agenda, we have no fixed questions. This is going to be freewheeling and feel free to chime in. So I'm going to start with Sameer. Sameer, first of all, I think everybody knows what you've become, right? But do you want to tell us how this happened before PhonePe? What was the conditions? What was happening in your mind? Why do you pick payments? Why do you pick this space?
Thanks, Anuj. So two pivotal events that actually led us to, and two ventures actually, two completely different ventures that led to us working on UPI. So 2009, my co-founders at PhonePe, Rahul and Boris and myself, we were working on a music venture. Our first venture was actually, we were trying to build the iTunes for India about 12, 13 years ago. We got all the content, we put up a website, but nobody would make payments. So in India at that time, you had just got the two-factor authentication regime from the central bank. People either didn't have cards, or if they had cards, it would really, really suck. Like, making digital payments was very painful. So we used to have like a 98% funnel drop-off. For every 100 people that came, 2 would actually pay and go. That company got acquired by a company called Flipkart, which was India's largest e-commerce store. So you'd think that at least for shopping for a phone or fashion or whatever else, people would still pay. But even their patience would run out. 4 years later, exactly 4 years after we joined Flipkart, we had what was called the Big Billion Day. We were trying to basically get $1 billion worth of products sold on the same day. Sort of like if you're familiar with the Amazon Black Friday sale in the US or the Singles Day in China. And we had a great sale. The only problem was about 10 million card details were entered, 10 million transactions were attempted, less than 1 million were successful. 90% of them failed because of the sheer volume. The largest private bank, HDFC, was the acquirer. They went down. The largest PSU, SBI, which was the issuing partner, went down. We just took down the banking stack in the country. We didn't realize this until the evening. We found out later that day because all the CIOs were screaming at us that for the most part, Flipkart had single-handedly made sure ATMs weren't working for 8 hours. So I left shortly after that. Rahul left a few months after that. And we said, okay, either we can we were hitting 40, like it's not a young man's game, consumer tech startups. So if you're going to do something, let's try and do it for $1 billion, right? And that's when we met some of the folks at India Stack and met Sharat Sharma and we met with Nandan Lekani. And they said that India is going to try and build a mobile-based payment stack or network. There's going to be public-private collaboration with every bank in India being plugged in and no wallets required, right? So prior to that, everyone used to link their card or load some money into a wallet and then you spend it later, which just doesn't make sense societally. I would never give somebody my money in advance and say I might spend it later. So adoption wasn't high. But here was the unified payment interface where they said there's a brokering layer that will connect all banks and money will move in real time from one bank to the other. And spanking new technology, which is very exciting. All three of us were tech entrepreneurs. Incredible push by the regulator, the central bank, the government of India simultaneously, which I haven't seen, to be honest, right? And I think the biggest lesson there was timing is very, very important. Very, very important. But as a young engineer, I never understood the confluence of government, public think tanks, and technology coming together could be this powerful.
Right. So just for the audience, for context, numbers, 10 million in one day and it failed. Today, how long does it take PhonePe to do 10 million transactions?
So in peak hours, PhonePe processes about 8 to 10 million transactions an hour. We process on a monthly basis 3 billion payment transactions. We are still growing, even at this baseline, about 10 to 12% a month. I mean, digital payments in India is just exploding. UPI is now at over 6 billion a month. I just saw the screen, it said 5.5. That means that slide's 2 months old, right? You're adding 500 million transactions every 2 months. That's how preposterous the numbers have become. So yeah, about 100 million plus a day.
Yeah, and like Samir said in his CEO talk on stage earlier, UPI is now moving India's GDP in value every year, annualized, and it's still growing, right?
So we just put out a joint report along with BCG. I remember that fondly because in 2015, when we were looking at getting into Indian digital payments, the only market report was a Google BCG report. And I remember the fancy green BCG colors. But all that data was based not on actual transaction data, just 7 years ago. It was based on Google search trends. They were trying to predict the digital payments market. So what we did is we took 40 billion transactions, real consumer transactions, digitized, anonymized, and uploaded them on an interactive map. You can check it out on Pulse, pulse.phonepe.com. You can literally go down to any district in the country. You can go down and look at all the transactions by quarter. You can look at them by category. You can look at them by merchant consumption, consumer consumption. And I think one of the most fascinating things that we are seeing is the per capita increase in value. As the confidence has built in, Most consumers start by doing a small money transfer, but over time, like today at PhonePe, for example, the average consumer transacts across more than 5 use cases, and there's really only 6. Money transfer, online payments, offline payments, bill payments, mobile recharges. These are the 5 primary ones. And then the 6th is financial services. That's the one that's starting to happen now. People can now pay for their SIPs, they can pay for their IPO stock purchases, they can pay for a lot of different things digitally. I think that'll be the next big revolution.
I'm going to use that as a segue to ask you to tell the audience something you told me at the ambassador dinner the other day. One of the financial services that PhonePe is now pushing, and I'm very glad to see, is insurance. We're a very, very underpenetrated market. And like I said, you've done the great thing. What you bought Amir Khan to sell insurance to India. You want to tell me what you said the other day? Tell the audience.
Yeah, so insurance is actually not just one of the least penetrated categories in Indian financial services. It's a stubbornly difficult consumer problem to solve, because even in categories where it's mandatory by law, you must have, say, auto insurance, or your scooter must be insured, or your bike must be insured. People's renewal rate is about 30%, right? And one of the things that we realized when we started surveying customers is, they said, when I buy my insurance buy my vehicle the first time, the manufacturer sells me the insurance with it, right? It comes kind of stapled on. Oftentimes, it's actually discounted. Either the price of the vehicle is discounted, or the insurance is discounted. So you walk out with some insurance. When it comes to the renewal time, nobody wants to go back to the manufacturer, and you don't have agents outside of maybe the top 20, 30 cities. It's actually hard. You have to put in a lot of work to go and get insurance. So most people in their head immediately start thinking about do I really need to sort of dynamics of insurance? That's on the vehicle part. COVID has been a bit of behavioral sort of game changer, where I think on health insurance and life insurance, people started looking at it differently. But I think there's a couple of things where a company like ours can help. So what we are doing is we've opened discussions with the regulator on allowing products to be introduced on tap, because there used to be a very cumbersome process to introduce, say, even a COVID insurance product. You have to go and get regulatory approval, all of the tests and blah, blah. And by the time you have that trend happen, the need's gone. So what we are doing right now is we are asking the question, for example, why can't I buy my travel insurance like I set my alarm clock? Turn it on, come back 3 days later, turn it off. Because I guarantee you, if you buy it from an agent or your office buys you the travel insurance, it's a 1-year policy for no good reason, right? The Schengen visa is typically not available for a year, but you end up with a travel policy. It's just dumb. Similarly, if people are willing to actually use SIPs to invest in gold ETFs or buy cryptos or investing in whatever wealth instrument they want, why can't I pay for my life insurance? If it's going to be a 20-year premium anyway, why can't I just turn this into more of an EMI, where the insurance cover, you can come up with a very, very simple algorithm saying that the cover value will increase as your installment payment happens. I don't have to have a zero or nothing policy, right? And I think that is when people will societally start thinking about sachet insurance. And I think in a market like India, that's the right way to go. It can't be all or nothing. Nothing is all or nothing nowadays.
But Samir, the way you chose to sell insurance and the TV, you want to tell us more about that?
Okay. So I think you're referring to our brand TV campaigns with Amir Khan and Alia Bhatt. These are the two of the most popular Bollywood actors. And every sort of insurance ad I've seen in my life, somebody's just died and there's garlands, or somebody's about to die and there's already like morosity in the ad. And honestly, like if you look at the age profile of the person who should start thinking about life insurance, you're not thinking about morbidity yet. You're just not there. By the time you think about it, no one's selling you a policy that makes sense, right? So we wanted to talk to people about why you can live stress-free if you have insurance and make it a little more fun. So we talked to our creative agencies. Hopefully there's nobody from the marketing world here. They came up with more ways in which to make dying fun. So we ignored all of them. Went back I'm from Bombay, so I have my Bollywood roots. So We picked a song that we liked. We picked the 2 actors we like, gave them a script, and basically just actually started a 2-wheeler insurance campaign. It's doing really well, by the way, knock on wood. So I'm not getting fired for that one. But we basically anchored the entire ad around these 2 characters who are well-known celebrities trying to avoid the police cop who's going to catch them for not having insurance. And all the creative ways, and a lot of that came from memory, right? Came from my 20s, where I started driving my mom's car or my friend's bike. You'd cut lanes, you see a cop, you do all sorts of incredible stuff. There was Alia Bhatt walking around with a watermelon in her stomach because in India, if a woman's pregnant, they won't stop you for anything, right? So there's all these crazy social insights that we had from our childhood. We said, we're going to use everyone for an ad. And I think the one good thing that happened is it's resonated with the youth, and they're starting to talk about the fact that, hey, let's talk about insurance as well. I think that's the conversation starter.
So I really wanted to tell this story because going back to the main theme, most of the audience here and hopefully watching back home are going to be entrepreneurs. You're going to be solving India's problem. What Samir just told you, right? Even at that scale, even at billions of dollars, moving at least a third of India's GDP through volume, they're still thinking about India and how it's done, right? So let's go back to what you said earlier about timing, about the confluence of factors like the public innovation, what the government wants, what others are talking about, global and local problems, right? So coming back to the India stack. Now, Samir, your take on what it means or what the government should be doing in terms of public infrastructure. How much is good? How much is overdoing it? Because we do have that tendency, don't we?
So it's an existential question, right? I think I started my career in the States, and this was 2001 onwards, and saw the first generation of carnage where very, very excited engineers met very, very excited bankers in New York, and suddenly valuations went way past sanity. So we saw that bust. There were people selling milk across state lines to people who actually had milk right under their house, like at the neighborhood store. And that company would get valued at $10 billion on NASDAQ. And we saw that madness. Spent a decade of my life there. Through that, I was at Wharton, where while I was there, the entire financial market went to bust. And I realized 2 things in those 10 years. One, the government was always playing catch up to how technology was shaping, especially internet technology penetration. The government, not just in the US, I'd say in Europe, in India, in China, everywhere, the government was caught napping from 1995 till about 2010. People did not have a point of view because they didn't know enough about where this can go. In India, something interesting happened. We had neither the mobile telecom infrastructure, we didn't have landlines, we didn't have people banked. And just by a combination of sheer will, grit, and again timing, confluence of regulators and governments working together, we now have about 800 million people with smartphones with the cheapest per capita mobile data penetration on 4G, moving to 5G in the world. And because of a very, very interesting, again, technology-led biometric authentication system, everyone now has eKYC and has a bank account. So you suddenly went from a population where nobody had a bank account to everyone having a bank account, which is linked to your mobile number, which is now linked to payment apps. So now, because of the government and people like India Stack, private entrepreneurs who've now become public collaborators doing the technology design for the government. Governments are bad at building technology, they're really bad. Luckily for us, at least in India right now, they're fantastic at understanding the impact it can have, right? I've never heard of someone saying, yeah, government's building cool tech, but what I think you'll hear a lot of people say in India is, when the government's saying we're going to transform, say, e-commerce with ONDC, it's going to transform it. When the government says, here's an app to solve COVID penetration, track and trace using, they came up with an app called Arogya Setu. Private industry engineers, including some in our company, volunteered, they built it in 30 days. You couldn't get to an airport or a train station without downloading it so that there's a track and trace method in place. Did they get it perfectly right? No. Were there breaches on privacy or data? I'm almost certain there would be. Sorry. But did it save, at least in a market with our density, did it save 10 million lives? Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Because if you walk into a train station in India, forget turnstiles. You're happy if you walk straight without getting hit 5 times by the time you get to your department, right? So you need technology to be honest about what your market environment's like. We have very, very high population density. We needed that app. We've given, I believe now the number is about 800 million people have got at least 2 vaccinations and are now getting their boosters using an app. Again, designed by private engineers, but working under the ambit of government-sponsored think tanks, and the data is with the government, so nobody else can abuse it privately. I think it's a very exciting time. My only concern is every now and then I start hearing the government say, we can also build this, or we can only build it. No, you can. Don't go back to the past. It never served us well.
Right. So, very fair point, right? Like the idea is how Samir puts it is it's the great example of a public-private collaboration. And when there is overreach on either end, it becomes hard and it becomes a tussle, right? So the idea is, how do we work together to solve this while also creating jobs, opportunity, and the space for innovation, right? Okay, Samir, so this is the main theme. I think people would be much more interested in knowing the inside stories. We know the big numbers, last things, but we know timing is one thing, but what else does it take? What is the culture that the entrepreneur should be aiming for? What are all the hard things you went through that you would want to give them advice that you wish somebody had told you back in 2012 or maybe 2015?
2012, I was still pretty young. I had a full crop of hair and my beard was black. So I think the biggest difference is when you're working on your first venture, especially if you're coming out of the tech world, right? Everyone talks about disruption. In the entire tech world, the meme for centuries has been let's disrupt. And I think it took me 20 odd years, a wife, 2 kids, a dog and a cat to understand that there's a societal impact to what you build. And if you don't actually think about what you're trying to build for, you can create carnage. So I think culturally the part we obsessed over, when we were launching PhonePe this time, we actually spent more time penning down the culture, the values that we want to stand for. They, by the way, they're plastered on every wall in all our offices across the country. There are 14 of them, not 1 or 2. So we hold people accountable for these. We didn't want to have a company where if we got successful, people start solving for themselves as opposed to like the larger good. So, for example, we have nobody in the entire organization, including the founders, have any variable pay. There are no bonuses of any kind allowed. You may not. We have no individual reward and recognition. We have 4,000 full-time employees, 10,000 off-roll, 100,000 agents beyond that. It's like, if you come into work, do it with the intellectual honesty that you're contributing. And the way we explain to people what we're trying to solve for is actually plastered here. I'm going to take a cue.
Yes.
Right? You basically build tech for good, right? So there's 5 dimensions we put down for tech for good. They're sacred to us. One is don't build closed-loop ecosystems. You can't be the beneficiary of things like UPI, Aadhaar, and all of the fantastic stuff that's happening right here, the India stack. I'd encourage everyone to read that list. It's a pretty large set of ambitions. You can't benefit from public collaboration and government facilitation and then try and create closed-loop ecosystems again. The second is contribute back in any way you can. Now here, there's a balancing act between shareholder interests, so you can't put out private IP. But we put out Pulse because there's a lot of debate at the board level, right? They're like, your competition will know where your merchants are, they'll know where your customers are. Simple answer to that was there's about 400 million customers, there's about 30 million merchants, go at it. Like, if you can open up the market beyond that, that's good for everyone. It's an interoperable network. The minute you say it's interoperable, anyway it's open. So what's actually more important is people will solve problems more deeply. I'm meeting people here who are solving things. I just met a gentleman who said he's working with WhatsApp Pay, one of our direct competitors, in rural India, teaching people how to actually onboard onto UPI. I think that's fantastic. We want 50 more of them because people like that are using Pulse, finding districts, and solving for things. The third dimension is the intersection of consent and privacy. Here, again, I'm a bit of a privacy Nazi. I don't use any social media apps. Twitter's the only one because it's a broadcast machine for me. But I think society also slightly confused about how they think about consent. If you want everything for free and you're not going to pay for it, Once you give your consent, you can't come back 10 years later and say, I want the right to delete what I gave you. It doesn't cut both ways, right? So I'm old enough to call BS. The fourth one is on inclusion, and I think that's the most sacred one. Stage of life wise, I am more excited about building for rural India. We've talked about this, talking to the folks at UPI. I'm more excited about building for the last mile in rural India and the hilly terrains where technology didn't reach in the past. I've been fortunate in my life, blessed, traveled the world. I'm very excited UPI is coming or signing a bilateral with France and Singapore and many other countries. But I want to solve deep here. So I think inclusion is something that we chose. It doesn't necessarily have to apply to everyone. But I think the first three, if young engineers can accept and imbibe open platforms, open sourcing, and solving with the right balance on privacy and consent, I think we'll have a much better society down the line.
Wow. Yes, applause. Samir, your advice to young entrepreneurs on the problems that you see, because you're in touch, like you said, with 400 million customers, you touch their lives in some way, 30 million merchants who are the beating heart of this economy. No matter what large companies we all get impressed by, it's that small shop there, it's that person selling fruits on the store side who are really keeping this country going. What do you see are their needs and their aspirations that you would ask people to help them with and build for?
See, I think the top two I can think of, and COVID just amplified this. So COVID was interesting in India. For some reason, the government banned e-commerce during COVID in the first wave, but the physical retail shops were open. And this is a very interesting dynamic. Digital payments exploded, not because people were going to stores and making payments, but because they were sending delivery people to your house. Now, that's like online payments, online shopping though, right? Somebody comes to your house and delivers stuff. To me, there's no difference. But what we actually realized is that our physical, our neighborhood retail shop, our grocer, our fruit supplier, all of these people you've taken for granted for many, many years, like we know each other by face, they know what you want. They're still the backbone of the economy. So that's point number one. They just are, right? Whether it's services, whether it's products. Those 30 million people will dictate in a market like India whether the last mile will be able to actually get products and services or not. Because the fact of the matter is, it is very, very hard to customize for needs, including fashion. And in India, every state is like a country by itself, right? We are a lot more like Europe than like a homogeneous market. So even the utensils are different, the spices are different, everything's different. You can't personalize nearly as much as somebody in a neighborhood. Now their problem is, every wave of innovation makes it easier to buy a wider selection at a better price. There's economies of scale. That's also inevitable. But these people, the shops that are successful, their sons and daughters don't want to work at the shops. This is problem number two. The ones who get tech are not helping their businesses become technically savvy. At best, they've come to sort of WhatsApp. And now they're calling it WhatsApp for business. But they're just charging you 12, 13 paise for an SMS. That's all it is. It's a scam. You need the public-private version of the Shopifys. You need the public-private versions of ONDC, which India is working for. So ONDC, for those who are not familiar, that's the Open Network for Digital Commerce, is going to be, in my mind at least, I think, as big, if not even bigger, in terms of societal impact than UPI would. So track that one.
Thank you. I just want to quickly get a time check. Vishnu Priya, Shira. We have 5 more minutes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, then we have some, let's have some more, let's go deeper into this, right? You're saying ONDC is the big thing. Many in the audience would not know what the Open Network for Digital Commerce is, but do you want to take that on? Do you want to explain it, and then do you want to explain why you're excited?
I'm excited about that one. I'm excited about Account Aggregator. So after the payment stack, from the India stack standpoint, right? Now India's got what's called Aadhaar, which is the biometric digital identity. So every Indian has a digital identity that can be used for eKYC. India's got something called the DigiLocker, where citizens can upload their own documents for identity and proof of address that can be downloaded with their consent by people. And you got Unified Payments Interface. So payments is solved. Free banking is solved. Free identity and digital identity is solved. Now you start layering financial inclusion and commerce. On the financial inclusion side, one big piece that was missing was underwriting data. Our bureau only has data for, I'd say, about 300 million odd people, of which about 150 million is real fat files that you can actually lend against. The second is still what we call thin files, not enough information to lend as a bank. And then you got about 700 million people, adults, who need loans. All these businesses we are talking about need loans, but there's no data footprint. Most of these people are working in the unstructured market, if I may. They're not salaried, so they don't have an income statement. So that data richness is lacking. This is where people like us come in. As payment platforms, we have a lot of data about people. There's also now a new platform from India Stack called the account aggregator. And what that does by law and regulation, let's say PhonePe wants to actually sell loans to these merchants, and you want that merchant, small business homeowner, that merchant's been paying taxes, that merchant has a bank account, that merchant may have some money flow input data from the bank. I want to access that on the merchant's behalf and use it to give him or her a loan. Today, the merchant has to get that data from all of their partners, and it's very, very tedious. And you often get these physical statements from your bank and then your tax statements, and you can't make sense of it. With the account aggregator, it's an open API stack. People like PhonePe now, as account aggregators, can basically marry financial information providers, tax authorities, banks, insurers, mutual fund houses. You can marry them to financial information users like non-banking NBFCs or banks who are going to lend to people or insurers. So you're talking about the fintech industry, the existing industry on the financial services side, and the government providing data through a consent-based framework. Again, nothing like it. It's sort of like UPI in that there's brilliant collaboration between regulators, the government, and the private industry, but there's no parallel. A is big. ONDC is trying to do the same with e-commerce, believe it or not. So what they're saying is every merchant in India can be digitized by a seller platform who will make their inventory available to any buyer app in the country. Buyer app being an e-commerce app. So they're trying to create a standardization layer and APIs that will service every merchant. So think of Shopify being the Shopify base layer being a public good. The network layer between the seller platforms, which are digitizing these Kirana shops, and the buyer apps, which would be people like us and Paytm and GPay, as well as Flipkart and Amazon, everyone who jumps on that bandwagon. Now you can service inventory that's available in real time. Let's say I want to buy mangoes, right? It's the summer. In India, everyone wants mangoes. Instead of that one mango card that everyone calls on their phone, now I can search through ONDC and find every mango card in my neighborhood, and they can come and deliver. And if they can't do their own delivery, then there's logistics players who are also integrated into ONDC. So it's a full ecosystem coming together. Magnitude of complexity, I'd say it's like 10 orders of complexity higher than trying to actually digitize payments using UPI, because you got logistics, supply chain, buyers, sellers, seller platforms, everybody. And by the way, tax, settlements, recon, so all these different things to solve for. Amazing.
And since I'm part of this and I work with Nandan, so quick plug, I've written a book about some of this stuff with Nandan. If you can get a chance to read it, it's called The Art of Bitfulness. But you know, one of the interesting things that we don't even talk about in India, addresses are not standardized. So when it comes down to delivery and even the location, right? Like you and I, we know how to read stuff and we live in cities, we send each other map pins. But when this ONDC happens at scale, right? How you even getting to the right house in the village? Because in the village, address is Sharma ji ka ghar, right? And there's nothing. So the amount of problems to be solved for an ONDC to actually take up that kind of scale is going to be incredible. Okay, I'm going to allow one audience question. If you can raise your hand up the fastest. If anybody has. There's an audience question right there, and then we're going to wrap up. Oh, you have a mic. Thanks, Vishnu.
So I just wanted to ask how safe it is for us, like elder people are not very savvy on the online transactions. Like my father is not very, he doesn't feel safe. So how we can convince them to use online payments? Like it has happened for elderly people during COVID, and we have to do all that transaction sitting here for them. So how we can make them sure that this is very safe for you, nothing will happen to your accounts?
So, my mom's in her 70s and uses PhonePe as much as I do. One, it's actually pretty empowering once you learn it. I would do the following. Sit down with them, spend 5-7 minutes and teach them first how to link their bank account safely. Show them how to create a private PIN and please tell them never to share it with anyone including you. That's the first step. Second, help them use it in the way that makes sense for them. They don't need to start with making an online payment. In the app, you can recharge your mobile, which everybody does once a month. You don't need to go somewhere else or use another app. Help them pay their bills using another one of the India Stack innovations, the Bharat Bill Pay system. There's over 200 billers in the country. Every utility biller is available on PhonePe. So my mom pays her electricity bill, her pipe gas bill, all of those bills, water bills, online. You recharge your FASTag for taking the metro or the national highways. Help them do it incrementally. It doesn't have to be overnight because, again, I think you do become more nervous with your money. One, when you have more of it. So people who have a lot of money come on UPI last. As I said, I'm a born Bombayite. Bombay is the financial hub of India. Bombay has the lowest per capita penetration of all metros in India on payments. Embarrassing as that is. Stubbornly cash or cards. The second set of people who are nervous is those who worked really hard and now are retired and they want to make sure that their money is safe. And I think with them, I think patience is the answer and incremental adoption is the answer. Don't encourage them to start paying everywhere. Let them pay in a shop at a retail outlet that they understand, the neighborhood shop. Baby steps.
Okay, that is all we have time for. Can we have a round of applause for Samir?
Thanks, Anuj. Pleasure.
All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samir and Tanuj, for an insightful discussion. Before you all make a move, please stay back. We have a couple of announcements to make. So the first announcement here is that Dr. Krishna Ella has graciously, he's going to host us for a dinner at 6 o'clock today. So all of us should be ready by 6 o'clock. The buses will be here. And it's going to happen in a cruise on the Seine. So you do not want to miss this. So that is the first announcement. And the second announcement is, so if you want to go on a cruise, then you have to attend the 5:30 session that is happening at Main Stage 2. Mr. Devang Modi, CEO of FinServe Health, is going to give a session there. And we have to be there because it's a main stage event. So please make sure you're there. And that will be followed up by the dinner in the cruise. And thank you for attending the session by Mr. Samir on the main stage. And like promised, we have an important, exciting announcement for all the women entrepreneurs. I would request all the women entrepreneurs to come over here. We have a bunch of goodies from L'Oreal, so you can collect those and also make sure to visit their stall and check out the products that they have there. All the women entrepreneurs, please come over. And the speakers, the women speakers as well.
What next? एक सवाल जो सर पे मंडरा रहा है. फिर सोचा क्या हुआ अगर पहले कभी किया नहीं. करेंगे, इससे भी आगे बढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि रुकना तो हमें आता नहीं. फिर शटर उठाएंगे. मास्क के पीछे से ही सही पर मुस्कुराएंगे. और लिख के ले लीजिए, बाहर लाइन फिर लगेगी, वही 3 आर्म डिस्टेंस वाली. ये नया नॉर्मल भी सेम ओल्ड बनेगा भाई, क्योंकि रुकना तो हमें आता ही नहीं. चिंकू का डाइनिंग रूम ही क्लासरूम बनेगा. एक आध लेसन तो बड़ों को भी मिलेगा. और 3rd फ्लोर वाली सीमा आंटी, कभी वर्क तो कभी वर्कआउट फ्रॉम होम करेंगी. ये सैनिटाइज्ड हाथ मेहनत उतनी ही करेंगे. और सबको साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ेंगे. गुस्सा आता है, रोना आता है, पर हर प्रॉब्लम को होप से धोना भी आता है। जुगाड़ करना आता है, संवारना आता है, हवा के रुख से एडजस्ट भी करना आता है, पर रुकना तो हमें आता ही नहीं भाई। फोन पे करते जा, बढ़ते जा।
स्टेज पे बुला दो, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को स्टेज पे बुला दो।
वो मेरा वाला ही था ना आपने जो रखा, वो मेरा वाला ही था ना आपने रखा, मैं फोटो
नहीं सबको मतलब सब उसमें से प्रोडक्ट्स ले सकते हैं। We will be starting the next session in another 5 minutes, so stay tuned. Okay, I would request everyone to please settle down for our next session. Yeah. So for the next session, we have an exciting fireside chat on the topic of Web3, which is like the mostly talked about topic these days, and for which I would like to invite Mr. Harsh Shastri, co-founder MoHash, and Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani onto the stage.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the India Pavilion. We are going to be talking about all things Web3 and India. But first, I have to introduce, we have Harsha Shastri, who is the co-founder of a very, very interesting Indian Web3 startup. But I say that with air quotes, Indian, because I don't think anything in Web3 happens locally. It happens globally, and we're very excited to talk to Harsha about what he does. Why I like this company, I know Harsha and his co-founders, etc. Why I like this company is because unlike the NFT or the other craze in this market and hype, Harsha brings in experience from actual financial sector, from solving. Harsha and his co-founders bring in actual experience from working in finance and fintech. So these are the people, the banks and the suits, whom you would not think would be very excited with this Web3 world. But since they've made that jump, since they've gone from centralized finance to decentralized finance, I think from Harsha we'll get to learn exactly why people are excited about this, and is this shift real, and what's going to happen, how much of it is hype or not. But first, I think all of us would be excited to know what is MoHash, what does it do? Harsha, first question, what is MoHash, what do you do?
Thanks for having me. Am I audible?
You just need to hold it a little closer.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thanks for having me. MoHash is a DeFi protocol that is attempting to connect the crypto world with the real world. The ambition is that the capital available on crypto should be available to everyone in the real world.
I'm just going to do a very quick sound check. Can you hear Harsha? A little. I think you need to hold that a little closer, and the sound team, can you just... Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The attempt is to make available the capital in the crypto world to the real world. That is the highest level. It manifests in different ways. There are many elements to it, but principally we are trying to start with debt capital sourcing from the crypto world for the real world.
Right. So if I understand correctly, and tell me if you're wrong, what you're doing is there is a lot of money in the crypto world. We all know that. Maybe not so much since day before yesterday. But otherwise there's a lot of money in the crypto world, and there are people out in the real world who really need it. There are people who would like to get a loan, like to get that kind of money, but your regular bank would not even reach them, would not even be able to service them. So that's where MoHash comes in, and that's the gap you're filling, correct?
That's true. So imagine the quantum of stable coins in the crypto world, right? You have about 160 billion, last count I haven't seen today morning, but $160 billion of stable coin. And they go after what's called yields. They say that, you know, a compound is giving me 1% yield, or Anchor is giving me 20% yield. And typically these are incestuous yields, right? They're inflationary rewards, or they're basically sponsoring or leveraging, providing leverage for betting and speculating. We are attempting to see if they can be made stable, sustainable and scalable. The yields can be made stable, sustainable and scalable by providing it for real world use cases.
So give the audience a real world use case where you take crypto money and you give that loan at that yield.
One of the very first attempts that we are doing with the largest wholesale lenders in India is to take the crypto stablecoin capital which are being provided by investors through our platform to fund MSME loans. What this means is the MSME receives capital from a global audience,
right?
From institutions based out of Japan, Singapore, UK, US, etc., whom they have no access to typically.
Yeah.
Instead of going to a local bank and applying for a loan, going through the whole process, they're going through this.
Got it. So somebody like a small pharmacy shop in a small town in India, small town in India have population of about 1 million. So, you know, something like that, somebody there, you know, is not going, the banking system is not designed for them. It's not going to give them a loan. So this is where Harsha and team comes in, brings in all this money in the crypto ecosystem and solving a problem for both somebody in the real world as well as in the crypto world, because, you know, you put your money in Terra, it gives you 20% till one day it becomes zero. right? And it comes without warning. So that's the sort of thing you're solving.
That's right.
That's MoHash. But Harsha, I think everybody in the audience, right, and everybody I talk to these days, the real question they have is, what is this damn thing? What is Web3? What is DeFi? And is it real? Right? So let's take those three questions in order. What is this damn thing?
Let me sort of take it at a very high level, right?
Yeah.
So you could think of Web3 as the utilization of cryptographic tools, what's commonly known as blockchain, to enable use cases such as decentralized finance, or the more popular NFT, or pictures of monkeys, as most people call it, right? So what you're trying to do in Web3 is to use the blockchain as a technology, and the principles of decentralization, composability, fungibility are being brought to force to make society better. Let me take one or two examples so that I can help you. In my mind, in 30 years or 50 years, there won't be any limited liability company, there won't be any private limited company, partnership companies. Those are all a thing of the past. They're already dead, they don't know it, right? Everything, all human labor and capital will be organized in the form of DAOs.
Okay.
Now, what's a DAO? Its full form is Digital Autonomous Organization. What it essentially does is, it organizes capital above and human labor below in the most programmatic way possible.
Okay.
What do I mean? Let me give an analogy, right? Like you have your old watches. They used to tell time. The Apple Watch also tells time. But the Apple Watch also can predict if you're going to have a heart attack, right? That means it's programmatic. Someone wrote code into that watch which says that, hey, look, you need to look for these inputs, and if these inputs pan out to be true, you need to inform the person that you're going to have a heart attack, go and admit yourself into the hospital. That's programmability, right? Essentially, a DAO is programmable private limited company or a limited liability company, if you can imagine that. But what we can't imagine today is the power and creativity that programmability brings to the table. Let me give an example, right? You could theoretically write code which says that employees who come in on Thursday wearing a blue shirt should be given a bonus of 3.5% this year.
Okay.
That's the exactly.
The two of us would win that. Yeah.
So it's the kind of control it gives you, the kind of sort of power it gives to the people who are building this is unimaginably complex.
So in some ways what you're saying is, it is a better way to organize ourselves. Instead of bureaucracy, instead of a memo, a CEO telling an assistant who writes a memo which goes to HR, which goes to everybody, the organization itself lives and breathes this rule in code.
So I would not call it better yet.
Okay, fair enough.
I might
fair enough.
I might. So let me put it this way, right?
Yeah.
You have, how is a typical company? How does it work, right? You have shareholders, you have a board, you have senior management, you have employees, you have users, right? And all of these guys interact with the business extraneously, right? And some parts of this you call the business. Some days you call the shareholder as a part of the business. On days they're not happy with the company, they become outside the business. Same with users. So most days the users are part of the business. Some days they're outside and they're going to clamor for business being shut down. What a DAO does beautifully, it says that, hey, let's take all of these categories, mix them up. We don't need to have these categories. Now everybody is a token holder.
Okay.
Now let's figure out how we want them to interact with each other. What's the best way to make them interact with each other, right? Let's say a volunteer for an organization is bringing in a lot of value, right? He's working day and night. He's adding value to the organization. Shouldn't he be a stakeholder in the company? Or let's say the biggest users. We all adopted Facebook or Orkut or whatever it was when we were kids. We were the earliest users. Have we financially benefited from that? We haven't, right?
We haven't.
When Facebook went IPO, we all saw it as a news on the TV and we're like, okay, I have been using it for 10 years. A little bit of pride, but no money in the bank, right? The objective here is to say that, hey, look, what you bring to the table, you should be compensated for.
Got it.
And that should be done using code, which is immutable, which can't be changed. And it's set in stone, so to speak, right? So nobody can come and say, I am the CEO of this company, and I decide that you as a user should not get it. I'm talking very ideally.
Yes.
Practicalities are different.
Yes.
But in theory, this is the power that it brings to the table.
Got it. So you're saying that we can reach a stage where the values, or like Samir before us spoke about the culture of the organization, that can be embedded straight into how these organizations are built and run.
Exactly.
Right? That's excellent. So, okay. So, this is DAOs, but I want you to sort of, the next question is, of course, is it real? You're also saying it's not practical right now, right? So, where are we right now? Because right now the numbers, of course, are crazy, right? We had CZ and Vitalik in a conversation yesterday, and Maurice Levy asked them, so what's it looking like? And CZ said that, yes, the day before yesterday, very high volatility day, about $120 billion were traded on Binance alone, and Binance themselves say that we have maybe 25% of the market share, which means about $500 billion of money on this technology. Where are we with respect to the hype cycle? Where are we with respect to reality? What's the timeline, do you think, to the kind of future you're talking about?
I wish I can predict the future timeline.
Sure.
I would be a rich man, but here's the way I think, right?
Yeah.
It's in its infancy, right? The technology is immature, but is being pushed forward for use cases which it cannot service yet. Let's take the use cases of NFTs and the way I see it, right? Digital assets, the proving of ownership, the ability to transfer trade, and truly to say that it's mine, right? NFTs empower all of that. The best use cases or the easiest use cases to understand would be for a restaurant table booking. If it's presented as an NFT, you purchase it. You can't turn up, you fell ill, you can't go on a Friday night. That shouldn't go waste for the restaurant, right? And let's say you paid money to book it. You shouldn't lose money, right?
Yeah.
It should be transferable. And this is a very immediate use case.
Got it.
Let's say it's a stadium ticket, it's a cricket match. You know how crazy it gets, right?
Yeah.
You buy it at 1,000, you might sell it at 10,000. Someone might sell it onwards at 30,000. Why shouldn't BCCI or the cricketers get a part of this revenue?
Got it.
To bring all of this on-chain is miraculous. The programmability allows you to say that, hey, this is the kind of control we need. This is the kind of identity verification we need, right? If this person bought it but sold it to this person, the person buying it, for example, Arun, our co-founder, bought tickets on a website to watch a football match in London, and he was not even sure till he went to the gate whether that's real or not, right? All of these things are solved beautifully with NFTs, but unfortunately, the current hype is about monkey pictures, and people think that. In fact, I was at a very boomer event yesterday, and the CEO of one of the largest PE funds actually talked about NFTs in a way which upset me a lot. He said, hey, this is a Louis Vuitton bag or something, it costs $5,000. This is a picture of a Louis Vuitton bag, it costs $10,000. Do you think my wife will be very happy if I use the 10,000, give her the picture of the Louis Vuitton bag or the Louis Vuitton bag? And everybody laughed. So he's dissing on NFTs because they're pictures of monkeys or bags.
Yeah.
But it's something more.
No, it is.
So it's right now it's hype.
Yes. No, fair enough. It is. And I just like you, I hate the people who dismiss these technologies, because the idea is not that they are ready or they are big or they've solved every problem in the world. I really believe the idea is, when you have people like you have in the audience, young, optimistic about the future at some level, the idea is, what can you do with this? What is the better world that you can build? And I think a lot of people don't ask that kind of question or frame it that way. But let's switch tracks to you personally. How did you get into this? You were first, tell the audience a little bit about what you were doing before and what made you switch.
I'm a gamer. Not a very exciting background. I used to game a lot, so I used to build these PCs for myself. When I built a new PC, the old PC I used to use for mining Ethereum.
Oh, and when was this?
From 5-6 years back. I'm not a very early adopter.
5-6 years back is when Ethereum started.
Yeah, maybe $200-300. So I made a little bit of money there,
all right.
That's not what got me excited.
Yeah.
Arun got me excited by talking about how, I think if I remember his example right, Uniswap was a few hundred lines of code and could transact billions of dollars on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And that blew my mind.
Yeah.
The kind of leverage, right? If you look at, Zerodha or Nifty or whatever it is, the lines of codes will be in I don't know how many millions, right?
Yes.
And you could write, the power of technology is that you could write a few lines of code and change the world.
Yeah. Uniswap, by the way, I also did this analysis. In 2021 did more volume than the Indian stock exchange put together, right? So you have this whole economy, fifth largest economy in the world. And then you have this crypto exchange, this automated crypto exchange.
With a few hundred lines of code.
Few hundred lines of code, like Harsha is saying. and it was doing more volume every day than the Indian stock exchange, which also blew my mind. Right, the scale and the quantity at which people are excited about this technology is obviously mind blowing. And so tell us more about your product in terms of how have you started disbursing these loans? Where are you right now?
We are working right now. We are 6 to 8 weeks away from go live. We are working with three countries.
Okay.
Singapore, Indonesia, and India.
Okay.
We are waiting for our licenses in India. We have applied for AIF licenses, as you're aware.
Yeah.
And once the licenses are in place, you know whom we are working with, and we'll hopefully make some MSME loans.
All right. Okay. So I know, but fair enough. You wouldn't want to tell it in a public forum. That's fine. Right. So, but this is what I want to talk about. On the timeline, of course, we can't predict the future, but we can try our best to sort of talk about the near term. What are the use cases of these technologies that excite you right now in terms of they are on the cusp of feasibility? They can happen just around the corner.
The lowest hanging fruit is finance, max value, so you don't mind the gas fees, etc. Programmable money is the very exciting thing. But right now, code doesn't have teeth. For code to get teeth, it needs regulation.
Okay.
I am actually a pro-regulation guy.
Okay.
I feel that the day proactive governments like Indian government or the US government enables regulations to give teeth to code, that's when this whole thing will blow up, right? Because right now, if I'm selling for example, what we are doing is we are backing every single token with legal contracts.
Okay.
That's redundant. Paperwork should be dismissed. Lawyers should have less work.
Yeah.
Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
But right now, every single document is backed by legal contracts because the regulation doesn't protect the investors or the borrowers legally, right?
Fair.
So that needs to go, and that will only go when regulations say, hey, code has rights.
So you're saying that instead of a stateless utopia or where the governments don't matter, you're saying what you really want is the government to recognize these contracts, smart contracts and the token exchanges and the holding of tokens, etc. That's honestly, some of your friends in the crypto industry might not like you. I mean, I like you, Harsha, but I'm not sure how many. So let's talk about that. What do you think about the libertarian sort of thread or philosophy that started this blockchain? Do you see that as still being vital? Do you still see that as something that will stay, or do you see the blockchain starting to wear a suit and a tie from Bored Ape Pictures?
It's not a small question, right? The question is a debate for 10 hours, and I think we all have spent too much of time on that. I sincerely feel that the principles are essential and need to be preserved. For example, introducing a CBDC, a programmable CBDC, might sort of rug pull that principle, and it might just have the shell without the spirit.
Got it.
And I think it needs to be something, some sort of a crossbeat of both. I don't know the answer. It's something for my betters to answer, but it is necessary for sure.
All right. So you're saying that you don't want a blockchain that is not free, that is not where...
So what did Samir say, right? The government should never say, I will build it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Right? Let iSpirit do its work.
Right. I hope Sharad Sharma of iSpirit is here to hear that. But anyway, yes. No. So I agree with you in principle that I think people who get excited by the technology forget to look at the politics of this. And the blockchain was a reaction to the government overreach, right? It was when the government started printing money unapologetically. The US government specifically started printing money unapologetically, and that's when Bitcoin happened. And fast forward 14 years, and now we are seeing this, right? In the recession that's about to come, we are paying the price for that. So I agree that these things and the time scales of these things are so damn long that you want to imbibe or embed the principles of freedom, of sovereignty into these technologies, and that is what makes them exciting. But I want to step back and ask you this. Yes, Louis Vuitton bags versus Louis Vuitton bag pictures, but for a country like India, for our viewers back home, what is it about crypto that matters to somebody who still does not even have necessarily a mobile phone yet, or maybe still hasn't made their first digital payment, right? Why should they be excited about a cryptocurrency or a whole new thing, right? Like what makes Web3 relevant for India?
It makes life better. So in the future, nobody's going to call it Web 2 or Web 3. It's going to be ubiquitous in the background. Let's talk about smartphones. I think smartphones is a given in our lives today. I'll take the use case of a person who's having a smartphone, and I'll take the India's favorite sport, cricket, right? If you want to go buy a ticket, you should buy it on your phone, and that's all solved in Web 2, right? What Web 3 will allow you to do is trade it, like I mentioned, but also merge it with your identity without revealing your identity to the other person, showing him your passport. You can prove that you are the person who bought it with zero knowledge proofs. You are the person who's entitled to enter the stadium, and that you are entitled to that particular seat in that stadium. All of it can be done using technology. The phone doesn't leave your pocket, but the stadium knows you are the right person, you have the right ticket, you are sitting in the right place. All of this can be done.
Wow. So you're saying all the same features we have today without the privacy issues, without the centralization, without whatever, and even a country like India can use it. That's awesome, Harsha. Okay, let's step back and also talk about, if for those who are a little more geeky about these technologies, there is a bunch of coins, right? There's a bunch of layer 1s, there's a bunch of layer 2s, etc. Since you are in this space, what is the technology view that you take on this? Are you betting big on Ethereum? Are you betting big on EVM compatibility? Do you look at the other chains will come in and somebody will kill it? How do you think about, because you mentioned high gas fees, right?
Yeah.
And that is an issue on Ethereum, but like, how are you thinking about the actual core tech of it?
Think of it like Dubai, right? How did Dubai evolve? It was one main road.
Yeah.
People started building buildings. Now it became big. People went there because there were tax benefits or lot of oil, right?
Yeah.
Then now because there are so many people, there are schools, there are malls, and now because they are there, the people are going there and saying it's a nice place to live.
Yeah.
Then the apartments developed, and it becomes an ecosystem in itself. Think of Ethereum as a city, but not everybody can live in that city. They need the city, but they can't live there. So there will be sub-cities or suburbs or whatever you want to call it, and you'll have metro lines connecting them. You will do your work every day. End of day, you might come back to the city, or in the beginning of the day, you may go out of the city. But that's how it will work, in the sense that that's my take. We are betting big on Ethereum. That's why I'm saying this.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a main hub, which is Ethereum, where you settle your transactions, but most of it will happen on the subnets.
So you're not excited about the other layer ones. You don't think?
I will talk about them when they succeed. When I don't want to take a bet.
Fair enough. So your answer is L2s. Your answer is that there will be scale-ups. Scale will happen through roll-ups and through
Polygon and others.
The others. Okay. So what advice do you have for somebody starting out in this space today? Because again, a lot of people who are watching this, probably watching this because they also want to build something, especially now in this period where speculation is probably not a great idea. You want to build and you want to build something for the future. What are the problems, or the spaces or the unsolved problems that you see are exciting for Web3 builders?
Rather than going into the unsolved problems, what I can tell them is what to do and what not to do.
Sure.
The thing not to do is launch one more NFT project. Whatever seems to be the lowest hanging fruit is lowest hanging fruit for a reason. Actually, Web3 as a space has immense potential for every single field, be it socio-political, sort of research, or economics, finance, coding, obviously, cryptography, even human behavior and psychology. Tokenomics is a very good example of that. And every sphere of life. So no matter what your background, there are applications for your skills in the existing world. Go after your skill sets. Don't go after the hype. The hype, if it's already hyped, it means there are too many people already there.
You're too late.
I wouldn't say too late, because this is a very, sort of early stage kind of a phase for the whole
Fair
thing.
enough.
But I would just say that, don't go after the hype. Go after what you're good at.
Play to your strengths.
Play to your strengths.
Play to your strengths. Okay, so build on what you know, what is good for you, rather than what everybody else is saying is the next big thing. Excellent, Harsha. And I think, Vishpriya, how much, Vishnu, hi. How much time do we have? 5 more minutes? All right. So at this stage, 5 minutes remaining. I'm going to ask one question, but if there are any questions from the audience, please raise your hand and I'll come to you. So Harsha, to me, the other exciting thing about Web3, of course, is that you have these, like you said, DAOs or communities, right? The way I think about them is hyper-local economies, right? Like between us, like you said, all these interactions, all these people who were in separate categories are now all token holders, and you have this economics designed around them. But what do you think about the complexities of the system, right? Because even money, even when I have to deal in one currency, it's hard. Most people, take terrible savings decisions. They don't buy insurance. What we were talking about in the earlier session, financial services, even a market like India where insurance is a great idea, is not bought. But, bad ideas like, FDs or whatever will prosper because they're sold in a certain way. So in the Web3 world, how do you think about complexity? How are we all going to manage our membership of so many DAOs? How are we going to manage, all these tokens that we have and balancing our portfolio, making sure we're tracking news and that complexity today just seems overwhelming, right? So
I don't know the answer to that, but I can give you a mental model which helps.
Okay.
Think of it as housing societies, and think of the native currency to each of the DAO as the social currency in that housing society. You grew up in a housing society, you know everyone there. You want a glass of water, you don't need to worry, right? You can walk into any house and ask for a glass of water and you get it because you're spending your social currency. Think of each DAO, each Discord channel as a social housing society where you own the social currency, right? There is no value for that piece of code which you're claiming to be yours outside of the ecosystem anyway. Till there is real world application, it's only useful for people who accept it as currency. And that's literally social currency, right? You can't say I grew up in society A, but I'm going to go and ask for some help in society B, right? You still need to stick to that ecosystem. So that's a good mental model to have. Do not think of Web3 as like the stock market where I buy token A, token B, token C. That's not the right mental model. Think of it as where can I contribute? Which society can I build? Which ecosystem can I build? Where can I help? Where can I volunteer? I think that's a better mental model. The mental model is, the word currency is something that's been, I think, misappropriated by the whole universe here.
Yeah.
But
fair enough. So you're saying, we'll come to you in a moment. You're saying that the current speculative sort of interest in these currencies are making us think about them like assets, whereas what they actually are is social currency. It's currency not in the money sense, but in relationships and trust sense. That's a very interesting thought. Over to you, sir, for your question. I got this.
Thank you. My question is, how do you see the likelihood that the Indian government will start adopting rules to help these new financial exchanges to happen?
I'm fairly certain there will be rules. I'm fairly certain the team here will have a role to play. I'm only hoping that the rules are friendly and will promote rather than to sort of suppress the potential of Web3. The thing is, it's not just about the Indian government. Indian government will be one of the leaders. I'm just saying that the entire world needs to recognize that Web3 or crypto or blockchain or whatever word you want to call it by is actually just technology. It's like a scissor, right? If you use the scissor the right way, it's a tool. If you use it the wrong way, it's a weapon, right? Blockchain is the same. You need to have the rules and the frameworks in place. As long as that happens, the private sector or even volunteers or whoever it is should be allowed to use their creative brains and make the best use of it.
Can you elaborate a bit more? You briefly mentioned about 200 lines of code and processing more than what the Indian Stock Exchange does. Can you throw some more light on that?
On Uniswap.
So think of what is the difference between a line of code on a blockchain versus a line of code that you can write on your computer, right? HDFC Bank has, I don't know how many thousands of software engineers. It has millions of lines of code. So what's so special about Compound, another protocol, right? The power comes from decentralization, trust, fungibility, composability, principles on which blockchain is built. It's very similar to how the complexity of UPI or the unified payment interface versus everything that came before, the work that the iSpirit team put in, talking to people, making them trust it, accept it as the common standard. So think of crypto or Web3 as standards for transfer of value. Once that was set, the one line of code got a lot more leverage. When at the time that I did the research about Compound, this is maybe 2 years back or I think 1 year back, I don't remember exactly. The assets under management of HDFC Bank and Compound were same. Compound had 13 employees. technology allows you to scale. Technology allows you to interface with no friction. It deletes friction in transfer of value, right? When I am sending money to you, in the oldest, like let's say, I don't know, maybe 200 years ago, we are geographically very far, how could we send money to each other? It was very complex, very difficult, and probably cost, I don't know, if I wanted to send 200 rupees, it would cost maybe 100 rupees to send it to you, right? The entire cost of geographic distribution has crashed because of blockchain and trust. I think that's the best way of to think of leverage.
So let me, if you're not familiar with what Uniswap is, a Uniswap is where you take one token. If you have ownership of one token, you go there and you say, I want to give you this token, but I want to get that token. Now, normally, you would need to have, how this would work is, hi, Harsha, I have Ethereum, do you have Bitcoin? And if Harsha is like, yeah, I have Bitcoin, I want Ethereum. And if that happens, we match and we exchange tokens, right? Uniswap is what's known as an automated market maker. So it's doing market making, if you know what that is, which is, there is one body, one sort of pool of liquidity, which has both Ethereum and Bitcoin, and it's always willing to make a trade. You have Ethereum, you want Bitcoin? Sure. You have Bitcoin, you want Ethereum? Sure, I'll give it for you. The only difference is they'll charge a small margin. So they're making their money doing that, which is what even in stock markets people do. The reason is that even in the stock market, why anytime I can buy and sell is because market makers exist. An automated market maker takes that whole market making function, which is your rich hedge funds, your fancy suits, etc., and makes it public. Anybody can become a market maker. I mean, essentially, like Harsha was saying with tokens, I can buy a token, an LP token, for a market maker, and now I am a shareholder in the market maker. So that's how that works. But so let's take that HDFC Bank. I love that example. HDFC Bank started in some 95, 96, ex-banking folks only saying that this government banks, PSU banks, they're very bad, so we're going to start our own thing, we're going to be more people-friendly, etc. And then they took 10, 15, 20 years to build trust. Uniswap has trust because you can see the code, nobody can change it, it will do what it says. So it grew to bigger than HDFC Bank in less than 2 years. Because that's what trust is. When you give your money to somebody, you just want to make sure, look, anybody can do finance, frankly, but you just want to make sure they don't run away with your money. Right? Like that's the real answer.
Anyone can do finance badly.
Anyone can do finance badly. That's true. All right. Are there more questions? No. And on your question, sir, is the Indian government thinking about? So the Indian government has declared, which what Harsha referred to, that they will launch a CBDC by the end of the year, or what's the deadline they said? Whatever. In a year or two, they should be launching their own central bank digital currency, which means that they are excited about this technology, but they are rightfully worried about the speculative interest and what that does to a country where scams, financial scams are rampant. Digital literacy is not necessarily very high, even though we have a lot of digital users. People are not necessarily familiar with how all this works. And the reality is there are a lot of bad crypto projects which are, like he said, doing finance badly, right? And so investor protection is a big concern of the government. I don't think they're not excited by the technology, but I think they want to make sure it is safe, because even traditionally in all financial things, we've been very conservative. So if you use a credit card in India, you must get an one-time password over SMS. Otherwise, you can't do a transaction. So when you take an Uber in India, with an Indian credit card, it's not as seamless as it is here. But for that same reason, our fraud rates are 1/8 that on a per capita basis of the US. So the US has, 4 times, India has 4 times as many people as in the US. And the rates are 1/8 that on a per capita basis, which means we have 1/32 the number of fraud cases in India as we do in the US, because our regulators are slightly more conservative. I hope that answers this. Arun has Manoj has a question.
When you talk about social currency, right? My question is nuanced.
Closer, mic closer.
Social currency, automating trust. When you automate trust, social goes. You take social out.
No. The two different parts. The social part is the interaction between the different parties. The trust is on the code.
Yeah. Okay. Because the way you would communicate this would be to take social out, replace it with trust,
So think of it like this.
Automation.
Think of it like this. The housing society example that I gave you.
That's what I'm referring to.
If there are rules that everybody should behave like this. That if anybody asks water, they have to be given water. That is the rule. You cannot break this rule. There is a huge penalty if you break this rule. That means that gives the power to the social currency that he has. The rules and the code give you the power.
That's the fabric then.
That is the fabric that builds it.
All right, that's all we have time for. I think we've gone a little overboard. And Vishnupriya is looking at me angrily.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you, Harsha, for being here. Quick round of applause. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harsh and Tanuj, for the wonderful discussion on Web 3.0. So with that, I think we can move on for the lunch break. But I'll just like to repeat the announcements that I had made earlier. So Dr. Krishna Ella is treating all the startups and speakers for a dinner today in a cruise, which is going to be in the Seine River. So make sure that you are done with your sessions by 6 o'clock. The buses will be here by 6 o'clock. So you should be out near the buses by 6 o'clock. And before that, there's an important session at 5:30 in on stage 2. Mr. Devang Modi is going to speak, the CEO of FinServe Health, Bajaj FinServe. So please attend that and then head out for the buses to go out for the dinner. So we'll see you again after lunch at around 2 o'clock. Thank you.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Byom. Je suis de Paris.
Comment? English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? Très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. startups are going to be the backbone of new India.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Viva. Je suis de Paris.
Comment? English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? Très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. startups are going to be the backbone of New India.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Guillaume. Je suis de Paris.
Comment? English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. startups are going to be the backbone of new India.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Guillaume. Je suis de Paris.
Comment? English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? Très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. startups are going to be the backbone of New India.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Viva. Je suis de Paris.
English, only English.
Yeah, hi everyone. I would like you all to gather your attention at the Pavilion. We are starting the session.
très bien.
So here I would like to welcome Mr. Jeet Vijay, CEO Mighty Startup Hub. And I would like to also welcome Ms. Luisa Munareto, the founder and CEO of Tech IA Impact Invest Paris, Delhi. I would also like to welcome Mr. Swat, CEO Link, on the stage. And I would also extend my welcome to Mr. Rajiv Gulati in the Partner India Accelerator on the stage.
Can we get Saud on the stage, please? All right, good, good. All right, VivaTech, here we are. Viva France,
yes.
Viva India. This is our country now, right? This is tech world. As we stand here today, let me get all my startup guys and girls to pay attention here. What are we doing today? Day 3 of VivaTech. You have had a chance to meet with a lot of corporates, a lot of startups, see the competition you're facing, see the collaborators you can work with, see the ecosystem that is thriving across the world. And where does India stack within it? Today we are representing at a national, international stage as the country of the year. I want all of us to be proud of where India has come in within the last 6 years. Under our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Startup India, becoming the 3rd largest ecosystem, 100+ unicorns, and tech entrepreneurs representing on the global stage. This is what India is about. Yes, we are known as the country of magicians and snake charmers, but now we are a country of different kind of magicians. We are a country of magicians who create unicorns. We are a country of magicians who create opportunity, employment, and solutions for the world. Having said that, now I represent Ministry of Electronics and IT, part of the central government of India, where we are looking at the digitization of India, the ecosystem that we are building across India. Just to name a few schemes that we recently launched. So India has launched the semiconductor scheme, which is a $10 billion scheme focused on building the semiconductor ecosystem in India. We have launched the PLI scheme to bring more electronic and hardware startups. We are looking at launching artificial intelligence mission in India. India is moving as a platform economy built in the cloud, fueled by data. And it is the entrepreneurs who will play a critical role, and our ministry is at the forefront of realizing that vision under our Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnav sir, who we heard the other day, and our Honorable Minister of State Rajiv Chandrasekhar sir. Now within Mighty, we have created an ecosystem for startups. Not only are we providing them funding and access to resources, but we are also building bridges across the world for our startups. We have programs with US, UK, France, Germany, so Indian startups can go there. Now today what we want to do here is talk more about France. What is India doing with France? what is Mighty especially is doing with France in one of our programs. So without taking any more time, I would want all of our panelists to take a minute or two to introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the questions that are important to our startups. One, what does it take to succeed in India? What is the value India can provide? Second, for an Indian startup, how do they come to France? Or what is the value that France provides as a gateway to the European Union? What are the opportunities for scaling, for supporting and building something revolutionary and remarkable? So let me start with Louisa. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Mighty for inviting me. Thank you to VivaTech for involving me in this project. So I am the founder of Techia Impact Invest Paris Delhi, which is a company I found some years ago, and I'm leveraging more than a decade of experience in India, both, I would say, personal, cultural, and on business side. What do Techia is an investment and advisory platform operating in the Indo-French cross-border for cross-fertilization corridor.
All right, great. So Louisa has a lot of experience in India and France. We'll touch on that. Now to Rajiv.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And as we say in the startup ecosystem, let us build an energy into it. Hip hip hooray for India. We are here. Hip hip.
Hooray.
Yeah, that's the energy we want. I mean, whenever we keep pitching the startups during our ecosystem in India. Yeah, about me, I mean, like I served the state government,
keep the mic close. Keep the mic
state
close.
government, central government for 37 years. Last assignment was with the United Nations Technology Innovation Lab, fourth of its kind in the world. And then at this moment, I'm helping India Accelerator to come forward for joining the dots where the impact can be measurable and society can enjoy a happy life on this world. And they have got their own different verticals happening in, you name anything on the health tech, fintech, agri-tech, and they are making you comfortable, I say, in the form of the playgrounds where the startup can have any type of help. And fortunately, we have also joined the hands with the Mighty for their, as an MSH we call it, the Mighty Startup Hub, Pan-India, for helping their incubators to come forward, to handhold the startups over there. India Accelerator has got the understandings with the different states for their startup missions and the top academic institutions in India. So there are many things are happening over there. In due course, I will share that how even across the borders, we are taking this whole, our mission. That's why we are in France. We are already touching another intergovernmental organization where there are 30 members in the name of African Nation Rural Development. All the startups are being accelerated over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajiv. And India Accelerator was awarded the Accelerator of the Year award by Startup India last year. So these guys are doing a remarkable job, and Rajiv is here, but Ashish, the other co-founder, is sitting in Dubai right now, opening up the branch of the India Accelerator in Dubai to take our startups there. So India is a country on the move. Everybody's all over the place. Now let's go to Saad.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you, Jeet, for inviting me. I don't know if you can hear me well, yes? So my name is Swat Tenfish. I'm the CEO of Link. Link is a global innovation consultancy agency headquartered in India, in Bangalore. I'm as well the co-president of La French Tech Bangalore, India. I think I will tell you a little bit more about La French Tech. And right now, what I'm doing right now here in VivaTech at the Indian Pavilion is that we brought a delegation of also Indian startups on a program called VivaTech, and I will touch upon the VivaTech program as well later on.
Sounds good. Short and sweet. That's the way I like it. Now, so let me start with Louisa first. You know, you have more than a decade of experience.
Yeah.
You know, your experience is rich. But tell us in terms of what is the challenge for an Indian startup to France, right? I know you can talk about a lot how France sees India, but how about an Indian startup seeing France?
Yes. there is opportunity and challenges. The challenges, the opportunities is to identify, for example, which segments are not yet covered by local competition. This is one thing. For example, everything is connected to health tech as a great space here, edutech as a great space here, or digital support for infrastructure, for example. So this is the opportunity. The challenge is to have a local support here representing the Indian startup, which is able to execute the opportunity. You know, for example, I was discussing with one of the startup of our program of the VivaTech. I have a few ideas. We have a few ideas. We will introduce them to the opportunities. After that, it's important that they will be able to follow up. You know, we can open the door. This is yes, but after that, how, for example, the French client can test the product, how can follow up the performances of the product. We were speaking with UBreath, for example, on that. And with great transparency, maybe that we have some co-working space that could use that. But after that, how you support that, you know?
So let me ask you a follow-up on that part. Do you see the problem as being technology is not good enough to come to Europe? Or do you think that the entrepreneurs don't understand the cultural variables and communication parameters in terms of effectively communicating the value of their solution to the clientele in France?
No, is that every time, you know, you have two aspects in every innovation. You have the quality of the product and you have the execution on the ground, which are important at the same time, you know? Even Leonardo da Vinci said, it's important to invent, but it's important also to execute an invention. So what I'm meaning with that is that even if you have the best product in the world, you need to follow up that, you know? So this is an example. So how we support them on the ground, on execution, not only on marketing.
All right, good. So Rajiv, that brings me to you then, because now Lucia mentioned about execution. As an accelerator who's taking startups with a product in the market for expansion abroad, how can you help in the acceleration part? How does India Accelerator or Accelerator in general help a startup break through the barriers of a new market?
Yeah, I always take the things with the live examples. For this thing, let me share you with one of the startup who created a system to measure the health of pregnant ladies in a rural area. He wanted to deploy that IoT solution. He created a whole system on a wristwatch, gave it to that lady in a remote area. Then he started taking the data through the cloud in his Chennai, what you call the co-working or the incubator. And he found the data so perfect, and after going over there, after measuring it for about 3 to 4 weeks, what he found that this can't be in a data so accurate. What he found that the husband of that lady used to take that wristwatch in the morning when going to the fields. And all the data you are getting was from that person only. Why I'm sharing this, that all the startup, where you touch that the culture, the placing of the startup, looking into what at the grassroots level the implementation challenges are there. The moment he studied the local culture, he put his whole IoT fundamentals in one of the beads that girl can't take out from the neck. So that is the thing which required to understand the local markets, even taking the local startups across any culture. So French, I know, because I'm working here from the last almost 6 to 7 years, India Accelerator is trying to bring their ecosystem close to it. What we found, there are a lot of innovations and creativity over here lying in the labs very interestingly. And then there are a lot many practical things, what they call the India as a hub for the IT, ITS and MIT is helping in doing that. They need that collaborations on practical grounds, that how those things can be taken over there and they can really implement those, which we say that their algorithms can become more intelligent while implementing it with the Indian system also. So the collaborations need to understand the culture, they understand the policies, and then India Accelerator, what is doing, that's why they collaborated and now crossing the borders to be in a one-point touch, where every startup don't have to rush to that place and unnecessarily burn their money. On one side, they are asking for the money. On the other side, they have to go to the other aspects just to sell their products. So India Accelerator is playing a big role into that, to study those cultures, to be on the corporations with those people, and bring their thoughts on a practical ground across the borders also.
All right, so if I could summarize it, problem is not so much as on the technology part as we're talking, right? Especially for a new age startup, which is more driven by data, analytics, and algos, the cultural context of interpretation of that data, reference points, relevance, and predictability of that algo becomes important. So I think culture is not just for a new person to enter a new country. It's how do you train your models as well. But let me ask Saw this thing, because being a French person operating in India, running an accelerator, a very successful one, with government and corporate support, how do you see it when you are dealing with Indian startups in Bangalore and you're bringing them here? What are the challenges you see?
Okay, so as a French engineer, I will answer. So my journey in India started in 2012. In 2015, we founded this open innovation program and then open innovation initiatives to help basically build bridges between the French and the Indian ecosystem. And what I have witnessed, so that starting in 2012, is a shift in the paradigm, in the mindset of these large MNCs running very, very large back offices in Bangalore, especially in Bangalore. I'm headquartered in Bangalore. And suddenly they understood one thing that we are trying now really to make a lot more people understand, is that India is not a back office country anymore, it's not an outsourcing country anymore, is in fact the tech powerhouse of the world. And so a lot of the work that we do, in fact, at Link is to make these the MNCs work with the Indian ecosystem. These large companies are understanding that in their groups, innovation will come from India. And so what we are trying to do, and we are hopefully doing that successfully right now, is to help Total Energy, to help Decathlon, to help L'Oréal, to help also other foreign companies like Rolls-Royce or Airbus in France, to help them to work efficiently with the Indian ecosystem, to get the tech talents from India to work for them and to innovate faster and better. Because again, there's an alignment of planets. Today, the startup way of innovating is in fact the Indian way of innovating. It's frugal, it's how to do much more and much better with less, how to iterate fast, how to do rapid prototyping, how to be basically fast with a solution to solve challenges that can seem impossible to solve. So right now, most of my job is to tell large companies, heads of innovations, that you have to innovate from India and then take back the innovation somewhere else. And this is what, for example, that we have seen with Société Générale. Société Générale has done an amazing job with their acceleration open innovation program called the Catalyst. They started in India, they just iterated their model, they understood it was working, and now this model in Société Générale is being run in different countries in Africa, all across Europe, and also using Indian solutions to solve global challenges. So for me, I would say, to answer really your question, the one thing that we need to do today is to solve the deficit of image that both the Indian and the French ecosystems have. If you ask someone who doesn't know anything about the Indian startup ecosystem, first they will never believe that today India just like makes every week like a handful of unicorns. It's a unicorns plant, and they will not believe that some of the really big names that are changing the way we work today are in fact from India. So nobody knows that Zoho is Indian, FreshFox is Indian, etc., etc. And it's the same for the French startup ecosystem. It's not as known as it should be in France, and that's one of the role of La French Tech in Bangalore and in India to kind of give a better visibility to each one of these ecosystems. The market in France is open and is open for the Indian startups. They're open for Indian talents, and what we are seeing right now is just the beginning of an amazing journey, and I'm really happy to be a part of it.
All right, sounds good. Let me throw a little twist in here. I've got plenty of questions I can ask, but I'm not a startup, right? So let me pitch it to you guys. Does anyone have a question for the panel before I continue? Raise your hand. I'll give you the mic. Come on. You guys didn't sit here just to listen. You got to have a question. Come on. 1, 2.
Maybe a point to be connected with Swad comment is that the shift in India in the last, I would say, 6 years, in comparison to the past, when we are really initiate to go to the market, is the scalability level. You know, in the beginning, the first startup were scalable to a limit of a state. And today, the scalability is across India. And also, I would say, the joint venture between public and private is more optimized than in the past. And this is not known in France, because one of the elements, as Swat said, the ecosystem is not known, but also there is, I would say, a stereotype saying India is not scalable. And so today this point is not always disclosed here. What is the scalability of India? So why India and how? You know, especially for this geography. So this is a very important information to share. India is scalable. Startups are scalable, and this is why they became unicorns.
No, absolutely. What other country can you say did CoWin vaccination on a platform to the amount of 2 billion dosage on one platform, right? Billion people, 2 doses, 2 billion, right? Now add the booster on it, so 2 plus. CoWin app, India. Look at 1 billion people on Aadhaar card, one digital identity, one person. Look at the various digital lockers, DigiLocker that we have built for data retention and record. So and the UPI, who can miss out on the example of seamless transaction across the various financial intermediaries? And when it comes to scalability in India, the heterogeneity is so much, be it topography, geography, language, population, culture, ethnicity, that what works in India can pretty much work in anywhere else. Because you have to make your system so robust to address all the issues of what can go wrong, right? But anyway, let me ask you, Rajiv, on that point, from an accelerator's perspective, how do you advise them on these issues of scalability and international part?
See, over here, I will definitely love to add one more point where the scalability also is there. Look into the education system in India. See, India Accelerator has now tied up with the IITs and the national institutions. The reason being, this whole ecosystem has spread over all the states. Ministry of Education is building it in a very strong system through the college incubators. AIM is here, Atal Innovation Mission. They have started the Atal Tinkering Lab, the Atal Innovation Centers over there. That means, I always say there are 2 factors which startup always face. One is the human resources and then the finance. They keep struggling for pitching to the ventures or the angel for the finance. But when you come to over there, the human resources, the 70% goes into the whole thing into the human resources. So how to take the leverage in that academia system? India Accelerator started training, hand-holding that thing from the academia and providing that hand-holding to the young entrepreneurs, the startups who really want to scale without burning much of their finances over there. So coming to the fact that how we are crossing these borders, another example is the affordability of the technology. Wherever we look into either health tech or anything, the question comes, this spread on such a 4 billion people, can those tools, what you call the equipment which will take care of the health, maybe a software based or maybe a product based, are they affordable to all the people over there? Can we provide health to all those people? And then the other countries started looking into the affordability, like the African countries. Already the India Accelerator has shown the products from their incubated startups, their hand-holded products, to lot many the countries in the African region. And that's why I said, I mean, they have already tied up with the African Asian Rural Development, which have got the 30 member countries. And those scalability is not only through India, but as an affordable technology is penetrating across the borders in African countries also. Another part which is said, I mean, the technology, we are like now the hub for the world. You name anything, only thing is we need what type of thing you require from us. And then when we understand the ecosystem in France or in any other country, those things can be very well can be hand-holded. Like India Accelerator did it just now recently with the Dubai also. Their startup is now even awarded in Bangladesh also. So that is the target which we started achieving across the what you call a global village. So these are the way we are taking up in affordability, the human resources, and of course we are helping them with the finance through the angel networks, through the venture networks over there.
No, that's a great point because as our minister also mentioned that India now it's digital born, right? Products are digitally born now, right? And our honorable Prime Minister always made it very clear when he made the principles. Technology should be inclusive, affordable, accessible, and available, and equitable. So technology plays a really important role, and taking it to different countries is part of a larger mission. But so let me ask you this. We heard about India Accelerator, all the great things they are trying to do. Now, from your perspective, how can Indian startups benefit from associating with your entity?
Yes, so maybe now I would like to talk about the IFTech program. And so IFTech, it's Indo-French Tech program. It's the first of its kind, really. Like this year was the launch of the first cohort. IFTech is an initiative that was born from the digital roadmap that has been signed in 2019 between Mr. Modi and Mr. Macron. This digital roadmap is about really building the gateway between France and India, their ecosystems, and build together basically. I think what is behind this is really to find another way than the Silicon Valley way to build globally an ecosystem of startups. So this program called IFTech is sponsored by the METI Startup Hub on the one hand, and La French Tech in France. And the whole idea is to help a cohort of Indo-French startups to understand that the French market should be on the roadmap of Indian startups, and the Indian market should be on the roadmap at some point of French startups. So everything that we do during this program, so there's a virtual part of the program. The first phase is virtual, where we kind of like do some acculturation to the Indian market and to the French market. We help the startups start like opening their eyes into the possibilities that they might find in these different markets. And then there's a second phase that is anchored by two major events. One of them is VivaTech. So right now, today, we have brought these Indian startups here, part of the Indo-French cohort. They have mixed with their French counterpart, their French peers. I think that everyone who has run at some point an acceleration program will know that the best way for entrepreneurs to learn is from peer learning. So you're learning from your entrepreneurs, your entrepreneurial France. And the next event, and I think this is really important, especially in fact for French startups to understand that there's like a very large event called the Bangalore Tech Summit, the BTS. It's if you don't know the Indian ecosystem, you have to know that Bangalore is the heart of the Indian ecosystem today because of its history of being the Silicon Valley of India. It was the cradle in which we were born, like most of the largest IT company in India and in the world, in fact, like Infosys, Wipro, etc. And so this second will be in November, the second event, and will be the end of the VivaTech program. So this year we've done that with 8 startups. It was just a pilot that we were running with MIT, and next year it will be much bigger. We will deploy it at a larger scale, and we believe that the main objective really is not about yet business opportunities. Is about understanding that you will be missing a lot of these opportunities if you don't put if you're an Indian startup and you don't put France into your roadmap. And the same for an Indian startup if you're a French startup not putting India on your roadmap. So I think our first effort that needs to be done is about building trust, building understanding, and one thing that is very important between our two countries is how culture and academia is important. And I think these two fundamentals, these two pillars of the startup ecosystem would be really to help know each other better. And this is what we're going to be doing, hopefully at scale later.
No, thank you so much. So IFTech program is funded by the government of India as well as the French ministry, as mentioned. And similar programs we are doing at MIT with other countries as well. And not just Ministry of Electronics and IT, even Startup India, Atal Innovation Mission, different organizations and ministries in India are doing these programs. So definitely be watching out for those, how you can leverage those. But as closing remarks, Louisa, let me get back to you. Say something interesting and fun about India and France. Get away from this whole, serious talk. One-liners or 30 seconds.
Yeah. I hope to see the Seine going to Ganges. I also hope to see an Indian Cultural Center in Paris as soon as possible.
Awesome, great. We'll have to take it up with His Excellency, so. Off to you, Rajiv.
Yeah, I will say, as in France, the young couple come here, propose very near to the Eiffel Tower. My dream is that the startup now start coming and proposing their innovations at Eiffel Tower.
Okay, all right. No, there's no harm in dreaming different, right? Everybody should think different, right? All right, Saad.
All right. So something. Okay, so I started living in India in 2012, and basically I built my family there. My kids were born in India, and so I think the funniest part is the fact that for me I feel like Indians are some Asian Mediterraneans. They have like this Latin culture. And so the best thing you can do with your Indian friends is have some chill time in India. It's they have this Dolce Vita way of life, and they are the closest I would say the closest people we can get to as French people in the whole Asia. I think. I mean, to be really honest, like I've been for so long in India. I've worked with other countries in Asia. There is something very particular about the fact that we are very close in terms of culture between India and France, and so and this is something I think just this mere fact, in fact, is something where on which we can build so much. So yeah, I guess sometimes I consider that my Indian friends are just like Latin friends from Asia.
All right, that's a new one. All right, so Indians being the Latins of Asia. So we don't dance that well, I'm telling you. But anyway, on that, first of all, I want to thank all the 3 panelists. This is a reflection of the spirit of collaboration and continuity of partnership that we are seeking to build. on a serious note, because when we look at the world being polarized by the geopolitics, geoeconomics, technology can play a really important role in solving global problems. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one world, one people. Now, technology, let it be that solution to bring people together, solve problems without even knowing the people. Anything we build together can really help the humanity. And that's what our purpose and mission in life should be. So thank you so much, and thank you to the panelists for being here today.
Thank you, Jeet.
Thank you, Jeet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeet Vijay, and thank you all those panelists. Thank you.
A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Bion. Je suis de Paris.
English, only English.
Je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा मुझे।
Quoi?
Très bien.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request you all to please gather around the stage. We have two exciting talks coming up under the Race to Net Zero theme. I would now like to welcome Dipesh Jhala, the head of global delivery at TOS. He's passionate about building sustainable, fast-growing business by applying full spectrum of his skills across technology, industry, and nature-based solutions. Experience for this he has gained by developing in-depth understanding of challenges faced in applying solutions which are successful. Dipesh, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a short introduction. We will talk a little bit about Race to Net Zero. Atos has been doing a lot of work in this particular space. To introduce a little bit about Atos, we are a digital transformation and IT services organization. We are based out of 73 countries, working with customers spread across all these geographies. Today what we'll talk about is our journey in terms of achieving the net zero ambitions, and also at the same time what we have learned and how we are taking our experience back to our customers. So Atos, we are dedicated to sustainable future. We look for purpose, or primarily when we talk about our technology, when we talk about helping our customers to solve their digital transformation challenges, their business challenges, or IT challenges in general, we always keep sustainability in forefront. We have sustainability in our Resona tray. In simple terms, what that means is we are contributing to the environment from sustainability perspective. Today, we will be focusing on the environmental aspect, where we have outlined our decarbonization program in 3 areas. How do we decarbonize ourselves? How do we help our customers? How do we help their businesses in that particular space? and also at the same time, how do we work with our partners? So covering the full ecosystem in that particular space. We started our journey somewhere around 2012, and since then, we have been consistently recognized in the industry as well. We have been passing our experience in that particular area. Dow Jones Sustainability Index, very humbly but proudly, I would like to say that we have been ranked number 1 twice consistently. We were competing against 86 other organizations in this area, primarily in technology space. And very proud to say that, yes, we have been number 1 in this area consistently from last 2 years. For us, when it comes to decarbonization of autos, like I was saying earlier, the journey started somewhere around 2012. We, at that particular point, started to determine that, okay, now we want to start and understand our CO2 emissions in general. Being a tech company, our primary sources were technology and people, and not many of our peers or our customers were even talking about it at that particular point in time. Everybody knew this was a problem, but not many people were talking about it. So we started the journey by actually understanding our emission landscape. Which are those areas which are actually generating emissions or creating waste in general? How do we start to actually get a complete baseline of it? Since 2012 and 2019, in parallel, we started to work with our research and development team, our partners, to start creating technology levers to actually further reduce the emissions which are coming out from the emission sources. This could be how do you actually deal with your end user devices, or in simple terms as when you are using your computer or when you are using a data center, when you are hosting an application, when you are doing a digital twin exercise, when you are doing a blockchain exercise, how do you optimize the usage of energy altogether? So Artus has been doing a lot of research in that particular space, and we started to roll out those initiatives back for our organization. By 2019, we were able to completely understand the scope. We kicked off a net zero program internally within Artus, and at that time, we started to engage with our customers. And as we speak right now, 77% of our customers have actually committed to some form of sustainability goals. So that was one of the change management aspect as well, where some of our customers were not really aware of the subject between that duration, but now obviously the subject is different. We are helping them. We already achieved our emission reduction by about 27%, and we are well on the way to go up to 50% reduction against our 2019 baseline. Our efforts have been primarily in 4 categories. The first is looking at our facilities, which includes our hosting areas, our offices, and our fleet. Now imagine what I said about Artus introduction. We are based out of 73 countries. So when I'm talking about these streams, they are going across 73 countries with their customers in rented offices. Not all of our offices are our own, so it's a huge program we are talking about. By now, 77% of our data centers are running on renewable energy already. We have kicked off a solar program in India, where we are trying to be self-sufficient now. So our data centers or our offices completely, we will be running completely on solar in that particular space. Our fleet will be completely electrified by 2024. 66% of our own offices and rented, lease offices, everything is running on renewable sources as well. Talking about our suppliers or partners, that was one another change. Not everybody wanted to be part of our net zero journey. So how do we bring the governance in that space? How do we get them excited in that space? We launched what we call it as an internal carbon pricing program, which basically allowed internally a behavior change to buy more economically, buy more in a green manner, promoting circular procurement in that particular space, green procurement in that area. And for our partners, the more greener they were, the more they were complying to EcoVadis score and all the sustainability parameters, they came up higher in our rating, which means they became our preferred partner. So that was another change which we drew. No matter what we do, we realized very quickly that no matter how robust our strategy was, how solid our implementation plans were, the results were slow. And one of the reasons we identified for that is our biggest wealth, which is our people in the organization, about 110,000 people. How do we engage with that user community? That was our third pillar in the program, where we launched about 3 different initiatives in that. One was just to change the end user behavior when they are in office, some gamified applications. How do we actually bring out knowledge to run their own devices, run their own day-to-day lives more sustainably when they are in office? We launched some programs like Green Network. And Atos also runs what we call it as the engineering networks or scientific communities. And we launched a chapter primarily for decarbonization where some of our top experts sit down as scientific community to bring that innovation and bring those ideas back to our own employees so that they embed it, not just when they are in office, but when they go back home. I have an application on my phone where I don't just check what is the impact of my number of prints I take, but what happens when I take certain kind of coffee, or what happens when I take certain kind of apparel, or what happens when I'm running my personal computer for a certain number of hours then not needed. So I can see my own footprint, just mere number of clicks, and that's how I'm contributing not just to Atos Net Zero ambitions which we have, but doing a bit more outside as well. And that's how I think we brought the change. I think change was one of the key aspects in that area. Very quickly, we also recognized that no matter what we do, there will be always a certain amount of emissions we'll not be able to take out. So Atos also invested into what I would call it as an compensation program in terms of carbon credits. And we started to look for partners in those nature-based solution area that, okay, whatever we cannot remove from the system, how do we actually take care of it? And that's a help which we pass on to some of our customers as well. We have recognized over a period of time that even if our network of services, the scale of services and solutions which we provide, we will never be enough. The size of the problem is quite huge. And therefore, a couple of things which we need to keep doing. One is continuous innovation, continuous research in this particular space. At an organization level, we keep a research and development budget aside. There's a dedicated department for climate innovation and research. And we have spent about 235 million in R&D pure for all these different technological innovations which we are talking about. I'll point some of them out for the purpose of this conversation. I think the most apt for today is, going back. Yeah, most apt for today is one of our scalar programs. This is where we work with startups across the globe. We identify unique solutions which they bring in and how do they actually fit homogeneously with our technology roadmap which we have set for ourselves, and how can we actually help our customers and help startups as well to grow in that particular space. Last year, we had identified about 8 startups in this area. Will work with us. We'll see one of the slides which will come forward where we'll talk about what they did with us and how they are helping our customers solve the wider problem. I would also talk a little bit about digital platforms and vertical-centric solutions. This is where industry-specific customer solutions are being requested. One of the challenges which we always recognize is that, yes, there are a lot of different programs running, both within Atos and with our customers, but to make a real sense out of it, to really drive a KPI-driven performance or to actually meet regulatory requirements which the organizations have, there was no single homogeneous platform. And Atos has brought their own IP, and we have developed something called as My CO2 Compass, which is used to automate, do analysis on the data which we capture across the industry. And we'll be able to talk about all the different industry-based use cases in that area. The 2 bits which I already covered earlier was the scientific and expert community. This is where we work with scientists and distinguished experts within Atos to keep continuously innovating in this particular area. I also wanted to talk about some live examples, right? Lot of organizations, lot of us come out with good content on the slides, but we have some cases which I'm, quite proud of the work which the teams have done in that particular space. We have already partnered with HDF here to have our first hydrogen-based data center in place. I mean, this is giving challenge to some of the other industry providers which we have. With Total, we are working in terms of building new ways. I mean, you saw in the earlier slide, since 2018, we are carbon neutral. We are already investing into nature-based solutions. All of us know that is also a finite resource, right? We'll not be able to keep pushing on it for a very long time. So we are already investing into what I would call it as technology-based solutions, and using our high-performance computing technology, we are trying to find new materials for carbon capture in that particular space. We have our first solution which we have built with BASF over a period of their 12 years of experience to crack and to get down the product carbon footprint for chemical industry. So it would really break down the chemical formula of a product which a chemical company might be making, and then you could actually go down to the supply chain level, because now you know which product has got what emissions in that particular space. And all of this has been digitized, so the rollout and the application of it is quite fast. In the healthcare space, recently we have also partnered with Huma. This was around the pandemic, where the need for medical care and the patient care was revolutionized. And we said, we'll not just hit the pandemic need, but let's also articulate what does this mean from emissions perspective. Is the technology which is being rolled out, is it just putting more emissions into the world, or we are also taking out some emissions? So the hosting part of it, the impact of it when it gets rolled out, people were able to see, I'm able to see my doctor maybe in a different setup, but what does it mean from sustainability perspective? How is it helping a hospital trust? How is it helping, maybe a public body in that particular space to understand what it means from sustainability perspective? So some use cases of all the research and open innovation-based partnership models which we have built, just wanted to cover. I also, like I said before, we have always recognized that we are not the superpower here. We will not be able to solve all the problems, and we consistently recognize that we will have to help our customers, help the environment, help the wider cause with our wider open ecosystem. Just to give you a little bit of a view of all the different partners which we have, we work with some strategic partners like Siemens or SAP, where we are working with them to build our sustainability products in that particular space completely. With some of our other partners like technology partners, Huma we already spoke about, JCI we are working for sustainable buildings in that particular space. With Carrier we are working to tap the potential of IoT technology and sensor-based technology which we have to control heating and cooling solutions in that particular space. With hyperscalers, when we talk about sustainable cloud, a customer comes to us and talks about, I want to move away from data center, I want to move to a public cloud. What does it mean? Can you really track the footprint of the entire migration program? So we have worked with them to build, and now we are working with them to take the product advanced in terms of our plan is, okay, Microsoft has launched Sustainability Manager. How do we integrate it? How do we use it? How can our climate expertise work around it in that particular space to help our customers? And the startups, just to give some examples, these are some of the startups we worked with in last year. Circular Computing, just to give an example, we worked with them to remanufacture the laptops. So, a lot of these organizations, 73 countries we spoke about, 111,000 employees, number of customers who we provide end-user device services. All of these people, when it comes to end of life cycle of those devices, what happens? We work with people like Circular Computing, where you could hand over this computer, they will remanufacture it. They look pretty cool. Green Spectre, where we try and work out the efficiency of the application which is being written from primarily consuming the energy in lesser and lesser as you go forward. So are you writing the code smart enough? Are you writing the code energy efficient enough? And those were the aspects which our customers didn't know. that we could influence in any shape or form in that particular space. It works both ways for us. We get to see new innovations. We can drive our ambition a bit more in that particular space, and for the startups, I think it's equally important for them to get better reach to our customers, to their problems, and it keeps on feeding in circular manner in that particular space. A lot of technology element which we spoke about, so we recognized that whatever we were doing, we were able to articulate from technology perspective. We were able to articulate that yes, through our certain technology innovation, we were able to reduce emission by a certain degree. However, what does that really mean for climate? What does that really mean for the science-based targets? What does it mean for CDP reporting, the regulatory needs? Those were some of the questions which we're not able to answer or help our customers on. That is where in 2020, Atos acquired an organization called as EcoAct. They have 15 plus years of sustainability consulting. So now when I go and talk to my client, or now when I go and look at a problem, I look at it both from sustainability or climate expertise angle and digital expertise triangle, which really helps us to create faster paths for net zero. When we talk about race to net zero, we just didn't want to look at technology. We wanted to look at both the sustainability consultancy or the advisory pieces which were needed and the nature-based solutions in that area. And this is how we are currently engaging on the race to net zero as we speak right now. Our journey normally starts with an insight where we work with customers more at strategic level. It is at business consulting level, basically in that particular space, trying to understand what their ambitions are. Some customers, they don't even have ambitions set up in that particular space, and that is where we connect with them. Our transform element is focused towards all the technological aspect which I said, and we always recognize that yes, no matter how strong the strategy is, there will be a certain element which will not be able to remove from the value chain, and that is where we see our balance part, where we work both on nature-based solutions, helping our customer remove or offset the remaining elements in that particular space, but we are also working on the technology-based solutions in that area. We have already helped about 500 different customers in this particular space, and like I said earlier, we have a carbon data platform which is embedded into the entire service which we give, which will help unleash the power of carbon data to drive the analytics, to drive those use cases, and make minimum number of actions with most impact. Just a little bit about carbon neutral compute. This is our own product. Atos is not just providing solutions and services, but we also, for the lack of better term, or to make it extremely simple, we manufacture supercomputers. Bull Sequana is the famous term which you might all have heard of. And over the period of years, what we have done is we have cracked the entire supply chain of Bull Sequana supercomputers over there. Currently, the way the raw material for that is procured, the way they are manufactured, they are one of the most greenest supercomputer which are available, not just in terms of making, but in terms of using over a period of time as well. We have about 72 different patents on it, which go across building a complete software suite based on artificial intelligence to optimize the power usage when those computers are running, depending on the load, depending on how much data is being used on those computers, or what compute power is really needed on that particular space. And like we said before, we were already working, you need to host this supercomputer someplace, so we are already working on the hydrogen-based data centers in that area. What we do on this kind of service as well is we just don't make claim to say that yes, they are greener. What we do is we sign a contractual commitment with our customers to say that, okay, this is where your journey is. So when you get an entry into a contractual commitment, we measure the current emissions, and then we give them a commitment that if they use our product and services, we will reduce their emissions or their waste by a certain percentage. And we stand behind it, so it's not just fluff on the slide. We stand behind it, and if we are not able to, for some reason, not reduce it, our technology is not that effective, we don't let the net zero goals get affected in any shape or form. we will manage the delta by the nature-based solutions which I spoke about. And yeah, that's another thing which as industry leaders, I don't think any other of our peers are doing this as it stands right now. Globally, we are the only organization doing that. This is the view of the carbon data platform which we are building. We recognize currently that data collection, data gathering, all of those problems, reporting, whether it is compliant, can auditor simply just pick and use the data, all of those problems which we just spoke about. The product as it stands today is already able to automate the information from all these different areas. We can collect the building related information, we can collect the energy related information, not just for data center, for devices as well. Hour by hour information can be collected for ICT and for the entire corporation in general. Where we want to go, I was speaking to some of colleagues earlier. One of our challenges is that we spoke about industry-based use cases, which means that we need our data lake to be rich enough in that particular area. We need geography-specific insights in our data lake. We need industry-specific data insights in our area as well. And that is where we are working in across building our multiple APIs or linking it to multiple databases in all these areas to be able to create a view for our customers in terms of what they can see across each and every emission landscape and create multiple use cases, track actions, what they are doing in those actions to reduce emissions, create analytics-based insights on it, and have the complete platform or software as a service on carbon data platforms in general. That brings me to my final slide. Just again wanted to talk about some of the use cases which we have worked with our customers. To talk about Siemens, where we have worked with them on what we call it as a digital decarbonization assessment. This is where we worked with our customer to help them create a digital decarbonization strategy on how can they actually take the green IT journey forward. With Scottish Water, we have been working on optimizing the leakage on their water pumps and thereby reducing pollution, but at the same time saving the energy cost as well over there. If we talk about NetWest, that is where we have been working in the energy optimization space again. And their press releases are quite out open in terms of how much energy they have saved and how much money they have saved as well. And on the right side, you see some of our nature-based solutions which are providing employment and contributing towards the environment in big numbers in that particular space as well. That's just a little bit of introduction from my side. I think the race is on. I think everybody's doing their bit. Any queries, questions, happy to take them. Great. Of course.
Your platform is helping natural-based solutions. How I'm a startup in that sector, so how it is helpful for me, the platform?
So the platform currently is looked at two ways. One is the carbon calculation part. Think of a customer who wants to automate the carbon calculation completely. We spoke about that there are certain bits which will never get removed. So what we are extending this platform to is to give customer a digital experience. Let's say, we were able to reduce 90% of the emissions, 10% they are not able to. They will be able to use the platform directly to procure those 10% of emissions directly from our platform. So the carbon credits worth the remaining 10% can be directly procured from our platform. So basically at the back of the platform, it will be, validated. We have a proper certification mechanism. So there are a lot of project developers we work with. We engage with the project developers, we validate their projects, and they will sit behind this platform. So the remaining 10% can be bought directly by customers from this platform. Yeah, yes, there is a process, but yes, that it's a possibility, yes. Yes. That's correct. That's correct.
just one thing. You mentioned about carbon credits and calculation, which is extremely interesting. That's what we are doing right now. But in the mobility space, you mentioned about framework and the standards. Is it followed in India right now?
I think I know why you asked the question. Not so much in India, I can recognize that. But when we are looking at it, yeah, it's mostly for 73 countries where we work with. So some countries are more mature than the others. Absolutely. Yeah, that's something which we should talk about.
Thank you, Dipesh. With this, we would like to wrap up this session, and any questions can be taken up offline.
Thank you.
I'll come and join.
Yeah, sure.
We now have with us Niveda RM, the CEO of TrashCon. TrashCon builds world's first completely automated sorting and recycling technologies for the toughest form of waste, which is lying on the streets and entering the oceans. Let's put our hands together for Niveda.
Hello everyone, this is Niveda, and let me just show you the problem that we are trying to solve. Take a pause. We are talking about a problem that is very prevalent in India. I see a lot of Indians only here. I'm sure many of you have seen our streets in India filled with trash, right? Something like this. How many are from India? How many of you are coming from India? All of you? Yeah, great. So every day outside our houses, we look at this and we have gotten used to it and we have given up on this, right? But this is despite the fact that people like you and me are taking care of our trash in the best possible way. And that got us thinking, why is this happening? I mean, I am segregating my waste. I am doing everything possible in my apartment. Still, in front of my house, this is how the state of our streets are. So this got us thinking that the biggest problem is, you see, that blue color plastic bag has diaper, sanitary napkin, food, glass, dead rat, metals. Literally anything that comes to your mind right now is there in that trash. So that means it can't be recycled. You can't recover value from it. When you can't recover value from it, it ends up going into the landfill again, right? So, and because you don't have any more land left, not only in India, but many other countries that we are working with, it ends up in front of our streets and gets burned, causing respiratory cancer in children born near the landfill. So already people are dying, right? So that's what we ended up thinking. The problem is huge. We are talking about 2 lakh tons of waste every day, out of which 95% is unsegregated, not recycled, ending up in the landfill. So some solution has to be there. One solution to this is segregation. Because if I can remove the plastic from the food waste, I can recycle it and create value, right? So that's what we thought. We thought it's an easy problem to solve. And this is what we understood. You see, in India, and for that matter, any other country, there are these solutions that are being used for segregation of waste. Manual segregation, inhuman, impractical. Of course, nobody wants to touch dead rats and sanitary napkins, right? You don't want to touch your own waste. You don't want somebody else touching it. Plus, they don't touch this kind of waste. These are some of the machines that are prevalently used even in France, Spain, Italy. But again, it cannot be used for Indian system or that developing countries because our waste is dripping with moisture. These are nothing but rotary sieves, you know. So it's going to plug the pores. Practical challenges with all of these. And of course, sophisticated solutions again don't work with the kind of waste that I'm talking about. That's what we realized. Such a huge problem and there is no solution, right? Which can work in a village, town or city. So that's when we spent close to 3 years in the dump sites working with trash. By the way, that's me in the photo. I look a little different. Working in the dump sites day and night to figure out what can be made which can sort this waste and in a way that a unskilled labor who is drunk can handle it. And how can we supply it to villages, towns, cities across India? So that was our question. And everybody said it's impossible. Everybody said that this is a problem that nobody can solve because waste is dynamic. It's unpredictable, right? And how do you create a system that will take unpredictable waste and give out known composition or constituents? And we said, somebody has to do it. If not I, who? That was our mantra. And literally after shooting in the dark, we came up with a patented solution which has multiple patents called TrashBot, which today automatically sorts waste, which looks like that. These are real images. I'm putting a slide full of waste, but which separates what you see on the left, which is there on the streets in India, in Philippines, and any developing countries in Africa and Middle East, and separates it into degradables, which is primarily your food waste, and non-degradables, which is plastics, automatically, and not in small capacities. I'm talking about hundreds of tons per day. That's the capacity we could reach just by thinking, if not I, who? And we thought, okay, now the problem is solved. Why? Because once you segregate, the degradable waste, which is your food waste, can be composted, can be converted to biogas, can be made into fuel, while the non-degradable waste can be recycled, or we thought it could be recycled. We were in for a shock. You see, the reason why these plastics are on the streets in the first place is because even the waste picker doesn't want it, right? The waste picker wants PET bottles, shampoo bottles, anything that has value. What is on the streets is your chips packets, your biscuit wrappers, which has a layer of aluminum sticking onto it. And let's face it, right? This is the majority of waste. 75% of the plastics that we are generating from our households are non-recyclable. And that's what is coming into the streets and then going into the oceans and choking animals and whatnot. So we realized, hey, that's what we are getting. This is the plastic that nobody wants. And then we thought, okay, still the problem is not solved. That means there needs to be another solution. No recycler wanted these plastics, and we decided, let's solve this as well. Because otherwise, we are not solving the problem completely. So we understood that there are some solutions which basically burn plastics to generate electricity, burn plastics instead of coal. All fine, at least it's not going into the landfill, but still it's not circular economy, it's not creating value. It was not creating profit for my customer. And if you do not create value for the customer, waste will still be a problem. So this is why we went ahead and had another audacious plan. We will recycle non-recyclable plastics, not just like that, without using water, without using binders, without adding additional raw material. Why? Because there is a village in India that cannot access raw materials. So simply because of this, we created Wow Boats, which is basically a recycling technology that can take non-recyclable plastics and recycle it into recycled sheets. This is what we could make out of the first slide. That's the transition. And these are real images, by the way. And they are not only waterproof, termite-proof, etc. The thing that's most close to my heart is that it can be recycled again and again and again. That means you're not creating a problem and, you're not solving a problem and creating another problem. Actually solving the problem was what is close to our heart. So we created all of these solutions and we ended up making benches and desks, tables and chairs, the chairs that you're made of, the booths that are there. Every single of these could be made from trash which is on the streets in our countries. But the most beautiful thing, which is close to my heart, a place where I got literally tears in my eyes, is that we took up not 24, but 50 villages, which look like this, and converted into what you see. This transition happened. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. But the best part is that from the plastics we recovered, we made benches and desks, tables and chairs, bathrooms, wash basins to government kids who are kids of rag pickers, waste pickers and laborers. But the best part comes now. I was invited to this school when we provided these benches and desks, and a small child of 8-year-old was made to get up and tell, what is this made of? And nobody prompted her, nobody told her anything, nobody incentivized her. But she said, the plastic that went out of my house has come back as this bench and desk. This is the behavioral change, which is permanent, which can actually solve the problem once and for all. And that was the most beautiful moment in this journey. But again, we are now collaborated. Our partners include some of the largest of corporates, largest of municipalities. Today we are in 20 cities in 6 states, preventing 500 tons of waste from entering the landfills, and not just that, creating dignified employment and creating a payback of 3 years from waste that was considered impossible to solve.
And towards this, we have been awarded globally. This was a great support that happened during this period of shooting in the dark. We were awarded by the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister and Trade Minister of Norway, several such awards. In fact, I'm happy to announce and share that 2 weeks ago, we were in the top 6 innovations globally and the only one from India to present our solution at the World Economic Forum at the Congress Center. And thank you so much. But despite all this, after being covered in so many media publications, I also wanted to share that it's not just me. I have a team of crazy people who have left everything that they are doing to join me in the dump sites to try and solve the problem. And that's why we could solve. And today, like I told you, we are impacting millions of lives, not just in India, but other countries as well. Thank you. We are trying to prevent 25,000 tons of waste per day. But why am I here? Why am I talking to each one of you? Is because I have a vision. I have a vision that we cannot solve alone. A vision that kept us through this dark, when people said it's impossible, it cannot be solved. A vision that 20 years down the lane, when I am telling a story to my daughter, saying, Beta, once upon a time there was trash, my daughter should say, Mama, what is trash? This is our vision. And this is why we have been striving day and night. And we have done everything possible so far in our capacity to solve it. But we cannot do it further without your support. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to suggest policies, solutions in between all of us. If we could all come together to solve it. There is no one solution. I'm not saying that I will solve the problem. All of us need to come together. There's no one right solution. It's a huge mountain, like the gentleman before me said, and we are small ants. Let us all combine together, come together, and at least we have a possibility that we could solve it. Thank you so much, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Niveda.
Check. Sorry?
I would request all of you to get back to their seats. We are starting with an exciting session. I would now like to welcome Anirban J. Gupta, the Chief Innovation Evangelist, Tata Consultancy Services, and Ravi Shankar Lanke, the Head of Innovation for France, Tata Consultancy Services, France. Let's welcome Anirban and Ravi Shankar.
Hello.
Guys, can we please be seated?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so we saw some amazing pitches from our startup partners, as friends from the startup. Amazing job that all of them are doing. Now, I am from Tata Consultancy Services, and I have with me Ravi, who is based out of Paris. So what are we going to talk about? And I think our session is coming at a perfect moment after the startup pitches that we saw. We might have a brilliant idea. That idea can change the world. But if you cannot scale your innovation quickly, then as an organization, either you miss the boat or that innovation does not really add much of a value to anyone. Now, we at Tata Consultancy Services have been facing this challenge for almost 40 years now. We are an organization which has an internal research and innovation arm which exists for more than 40 years. And over the past 40 years, we have been investing substantial amount of our annual turnover in creating products and platforms. But it has taken a lot of time for us also to kind of crack the code. There used to be a time when the life cycle of an idea to commercialization used to take almost 7 years. But in today's day and age, where WhatsApp is rolling out a feature almost every 2 days, you really cannot wait for 7 years to bring your product to the market. So that is what the problem and the challenge that we are trying to solve. Now, the first thing that we need to understand is what are successful companies doing? Companies who are successful in the space of innovation. Essentially, they are able to perfectly balance the two sides of the coin, as we like to call it in TCS. The innovation strategy and scaling. It doesn't really matter if you are good at one side and you cannot do the other side properly. If you are fantastic at building innovation strategy, but you cannot scale up your ideas, then the strategy is useless. If you are really good at scaling innovation, but you are making all your investments in the wrong places, then also your organization cannot really benefit much. But before we look at how at TCS we are working with our customers to take and undergo this journey, let's take a step back and try and understand that in order to help our customers achieve their goals of scaling innovation quickly, what is the kind of investment that we as an organization have made? So in TCS, we essentially have 3 pillars which defines research and innovation. The first one is TCS Research. So what happens over here? We have our in-house scientists who are trying to answer the wicked problems of tomorrow. For example, we have not been able to invent a fully functional quantum computer. But when a quantum computer becomes fully functional or reaches the stage or the capacity that we would like it to go to, at that point of time, cryptography will be disrupted a lot. Now, as an organization, do you really want to wait for a quantum computer to become mainstream before you invest? No. So that is where we are looking at what will be the world in post-quantum cryptography, just an example of what we do in this space. The second bit is what we call as CoWin. Now at TCS, we have a lot of smart people working, but there are a lot of smart people who don't work for TCS. So we want to partner with those people to quickly scale up their innovations, essentially the startup partners, the academic partners, and finally, the innovation teams which makes money. And over here, I would like to bring Ravi in. Ravi, would you like to share specifically from the France market, what are the kind of ecosystems and innovations that you have been seeing?
All right, hi. So what we do is that, as he's explaining about it, TCS has got an ecosystem which is internally, which is called researchers, who are basically bringing the best in class of the research into the market. We take also the startup ecosystem. That startup ecosystem, we also have the right on the top. We have a roughly around 2,500, which is constantly moving from in our needs. We kind of take some of the startups, best of the startups over here in the France ecosystem too, and then we bring in some of the technology partners. So a technology could be a Microsoft or an SAP or a Salesforce, any of the technology that they are using in a way that they need to accelerate in their business processes. We kind of build an innovation factory, what we call, or it could be a digital factory. So these are the themes that we build basing on this particular framework and trying to understand, because every customer today doing an innovation. So how do their innovation labs are functioning today? How are their innovation labs are able to produce the minimum viable product that is required before you are assessing whether that has got a business to do in the market or not. So we try to collaborate even with the innovation labs of the customers and try to see what are the ways in which that we can collaborate and co-create on the problem statement that the business is throwing at us. So, but this happens in a scale. It does not happen that just on one problem I'm going to solve it and then I'm going to create a MVP and then throw it to the market. But this happens in a scale in a way that one problem in an iteration, second problem in an iteration, third problem in an iteration. So number of problems that we've thrown at us, trying to see with the frameworks that we use to create an MVP and then build into the platforms.
Thank you, Ravi. So how are we undergoing this journey? This is the framework that we follow, or the process that we follow in TCS. We call this Agile Innovation Cloud. So what does it mean? This chart is showing a lot of things, but I will try to make it simple for all of us. So on the left-hand side is the strategy building side of innovation that we were speaking about. And on the right-hand side, the scaling up is happening. The first slide that I was speaking about, that organizations need to do both. So we will, in the next slide, take a look at how we are building the strategy, but let's focus on the right-hand side. So once you have created your innovation strategy, you have to place your bets as an organization at that point of time based on what are your strategic priorities, what the market needs, and a whole lot of other factors to pick up specific initiatives and then quickly create an output maximum within 90 days. Anything which takes more than 90 days is not worth investing in, is what we believe in. So you take up initiatives, you quickly create a prototype within 90 days, you see the results. If the results are what you are looking for, well and good, you can probably scale it up. If you're not happy with the results, you quickly stop that experiment and you pick up the next set of initiatives. And we do this rapidly in 90-day cycles following agile methodologies so that you get to see the results before you invest a lot of money into a project like this. Again, I would request Ravi to share maybe one or two examples from the French market where we have worked with a model like this with customers.
Yeah, I think I have the privilege to reveal it because it's already in the website. So we work with the Total Energies. They have a refinery plants. What we wanted to do is that how do we bring in the business 4.0 frameworks and build the refinery 4.0 as the future. So what it means is that they have the refineries, but they are working with the existing systems in a way that they can plan the plant. They can also look at the security systems within the plant. They can also look at it, how do you optimize and get the better output of the crude oil that they're coming into the refinery. So what we built is, we have taken this particular framework into it, thrown at the SMEs of the Total and our SMEs in the Tata, which has been working in the oil and gas. Then we get into our digital strategies and innovation teams, trying to create, understand about the problem statements. You know, it is understanding the problem is also very, very difficult. It's not about you have an idea, but can you explain what exactly the meaning of the problem that you're facing today? So we have to understand the problem statement. That takes into some iterations. And then we work together with them and then create an idea funnel, as what we are trying to see over here, and see whether we would be able to build a certain technological solution to that particular problem. And then test it onto the business side and see whether it has got a viability. Once you do that, it gets into an iteration. So we have built 2 platforms today, which is on the digital platforms. One of the platform I can proudly say is about the digital twin of a refinery, where you would be able to really replicate with the digital twin, how do you optimize and how do you tackle the problems related with the security issues in the refineries.
Thank you, Ravi. Now, I did mention about the fact that you need to know where you need to invest in order to make this entire cycle work. And if there is one thing that I want all of you to take away from today's presentation, what we are sharing, it is perhaps this framework. This is a framework which was initially conceptualized by Professor Clayton Christensen from Harvard University. Professor Clay is one of the pioneers in the field of innovation. Now, Professor Clay sadly passed away early in 2020, and in his memory, we call this as the Clay map. So what happens over here is, Clay always used to speak about the fact that organizations exist to do a job. If you think of McDonald's, why do people go to McDonald's? Maybe some of us like the burger, but primarily people are going to McDonald's because they want to eat food which is cheap and which they can get quickly. Now, if I ask you who can be a competition for McDonald's, mostly people will think about Burger King, Subway, and so forth. However, if you think of it in a granular level, the job that McDonald's is doing, a person can get access to food at a cheaper rate and quickly fulfill his or her hunger by picking up a simple banana as well. So a simple banana can also be a competition for McDonald's. That is the mindset that you need to have as a person, an organization, when you are looking at the portfolio of innovations. So you look at the jobs that you're doing today versus the jobs that you need to do tomorrow, and you look at the capabilities that you need to build in order to fulfill those jobs. And for each of these boxes, the 4 quadrants, you will have different kinds of investments, you will need different skill set of people, and you will need to make different kinds of timeline bets. But one thing is for sure, that you need to have a thinking like this, so that not only you are looking at the problems of here and now, but also aware of the futuristic challenges. Let me take an example. If I take the example of Uber, on the bottom right is where you will bring in innovation in Uber app. That is a job that you are doing today, and you have the capabilities, but you bring in innovation. When you go up, doing the same job of moving people from point A to point B, but bringing in newer kind of capabilities. For example, you might be able to book Uber with a voice-based app. Over here, as an Uber, you are trying to use the same set of capabilities to do a different kind of a job. An example in this space is what Uber is doing with Uber Eats. You are essentially using the same capabilities, but doing a different kind of a job. And finally, the moonshots. Who knows, for example, maybe a few years down the line, Uber will allow you to teleport from point A to point B with their app. But this is the kind of thought process that we are trying to discuss and come up with our customers, and then take this kind of a portfolio, to do this kind of a model. that is how we are working with our customers. And we are there in booth D15. We are working in this model with multiple customers all across Europe. We are also going to bring in the entire concept of this agile innovation at scale in Paris from the month of October, where we are opening one of our innovation hubs, global innovation hubs in Paris, which we call as the Paceport. So Ravi, the final word is with you. What are we going to do at the Paris Spaceport? What are the kind of things that people can expect? If you can give us some information, that will be really good.
We call that as a Paceport, and this is a brand of a TCS. Though we operate in 46 countries, this is not existing in every location. But this has got a unique feature. The reason what we say is that this is a product, or you can call it as a platform. It's a collaboration of what we have built, the technologies that you would be able to try it out on any business problem. But this is also a place where you would be able to invite your ecosystem in play. If I'm trying to solve a problem on energy transition, or if I'm trying to solve a problem on a sustainability as a wider angle, how do I be in a position to create a problem statements related with that particular activity and bringing into this particular facility and try to co-innovate with the customers?
Thank you. And any particular industries that we are going to focus on?
I think we are there in 11 industries. Focus industries is going to be all of them, but mostly it is going to be in energy and resources, banking and financials. You have a travel and hospitality, and you have a retail, and you have a CPG, etc.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, everyone. I hope we were able to add some value to you. Okay. She has a question.
It's a simple question. You mentioned about the computing, coin, and innovation. And in the coin, I think there was mentioned about accelerator and VCs and all
CoWin
that.
is basically our framework via which we engage with startups and academia. And I was giving an example of quantum computers, but that is TCS research, where we have our in-house scientists who are working on problems for which we do not have an answer today. For example, I gave the example of quantum computers. They are also using genetics and those kind of capabilities to predict preterm birth of a baby. And you can use that kind of a capability to save a lot of lives.
My question is more to do with the coin, the startup collaboration. Is it only specific to France?
No. So CoWin is our global model. Today we are connected to approximately 2,500 startups globally. The way we work, and that is TCS's strategy, is we don't buy startups, we don't invest in startups. We essentially act as a connector for a startup with a customer who has a problem statement. And that startup can be anywhere in the planet. The customer can be anywhere in the planet. For example, today we are working with a customer in Belgium with a startup from Australia. So that is our model.
What about the co-development?
The core development also happens. So for example, the startup brings in the core capability. We help to integrate the startup solutions into the customer's existing IT landscape. We also help in scaling up. And if required, we will also help in building services or some features on top of the core capability. So the core capability will always be with the startup.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, she has a question.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned at the beginning the word platforms. Can you please explain what you mean by platforms?
So platforms, what we are doing in TCS today is we have a product and platform business.
Yeah.
What platforms do, I will give you an example of a platform that we have in TCS, which we call as Ignio, which is also called as Digitate. It's basically a product as well as a platform via which we are solving different kinds of industry-related problems. Platforms are essentially our mechanism to address different industry problems, which cuts across multiple industries. So we have an IoT platform which we call as Teacup. That can be applied in manufacturing. It has also got usage in utilities. Then we have products like a retail product, which we call as Optumera, which is focused on a particular industry. So platforms are cross-industry primarily, and products are focused on. If you go to our website, you will be able to read about a lot of these platforms and products.
And how do you make sure that both business and IT are involved in the innovation?
That's a very good question. So this is a question that we face within our organization as well. We come from the research and innovation organization of TCS, but then whatever we build, we need to then internally go and pitch it to our business leaders for them to be convinced to make a bet in taking those capabilities and engineering and creating something. The way we do this in TCS is we have an internal process where we follow a technology readiness level, which NASA also follows, by the way, of different capabilities that we are investing on. So every research and innovation asset needs to go through that TRL life cycle. The early stage TRL levels are those around which we have filed patents, written white papers, stuff like that. As it moves further ahead, we will do some proof of concepts with certain customers. And that is an important inflection point where one of our business leaders will need to raise their hand and say, hey, I like this technology or this idea, give it to me. I see that already some customers are doing proof of concepts around this. Let me take it and let me see if I can do something around it. But once we present it back to our business, if no one picks it up, no one raises their hand, then it needs to be parked. We understand that it is not really at a stage where it will generate business. So the way we bring in business and IT closer together is via these governance calls where we have to continuously present. It's like internal Shark Tank, or Shark Tank is basically a startup pitching program in India. So similar to that, our internal teams also need to do that. You pitch your ideas and you have to have a business owner who will buy your idea.
To your question, I think it is pertinent for many of the organizations. What is explained is about what TCS does. TCS builds the platforms and products through its innovation process, right? We're not editors of like Microsoft or SAP or Salesforce, but we are the implementation partners of that particular editor. But we do have our own platforms to serve our customers. But your question on innovation in terms of connecting to the business and IT do have an innovation activities happening because they need to make sure that they are able to create the continuous improvement cycle within the IT operations. But the business is the one which is making money, right? So they are the guys who are just basically have to go into the market and see how best they are so that they would be able to generate the revenues. So the innovation that has to happen at the scale, in my view, with my experience, it has to happen on the business side. If you do not build the innovation mindset, innovation culture within the business, you would not be able to scale it in a way that you can imagine in an IT, right? But IT also has to do something because they have to try it out. They have to try it out with the new technologies that has been coming in. How do I do? Business cannot do that. So the business is the guy who is driving the innovation at a scale, but the IT is the one which is coming in and playing a role in ensuring that those technologies can be applied for the business problems they are addressing into it. So it has to be a hand in hand, but the sponsorship should be at the business level, in our view, in a way that we have seen the success stories.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. Startups are going to be the backbone of New India. startups are going to be the backbone of new India.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Viva. Je suis de Paris.
English, only English.
Je ne sais pas anglais. बोलो सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Wow. très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. startups are going to be the backbone of new India.
Any
Je suis de Paris.
Comment?
English, only English.
Je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
Comment?
सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? Très bien.
Okay, now after that short break, let's resume our program. We will now start startup pitches. And for that, I would like to invite the Leverage Edu team on stage to make their presentation. You need 2 mics? Yeah, yeah. Get one more. And you have shared a PDF, right? So you'll have to say, yeah, make one. Just move. You have to say next so that we can control the PDF because it won't work on a PDF. So let us know next and we will change it.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk about what we are doing quickly in about 120 seconds. Playing the PDF. Tough to follow Modi ji. Hi guys, thank you for being here in this early evening, and we'll take about 2.5 minutes to talk about what we are doing at Leverage Edu. We are a student mobility platform. We are helping students from emerging countries get to universities across the world, and then we're building multiple solutions on top of it. So, and yes. So this is a student who essentially heads out abroad. There are multiple things that they essentially want to do across their entire journey. The first one is they essentially need to get admission in our college, and that's from where we kind of started out. We're now helping students from about 850 different cities and towns in India, as well as Nigeria starting the beginning of this year. And we're primarily helping them go to countries like UK, Australia, US and Canada, the larger Anglo world. And that's what we did for the first 4.5 years of our existence. Over the last 6 months, we also built out financial services. So we're now also helping the student get education loans. We're helping them kind of remit money when they head out abroad. And we're also helping them open a bank account. As we move forward, of course, in our journey over the coming years, we want to do other things like helping them with ticketing, helping them with insurance, helping them essentially settle down in their life, they're getting them jobs, all of those things. So we're very early on in our journey right now. We have done well on admissions, and now we essentially want to build financial services on top of it. Digvijay.
So, like Akshay said, we're just getting started. If you look at this map, we have like about 38 different routes from India and other emerging markets, how students are essentially going to study in different destinations all across the globe. We are just at the tip of the iceberg, especially currently focused a lot on India to the UK and US, Canada, Australia, but all these other routes we yet have to tap into, essentially targeting a overall $25 billion market just in admissions, and then all of the other sort of services included make it a $70 billion market opportunity for us. And the way we've grown essentially in the last 1 year and like 13-14 months, from just about 400,000 students coming to leverageedu.com, we now get over 9 million students coming to leverageedu.com every month. So we've seen like a 20-25x growth just happen over the last 12-14 months. And that has happened essentially as a result of a trifecta of 3 things that we worked really well on. That's first the product. We have built products in the end-to-end student journey, from them figuring out what is the right fit course or university for them, to then helping them with any test prep such as IELTS, GMAT, GRE, then helping them connect with universities in a face-to-face environment or a virtual environment, helping them with banking, helping them with direct interactions, helping them with also figuring out education loans, international money transfer, etc. Right? And then we've built really great quality content. We have over 10,000 written content pieces answering frequently asked questions that students have. Also have created a lot of good quality videos for students, a lot of YouTube channels, a lot of community play on the Leverage Edu app. So on the community front, we have our own Study Abroad with Leverage Edu app, wherein we have over 1 lakh downloads in the last 2 or 3 months itself, and we have over 50,000 students in the community that are actively participating and asking questions about anything and everything to do with studying abroad and how they can get access to it.
If you can just stay on that slide. Just to add to that, just go back. Does it go back? Okay. Just to add to the slide, I think we've built on the DNA and ethos that we will give a lot of free information out to students as we kind of get onto this journey. And as a result of that, we essentially just went about creating a lot of content across the first 3 to 4 years of our journey. And just to add to what Digvijay said, we have 9 million plus visitors. We do about 150,000 1:1 counselings every single month. These are like real counselors giving like real 20-30 minute counseling sessions to students, which add a lot of value to them. And then we essentially have 4,000 students who onboard and pay us and kind of go forward in the journey. In addition to that, we also have, so Digvijay spoke about the community, and I hope some of you can kind of take out the time and download our app today and try it out. We actually have like a social media platform built out for study abroad aspirant. That's the largest of its size anywhere in the world. And we have over 5,000 different organic posts that come out on the app every single day. People talking about different things that they essentially want to explore as they head out in that country. What's the closest pub in, say, Newcastle? Or which professor should I speak with at MIT? Or where will I get an internship? What's the right job after EBC course, so on and so forth. So it's a great mix of community that is kind of really helping us ensure that there's much more stickiness in the entire community of people who want to go out and study abroad. And just to kind of round off, we are 5 years in the making. We have raised about $33 million from a clutch of investors, institutional investors, family offices, marquee angels, and we're just getting started. That's it. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we hope you will check us out after this presentation. Thank you. For the opportunity.
Okay, so next I would like to call upon Tsang Technologies onto the stage for their pitch presentation. Hi. You've already shared your PPT, right? So I'll just
Hi all. A few years before, I was just browsing through internet, and I was so stunned to see that a very sensitive data, like a credit card number, is being shared on a Twitter platform by a customer tagging their own bank for a resolution. So then I went a bit deeper into that, and I started writing scripts. Started writing scripts to identify publicly available credit card numbers and just scroll that data to our backend. And I got almost 500,000 credit card numbers, which was plotted in a span of 1 year on a public platform like Twitter, Facebook, and all these social media platforms. Hi, I'm Nandakishore Harikumar. I'm the CEO and founder of cybersecurity startup Technic. I have a 9-year cybersecurity experience where I used to manage cybersecurity problems with the government of India for 6 to 7 years. And as a part of that research, I came to know that human beings are tending to leak a lot of their digital footprints in internet platform, which eventually comes back to us as a scam or a phishing attempt or even credit card fraud or an account takeover issue. So we focused on 20 issues initially. Eventually, we understood that a digital footprint can result you in 100 plus problems. That's where we started Technic in 2018, 1 year with a manual approach towards all these cybersecurity problems. And in 2020, we launched a cybersecurity product which uses a lot of public data that is like from dark web, deep web, open web, Git repositories, AWS misconfigurations. To be more specific, we monitor almost 1 million Telegram groups, 500 plus other different sources that happens. I mean, it's present in different aspects of internet which are not browsable by conventional cybersecurity browsers, conventional browsers. And we started crawling data every now and then, and in less 1 year or 2 years since 2020, we grabbed into around 55 TB of data that belongs to huge footprint. And you know what would be the cost of this much of data? Hackers just tend to buy a piece of data for $100. So now I'm speaking this, my threat intelligence team has approached me with a very specific data set. Around 100K users have lost their data it's a credit card data again in Malaysia, which costs for around $5,000. So similarly, now data is becoming an oil. Data is becoming more expensive than an oil. And we understood that organizations have a lot of footprints where they have to monitor their cybersecurity issues in real time. And we cover 80% of the issues that are not covered by any cybersecurity conventional solution strategies, VAPT, or these kind of security operations. Since we launched, we have 15 monthly paying subscribers, including the Byju's, Vedantu. We have worked with brands like GMR, and we are also working with a lot of brands like cybersecurity brands, integrating our API in their backend, enriching their data crawling capabilities, or enriching their threat intelligence visibility towards all these platforms. So we are widely quoted for our research. If you can just search about Technisan, you could see even the South China Morning quoting us on relevant issues of data leakage and cybersecurity threats. So we have this platform Integrity, which is a proprietary platform which uses a series of crawlers, web scraping bots, and a lot of services in the backend which provides you this enriched data. The platform is highly customizable. The platform is designed or deployed based on the client requirement. We pass them a questionnaire, and based on the questionnaire what we pass on, we define a platform for them. And this is just a breeze of process for us. Just in 5 minutes you can have a customized platform for you. Along with this, many people ask us, what do you do to mitigate this risk? So we have a mitigation service where we do a managed takedowns for many of our customers, which whether it's a phishing site or whether it's a data that has been leaked on public platform. Of course, we do a takedown service, and we have taken down around 75,000 content in the last 1 to 2 years from internet. We recently raised an investment of around $300K US, and we are moving into the Series A round of $5 million US, and we have a revenue of around $300K US a year, and this year we are intent to close somewhere around $1 million US in revenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tsang team. Now we will move on to Zoid Labs. Do we have the Zoid Labs team here? I don't have a presentation. So are you just going to speak? You've shared with them directly. Do they know what to play?
Hello. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about Zoid Labs. So we're going to enable innovation in electronic hardware. You just now heard the other speaker talk about threats, right? So these threats are largely predominant or pervasive due to electronics being everywhere. So, yeah. It's too loud. Okay, louder. Okay, so yeah, I'll start again. So you heard about the threats from the cyberspace from the previous speaker, and part of the reason of these threats being so pervasive is that electronics is getting smaller and smaller. It's getting into all your devices, and it's everywhere. And there's no way you can live without electronics today. So innovation in electronics is extremely important, and the capability to have that innovation is, it's key for almost every ecosystem, every sector in the industry. You need to have that capability to produce, to move your innovation forward. And in India, we found that there's quite a lot of gap there. And in other countries also, a small innovator faces several problems. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about those problems and how we try to solve that problem. Okay, so let me go to the next slide. Oops. Okay. I need some help here. Which is the green button? This one? Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm colorblind. I'm not, but okay. Okay, so, and electronics, we say, is a new growth sector for India. So to realize the potential of that new growth sector, we need to be able to innovate within that sector. Otherwise, you are just making something on a routine basis. And where is your advantage? Unless you have your own IP, right? Intellectual property can be created only through innovation. So we are looking at that problem and asking this question: can we accelerate hardware innovation? Accelerate because there are several impediments in getting your innovation to work. So we don't have a prototyping ecosystem. It's very important. If you go to China and Shenzhen, you can find a component ecosystem. You can source things very easily, get things done very fast. So do we have that ecosystem? A lot of university students face this problem. They have a project to do, but it's very hard to get. And why is it so? I'll show you a little bit of the problem also. And you need appropriate automation. Today, the components are becoming smaller and smaller. You can't handle them. So appropriate automation is important. And then skill development and capacity building. That's very important on a national scale if you want to ride on this sector, growth of the sector effectively, right? So, so we are talking about a tiny device becoming a huge problem. You see here the device sitting on your thumb, on your fingertip, is so small that it's very easy to lose them, and you have to take these components and place them on a printed circuit board to be able to go to a next stage of testing your prototype. So if you can't do that, you're lost, right? So this is a sample of how big those components are. Different things are getting smaller and smaller because people want more and more intelligence packed into smaller and smaller spaces. Right, so things are getting smaller and smarter. So that is where the challenge is. So this is so-called BGA package, which is 2.5 millimeter. It does a lot of stuff, and there you can see a lot of terminals are there, and the spacing is like 0.4 mm. So it's less than half an mm, and you have to place these things accurately. And how do you do that? If with your hands, can you do it? I mean, unless you're a magical genius, you can't. And this problem we have faced all the time, and the solution. And you may ask, what do people do? This is what the big industry uses. The manufacturing houses use big machines, which are a room full of machine, and there will be an operator who is the guardian of this machine, and he won't let you touch it because it's a very expensive machine. So this is not affordable to the small innovator and not accessible as well. If you are in a good university, you might have one somewhere, but the operator is not going to let you touch it because, it's his baby, right? So it is neither affordable nor accessible. So we have a huge problem. So what is our solution? Our solution is place a bot family of products that we have built, and we already sold it to several customers. It's in use in the field, and this is desktop sized automation which you can keep on your desktop, so an engineer can use it. So this is, if you compare the previous slide, if you look at the previous slide, this is the mainframe, okay, equivalent of the mainframe of those days, time sharing systems from long time ago, if you're a dinosaur like me. So, and this is the personal computer, to make a comparison. So this is something you can own, you can program yourself, you can operate yourself, and move your work forward within a day, within a week, you can get your thing done. Whereas in the other one, you will be waiting in a queue for 3 months to get a slot. Okay, so this makes it accurate. This gives you accurate results. It's affordable and it's prototyping friendly. Okay, these are the key points in our solutions. So this is a pick and place system, so-called in the industry. It's called a pick and place because it picks components and places them in the right place. And this is a paste system. This is under development right now. which dispels solder paste. Okay, and this is a reflow oven because after you place your components on the board, you have to cook them to make it get soldered forever, so that you can go and test it. So prototyping on your desktop is no longer no longer a dream if you use place-aboard products from Zoid Labs. Right. So it gives you repeatable results. This is a small 2.5 mm BGA that I showed you, and we have placed it accurately and got it soldered using our system, and this is the result for you to see. And we have some customers already, IIT Palakkad, we have DRDO, Marelli Motherson, Qualcomm, BARC, there's TimeEd, and RT Lab in Bangalore, and these are all our customers, tough customers. So if you have to please them, then we have to do a good job. And these are the people who have supported us. Make a Village in Kochi in Kerala Startup Mission. Meiti is one of our supporters, and thanks very much for all our supporters, Case IDC. So we have come to a stage where we have managed to, okay, this is the Rogues Gallery. These are the guys behind the conspirators, co-conspirators are with me. I'm Ajit, and this is Unni. Unni is here, and Sagar is the third co-founder. So we have all gone through, several decades of industry experience and face this kind of problems which we want to solve. So it's a bunch of engineers. So naturally, that's the flavor of the company. Is founded by engineers, engineering company, right? So, and I'll leave a short presentation here for you to see.
Placerbout is an innovative desktop electronics assembly suite, perhaps the only desktop-based SMT assembly system developed in the country. Innovators require an affordable yet accurate SMT assembly solutions that can substantially reduce their product development cycle time. Placerbot provides an entire SMT assembly ecosystem such that innovators can create small batches products at their prototyping stage. Placerbot will help students, startups, innovators to experiment, develop prototypes and products. It can also be deployed across the country for skill development and training on electronics assembly.
Okay, so that was a look at the product, and where are we going from here? So we have some customers, so we'll have to build more customers, but the products have been validated by these customers, and we have to establish manufacturing so that we can you can make them in scale, and then expand the product line. There are further gaps in the prototyping space that we want to explore, expand the product line and reach new markets. That's where we want to go. So thank you very much for your attention so far. Yeah, I guess there's no time for questions, right? So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ajit. Now, let's move on to the next startup pitch. Can I invite -0 onto the stage? Do we have the team here? Yeah.
One video and pitch.
Have you shared with the
Shared. So this is a play.
This is to go forward, this is to go back.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. Namaste, Adab, Sat Sri Akal. So we are going to see some really cool stuff today. So if somebody is just standing behind and all, I'll request if you can come front stage. So just a quick disclaimer. It feels really good to be the youngest one in the entire Indian Pavilion. I'm still an undergrad, so do not feel a little bit intimidated. So yeah, let's first, before going into very technicalities, let's experience something really, really exciting. Okay, so yeah, here it is. Just imagine if the mobility as you see it could be as simplified as possible. At a press of a button, you could get a vehicle just to you. You tell them where you want to go. It's as simple as that. No more cab cancellation, no more fumbling for change. No need to it's so easy. 24/7 you can get a cab because there is no driver at all. No matter what kind of traffic scenario is that, it just goes there effortlessly. Driving much better than a human could drive. Right? Right. Now the thing is, this mobility market is a $4 trillion market as a whole. Just I'm talking about this drive. So basically just, we are driverless vehicle company, right? This mobility market is a $4 trillion market, right? And a lot of benefits. It is going to make our roads much more safer because computers do not break rules. It is going to make the mobility a lot more inclusive. Anybody, whether it's maybe Ambani or whether it's just a person from a poor background, he would have access to a luxurious technology at just tip of a button. It will make the entire mobility more efficient, right? But wait, where are the driverless cars? Because when you talk about driverless cars, I think $5-6 billion names are going to come to your mind. I will not name them, but where are those autonomous vehicles? It was promised we'll be having driverless cars on the roads in 2019. It didn't happen. 2020, it didn't happen. Where they are, right? And there is a strong reason for that. If I just talk about all the billion-dollar global players, they are stuck in a very big bottleneck. Their single vehicle cost in the range of 300K USD. That's around 3.5 crores INR. Is that really feasible for just deploying in emerging markets? I don't think so. Over $8 billion have been spent in R&D, much larger than any other startup. 100 billion miles of driving data has been collected from a single country alone. And revenue, oh sorry, I forgot, there is no revenue yet. Now, but this is one problem. This is the problem that was faced by all these structured countries. I talk about US, I talk about UK. But we are here talking about the kind of traffic like this. No lane markings, people not following rules, potholes. Is the AI really mature enough to tackle this kind of traffic scenario? Because they often joke, right? If a person is able to drive in a country like India, he'll be able to drive anywhere in the world, right? And that's where allow me to introduce ourselves. We are Minus Zero. We are reimagining the autonomous mobility. Okay, so why would you believe two undergrads, how can they tackle maybe the billion-dollar, trillion-dollar tech giants? So I want to give any claims. Recently in April last year, we became the first company in the entire world to test a fully driverless vehicle out on a public, unregulated road in India. And the biggest part was that was just done in a capital expenditure of 500 USD compared to 300K of other companies. Using only compute of an average gaming laptop. You all play games. You might be playing Need for Speed. You might be playing GTA 5. It used less compute than that. We took the cheapest vehicle that is available in the Indian economy and we made it go driverless. You can just have a look at the kind of maneuvers it was able to perform. All that maneuvers that currently a Tesla's FSD is capable of performing, it was able to do the same with just this camera. I was not using any automotive grade camera. I was using a normal consumer grade PC and it was able to do all those things. So how? What makes us different from all these? So just a bit about our journey. We just started around 8 months back. It was founded by 2 undergrads. We tested a vehicle out on the roads. We won multiple awards. We became the first self-driving company in India to raise an institutional funding round. And right now, we are targeting a commercial launch in October this year. Maybe becoming the first company in the entire world to actually commercialize autonomous vehicles. So we present to you what we have called as nature-inspired AI. So what exactly is nature-inspired AI, right? I just ask you, if you learn to drive in France, do you need to learn to drive again in US? No, right? Reason is, we humans have mastered the fundamental of physics in such a beautiful manner that we would be able to drive effortlessly anywhere around the world. You name it. But the problem is, current AI as we know it doesn't do that. It crams data. And the moment it gets to see any unseen scenario, there what happens? The vehicle crashes. And that is what we have been reading in the news. So what nature-inspired AI does is it mimics the human intuition. The way we humans think, from very minimal data, we are able to make sure we are driving safe enough, we are driving robustly enough. With that, we were able to decrease the cost of a fully driverless vehicle by a factor of 10, reducing that to less than 50K USD. And modularity, the best thing was, it's the same technology. You want to use it in trucks, you are good to go. You want to use it in buses, again good to go. You want to use it in taxis, again good to go. Because we really do not need to infuse another $500,000 or like maybe $100 million to make it compatible with some other class of vehicle. And geographical expansion. Yeah, you get the vehicle running in India, and within 1 month, we'll be able to drive the same thing maybe in London, maybe in Paris, maybe in New York. Reason is we do not need to tailor the solution for a specific geography by collecting more data, but maybe not by spending another $100 million. So we're doing it in all the aspects. First things on the perception side, the way we see the environment around us. So what other companies are doing, they use these sensors we call LiDARs. A single LiDAR costs in the range of 60K USD. Just imagine, like, half of the contribution of the entire capex is just by a single sensor. What LiDAR does, it just tells you the depth of anything in front of you, right? But it doesn't seem really good to spend maybe 9 lakhs or 10 lakhs on just a single sensor. So the first thing we did is we eliminated the use of LiDARs entirely. We have already filed a patent for the same. We are expecting a US patent maybe in next 2 months. So from a monocular camera, you give me this camera, you give me any of your mobile phones, and just give me 5 minutes to calibrate, and I'll be able to tell you exactly what is the distance of any vehicle in front of you, at what exact speed it is traveling, what is its acceleration, from a monocular 2D image, without relying on any 3D data, no radar, no LiDAR, nothing like that. So we were able to do the same thing that other companies are spending around 60K, we were able to do it in less than 1K USD. Second thing came, all the companies use this something we call high fidelity maps. So what they do is they create a map, they get a vehicle, they create a map of each city individually, basically marking, okay, these are 5 lanes, in this lane you have to drive with this speed and all. Each information, they tell you on the map itself where exactly is the traffic light and all. For one city, they are spending around $100 million. So in our case, and for that they need GPS with a centimeter level localization. That again is very, very costly. Now what we did was, we only need maybe open source map, you call it Google Map or OSM, that can tell me, okay, this is where my hotel is. And we do not need centimeter level accuracy of GPS, even a 10 meter or 20 meter would work, because we do not rely on traditional maps to do the localization. From the 8 cameras that are around in the vehicle, we reconstruct the map in real time on the vehicle premises itself. As you can see, from 8 cameras, it is able to reconstruct that map, where exactly all the other vehicles are, where exactly is our vehicle. And again, what other companies doing, maybe spending $100 million on single city, we could do it with something that is already freely available. Again, motion planning. Normally, other companies plan in real time, basically what's happening right now. But what that leads to, maybe the vehicle will crash because you do not know what is going to be the future, Suddenly anybody might be coming from that side. The vehicle might speed up. You have to do brakes again and again. So bad user experience, right? So what we do is we plan in the future. Instead of betting on what exactly our current status is, we predict how our vehicle is going to react maybe 3 seconds down the line. And we plan in future so that we make sure our system is safe enough and will be not prone to any kind of accidents. Last thing, data. I think many of you here are familiar with the entire data, how the data works. There's an AI model, you collect a lot of data, you train it, and the moment it sees some unseen traffic scenario, the system fails. That is how the AI is working. And on average, a single autonomous vehicle, it generates around 4 TB of data per day. Right? That's very huge. You need annotation and all, a lot of billions spent, right? We eliminate LiDAR, we eliminate GPS, sonar, radar, and basically the data is reduced to less than 1000 GB per day. And this is the kind of data we train our models on. And just imagine if this can work in this kind of scenario, maybe these structured countries like US and all, they're comparatively very, very easy for a vehicle to act robustly in. The final part, on the compute side, all companies use supercomputers on the wheel. They are using supercomputers that have like over 1200 TOPS of supercompute power. We can do the same thing in comparatively half of the compute power using maybe a consumer grade GPU and all. That's again a cost saving factor. And yeah, and this is where -0 comes into play. We are building this tech in India, but we are not making just for India, we are making it for the world. We are here to capture a major chunk of that $4 trillion market that is up for grabs. We are on the path to make India a technological superpower. So, yeah. So I think everybody who is here, I would like to invite all of you for a ride whenever you are in India, you are coming to visit Bangalore, just drop by at our office. I would like to give you all a first-hand experience of how beautiful it is to drive in a car that has no driver at all. Thank you.
Thank you, -0 team. Now we move on to Saskan Meditech. Can the team come up?
Make it short. Make it short. Make it. Okay. Sure. Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. This is the second slide. Okay. I am Dr. Subhash Narayanan, the founder and CEO of Saskan Meditech. At Saskan, we have developed a oral scan, which is an intraoral camera for screening and early detection of oral cancers and for biopsy guidance. The company is based out of Trivandrum in Citility Institute. The company was founded in the year 2015 in Bangalore with a mission to develop affordable screening devices, healthcare devices using biophotonics and allied technologies to create a social impact. Our company is ISO 13485 certified and recognized by the DSAR, Government of India. Oral cancer is a growing concern the world over. In India, more than 90,000 cases of new oral cancer cases are detected, out of which more than half the population die in the same year. This is basically due to the fact that the cancer is getting detected during the late stages of its development. Can you imagine how oral cancer is screened and detected in the country these days? Clinicians, expert clinicians as well as health workers use a white light source, that's a torchlight kind of thing, to look for tissue abnormality and to locate its optimal site for biopsy. This leads to unwanted biopsies and late stage of diagnosis, multiple biopsies, late stage of diagnosis. And the problem is that even experienced clinicians cannot easily locate the optimal site for biopsy. That's the main reason that because of that, there is a possibility that the cancer is getting detected late and the death rate is more than 50% in the country. So if there are devices that can detect early stages of oral cancer, we can reduce the death rate to less than 20%. So we have a solution. We propose a solution based on a disruptive multispectral imaging technology, which uses multimodal imaging of the tissue, fluorescence, diffuse reflectance, and absorption for non-invasive screening and for detection of epithelial cancers. That includes the squamous cell carcinoma, the epithelial internal body lining tissues all. So what we use is we have a device in which we use multispectral LEDs, multi-wavelength LEDs for tissue illumination, and a monochrome camera which sits in the device for capture of the diffusely reflected light and the fluorescent tissues. And we have a proprietary So we have a proprietary software that is run on a Windows platform which controls the camera operations as well as the processing of the data, so that we can provide real-time information based on the tissue status based on a cloud-based machine learning algorithm. Not only that, our device has the capability to detect the most malignant site in a lesion for biopsy, and immediately the patient can be taken care of. And our product is CE marked and it is patented, and it's available in the market right now. You can see the working of the device right now. It sequentially fires the LEDs such that the camera captures the images and processes in real time to provide user feedback. So we have conducted multi-centric clinical trials covering various hospitals across the country, and we have got a sensitivity of 97% and a specificity of 92% for detection of oral cancers. And as you can see, healthy tissues have lower values. As the cancer goes up, the algorithm shows higher and higher values. So this change in the ratio values can be a good indicator for the malignant status of the tissue. The competition across the world, there are devices like Wellscope, Identify, Oral ID, and VisiLight available in all over the world. But compared to them, our technology uses cloud-based analytics and image capture for the first time, and we have an objective way of looking at tissues where all the other devices are subjective in nature, because the clinician has to interpret the lesion and take a call. Whereas in our case, we have an objective algorithm, cloud-based algorithm that provides real-time user feedback. So using the same platform technology that is used for oral scan, we have developed another device for screening of cervical cancers. So that device has been used in a clinical trial in India, covering 100 patients, and we are getting good results out of that. And we will be introducing the product also into the market in another 1 year's time. And apart from that, we are also developing a device that can treat early stage oral cancers using a technique called photodynamic therapy. So that is under development, and we also do contract R&D for other companies, and this Ginflamap is a product which we are developing for a Japanese multinational company. And the market size for oral cancer is 7.3 billion, out of which the service available is 3.5 million, and service optimal market is around $210 million. And the compounded annual growth rate is around 6.9 for Asia Pacific and Middle East and African region, where the incident levels are quite high. So we have different kinds of business models for selling the device. That is direct sales. We plan to sell at a price of around 5,000 USD, which is having no hidden costs, in the sense that you don't need any consumables to run the device, and you provide the cloud support for 2 years for the device, along with the 2 years warranty. Whereas in the monthly lease model, the monthly lease rental would be approximately $2,000 per month with unlimited use, and you need to have a security deposit with us to get the device. The device is ours, then it is given in a continued unlimited usage. And whereas in the pay-per-use model, the device is bought by the user at half the cost of the direct sale purchase cost, and they have to take a package that is like a mobile phones package, for using the device. And the screening cost could be anywhere between $3 to $7 based on the number of packages you buy. And our basic customers are in the urban areas, are the dental colleges and the general hospitals and the cancer hospitals and the diagnostic labs, where they can use it for screening of potential people they want to take on the insurance or other claims and other things. And in the rural sector, the PSG, the community health centers, and the CSR initiatives are another interesting problem. Along with me, our marketing director Vinod Kumar is there. He is with experience in working with the corporates and multinationals, whereas I am basically a scientist, and I started this company in 2015, and so I am guiding the company as a CTO and CEO of the company. And this device has been implemented in various hospitals across the country, such as the Regional Cancer Center in Trivandrum, the HCG Hospital in Bangalore, and the RCT Cancer Hospital in Nagpur, whereas in dental colleges like Indira Gandhi Dental Institute and dental sciences in Belgaum, they are using our device. And we have used it for large-scale screening of population collaborating with the various hospitals. In Amrita hospitals, we have covered a 3-day camp where we conduct a large-scale screening program, and we are trying to create an impact in the society using our screening program so that the disease can be detected early. We started in 2015 with BIRAC grant, and then we got the Elevate 100 grant in 2017, and slowly we reached the stage in which this year we got the Pharma and Medical Devices Startup Grand Challenge 2021. We were the winner under the Medical Devices category. We got the Anjali Inclusive Innovation Award this year also, as well as the National Startup Award. Yeah. So we made a turnover of around 1 crore rupees this year with a net profit of around 15 lakhs, and we have been funded by the BIRAC, Startup Karnataka and Kerala Startup Mission, as well as by seed funding from TimeAd, KIT TBI, and the Unicorn India Ventures. So our idea is to touch the people living in the below the poverty line. So our main goal is to support screening programs and see that the device is implemented in large scale across the government hospitals and the tertiary care centers, so that the people are benefited. So that's it. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you.
A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the country of the year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Viva. Je suis de Paris.
Comment?
English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
बोलो
सर हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Quoi? Très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. startups are going to be the backbone of New India.
Okay, after that short break, we will move on with our sessions. We will have one startup pitch and then we will move on with the TCS session. So now I would like to call upon to the stage the Citility team to make their presentation. This is the clicker.
Guys, please come here. I listen to all of your pitches. Listen to mine also. Okay, so I think all of you know me already. My name is Shampa, and I founded this company called Citility, and it's an integrated end-to-end travel platform which provides greener, safer, and faster travel experience. So now the team. This is my Avenger team. I am the Captain Marvel of the team, and I'm extremely perseverant. My Iron Man, Mr. Pritham Ganguly, is there. He's a lot of patents. Anil is our Doctor Strange. He has come from Cisco. And Indranil, serial entrepreneur, our Captain America. And finally, the magic girl, Wanda. And I'm sure a lot of you must have seen Doctor Strange, the madness that Wanda created. And I have a team in Bangalore, Calcutta, and Hyderabad. We are close to 43 plus 5 of us. Okay. Now, here is my advisory team. Purushottam, he is the India head of World Economic Forum. Earlier, he was the MD of Cisco System. Joydeep, he is a senior corporate VC. Ravi, he is the CTO in Cisco. Krishna, ex-Cisco, and currently with View. And Uma, he is our consultant for environment from Enzen. Now, here is the recognition. Lots of recognitions from the government, because I work in smart city space. We have been awarded from Jaipur, then the USIS, the Indo-US Chamber of Commerce, Niti Aayog. We received fund from Niti Aayog. We got awarded from United Nations, MITI, NASSCOM, Ministry of Urban Affairs, and the most important one, I got to meet President Obama in the early stage of my career. I was invited to be in the White House and meet Mr. President Obama as well as the First Lady. Okay, so I start with the things that we are currently doing. Now, has anybody ever solved a Rubik's Cube? Awesome. So Bangalore city is almost like a ghost cube, mirror ghost cube, okay? Now I'm going to show you a kid, an 11-and-a-half-year kid, so who actually solved a ghost cube. And it was just 1.5 years back. He told me actually that Bangalore city traffic, it looks like a ghost cube, and I'm going to solve it right now, and I'm going to write the algorithm in Python. So that's exactly what he did. So
this is the shuffled ghost cube, which I'm going to solve right now. Okay, so just wait.
So what he is planning to do is basically...
Okay, stop.
the one of the youngest scientists, I think. So Gagandev, you are not the youngest one. This guy is the youngest, okay? And he's in my team. He is the first guy who wrote the algorithm to create a multi-modal mobility network. Now, what we are trying to do in a city like Bangalore is connect all the mobility operators. It could be bus, it could be metro, it could be bike, it could be cab, everybody in one network, one holistic network, and provide a greener, safer, faster. Everybody does faster, but nobody does safer and greener. So that's exactly what we're doing. And when we are hopping from one transit to another transit, like you want to, you start from your home and then you jump, you want to go to the office, then you may not have the last mile connectivity, except for Uber and Ola. But using the public transit, you can go that and you can reduce your waiting time just in the, using the network. So we're trying to basically work with the cities to provide a holistic network, revolutionize the commuting experience, and thereby reduce congestions, environmental damage, inefficiencies, and the most important factor is achieving the sustainability targets. So our value proposition is nothing, it's very simple, move around in the connected mode of transportations. What is the future is carbon as a service, that's the future. That's where I have come in Paris to talk about it, talk about carbon as a service, talk about net zero targets, and that's where India is also going to do in the next few years. For the cities, we have a platform which provides connectivity, which talks about estimations of carbon. There was a person, Etios, he spoke about a lot of estimations and tradings. We have started doing that in a couple of cities. First was Surat, second was Indore, and now we are going to do that in Bangalore. And also we are going to start the complete national payment integrations. Obviously, the decarbonization is one of the most important topics that we are focusing on, and we want to have an efficient distributions of the mass services. I think TCS, just before these presentations that spoke about quantum AI, these are all jargons, I feel. It's a very basic algorithms. It's all about computing it on a quantum server. So when you can solve Rubik's Cube, you can actually do anything in quantum. Okay, so who are our competitors and other guys? Move it. The number one guy, they're an Israeli company. They got acquired by Intel very recently. We have Citymapper in UK, Trafi in Berlin, Transit in Canada. So everybody is out there, but none of them are focusing on the greener element part of it. These are some of the partners we work with. We are extremely popular in India in the smart city space and automotive space. Of course, I come from an automotive background. I am also an alumni of IIM Bangalore, and I did my executive also in UC Berkeley. We have enterprise partner. We have here as our mapping partner. We don't use Google, we use here. And tractions, we have done 9 smart cities in India, 2 of them outside India as well. And we have also a couple of pilots running in the multimodal space. The very, very recent ones, which is just 2.5 months back, we signed an MOU with MoHUA, which is Ministry of Urban Development. We signed up with Namma Metro, which is BMR sale in Bangalore. Then we signed up with Surat Smart City. Of course, there are other, and we have decently good revenue. We are planning to at least achieve 6 lakhs kg carbon savings in the next 36 months. Big target, but yes, it's quite achievable. I'm not going to talk too much about my revenue. I think we're doing pretty good on that line. Running to the funding, we have raised $5 million for Enzen Global. This is a sustainability company, one of the best sustainability company. Before that, we raised a seed fund from IIM Bangalore and a Singapore-based investor. We also raised a grant from Niti Aayog, and I'm very, very thankful to Niti Aayog's team once again. And finally, we're there in Bangalore, Calcutta, Hyderabad, Delhi coming soon, and also US, definitely. Final.
All the fast-growing cities globally are facing the challenge of rapid urbanization, environmental sustainability, and increased pressure on the existing public services, especially mobility. Cities traditionally address the mobility challenges in silos, which results in value loss due to a lack of interaction between various parts and departments. Mobility as a service, which we call MaaS, is seen as a viable option for a sustainable transportation system, which apart from other benefits can also help cities to reduce their carbon footprint and achieve their net zero goals. And this is where Citility helps. We provide a fully integrated mobility platform that collaborates with mobility service operators in the city and delivers a holistic network. Our objective is to reinvent and re-engineer urban mobility with a multi-modal network and make mobility greener, safer, and faster. Our solution allows the consumer to travel from one point to another in a more planned, efficient manner with visibility on reducing waiting time, while hopping from one transport to the next. Citizens can now check the parameters like number of trees and carbon emissions saved by opting for greener routes. Going forward, citizens will be able to earn carbon credits for the greener routes they take, which will be redeemable in the form of coupons or discounts on tickets. Not just that, they will be able to book the tickets directly from the app. To cities, we provide a powerful dashboarding tool augmented by AI with deep insights and indexes on safety, air pollution, and traffic that help them make better decisions and design more impactful and efficient actions that engage citizens and influence public behavior. This will help cities to enhance their entire transportation management by better regulating urban flows and increasing efficiency and also cost effectiveness.
Thank you once again. I've made a lot of friends here. And thank you, Niti Ayog's team, Mighty, Invest India, everybody. Thanks. It's an honor. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Team Citility. Now let's move on to the final session for the day. We will have a talk on digital skin and Assisto, basically, which is related to social innovation. And for that, I will invite Ms. Renu Michael onto the stage from Tata Consultancy Services.
So hi everyone, I am Renu Michael. I lead the TCS Rapid Labs, which comes under the research and incubation wing of TCS. So I am based out of Amsterdam. Now today I am here to talk about some of the innovations that we do in the social angle, or the purpose-infused innovation, I would say. And the first one which I would like to present is Assisto. So Assisto is one such solution which we have developed specifically for the specially abled community. So I would not like to call it as the disabled community, because that is the wrong terminology to be used. It's the specially abled community, specifically people having issues like cerebral palsy and autism. So that is a group of people who are not being considered in general when we think about social innovation. So we have moved towards that, and we have tried to build a solution for them, and that is Assisto. So Assisto is basically a device that can be worn on the head, and by using that, they will be able to communicate with others. So usually the problem that these people will be having is that their communication will not be clear and legible. They might be able to speak something, but they may be able to voice over something, but the problem is that it may not be clear and legible. So that is when Assisto kind of technology can be of use. So let me first take you through a video where you can see what it is, and then listen to some of the testimonials as well. So this is one design of Assisto, which is basically a wearable headband. So this can be given to people who can move their heads. Now what if the person is not able to move their head? They can just move their finger. Then we have a different design of Assisto, which is a keypad based system. So you saw a person who is actually using it. So it has been deployed in some of the special schools across Kerala in India. So you can see him as well as his caretaker, both together sitting and him trying to communicate with them. So this has this technology and this solution that we have brought in could actually reduce the communication time taken by these people to communicate with whoever who is unknown to them. Mostly their parents will be able to understand what they are speaking, but may not be someone else. So this has brought in that ease of communication between these two people. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just quickly move ahead to the next one because we don't have an audio for this. Yeah, so these are some of the improvements which Assisto could bring in because of the capabilities that is provided. So this is the speech of the person without using Assisto. Now once he uses Assisto, his speech is much more clearer. So he is trying to say Enikku vellam venam. That is a Malayalam word for I want water. So initially it was so difficult to understand for normal humans, but after going through the Assisto and the deep speech algorithm that we have used, it was much more clear and understandable by normal humans. So that is the change that we are trying to bring in and change especially to the life of these people. Okay. Yeah. So that was Assisto. Now I have one more social innovation solution from TCS Research and Innovation. That is called as the digital twin of human skin. So when you think of digital twin, I think this is the buzzword here. Everyone will be knowing what is digital twin. But in this context of digital twin of human skin, we are majorly focusing on creating a twin of the human skin structure so that you can eliminate or reduce the dependency of animals during testing. So when you create a new cosmetic product, there is a lot of testing that is going on at multiple stages, maybe on animals and subsequently on humans as well. But by involving this kind of twin of human skin, you basically have a simulatory environment where you can simulate both the skin structure as well as the medicine structure, and both these can be tested and trialed out multiple times without wasting the precious life of animals as well as humans in future. So these are some of the challenges that usually comes up when we try to do testing of cosmetic products as well as any skin-related medicines. But these challenges could be addressed by a solution like a twin of human skin. So that is what we are trying to cover over here. So multiple things like how you can introduce nanoparticle materials onto the skin, to what level of permeation that they can go into the skin structure. So all these different parameters can be checked by using this specific simulation environment. And yeah, we do have some testimonials and some advantages and disadvantages as well, which I'll skip through quickly. And yeah, this has been recognized globally. So this is a research in progress from the TCS Research Lab, the Life Science Research Lab. And a video on that as well. Okay. So again, I think there is some audio issue. Yeah. So usually the time that is taken to bring a new medicine to market would be like 8 to 10 years. Especially when it involves multiple levels of testing and when it is concerned about testing it on humans as well. So this has significantly, this technology would significantly be used to reduce that time from 8 to 10 years, maybe to very early, like maybe 5 years or so. So that is what we are envisioning with this specific technology. I'm sorry about that, there is no audio, but yeah. So basically, with these two innovative solutions coming under the social innovation sector, we are trying to showcase the inclination that both TCS as well as the TCS research have towards society, as well as towards reducing the cruelty towards society, and by promoting more towards the inclusion and diversity concept of it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you all for listening to me.
I think there's some problem with the PPT because पहले का PPT में audio आ रहा था.
This is the story of a billion dreams. A billion dreams shaped by inclusive technologies. Billions of Indians are on a new era of open, free and inclusive internet, anchored by able leadership.
Key to shaping the future international order. The biggest strength of democracy is openness. India has 1.18 billion mobile phones.
It is free, open, inclusive and democratic, reflecting our political ideals.
Billions are adopting the new digital India.
We in India, in our digital policy, in our digital philosophy, in our way of thinking, believe in open platforms. Aadhaar, which is a unique platform in which now 18 countries are showing interest.
Billions are now being catapulted on the inclusion net. Dreams share the common values of inclusion, openness and freedom with another great nation.
We are at the very beginning of a new revolution for me.
L'Inde et la France sont deux grandes puissances numériques qui ont énormément de points de connexion.
India and France obviously have a strong determination to carve their own way.
Billions are celebrating 75 years of independence this year. And the celebrations of Indian independence gets even better, with India being honored as the Country of the Year at VivaTech 2022.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Viom. Je suis de Paris.
Comment?
English, only English.
तो je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
Voilà,
सर
काफी froid.
हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Froid.
Très bien.